across the board. One away from that lockdown. Medusa get a kill. Can he get an orb? Try to set up for that.
They're not going to try to greet it right away on the A side, and they'll read that perfectly. PRX is ready for it, and May!
Oh, taken down, dealt with. Divide holding firm. Forsaken still here to reinforce as well.
Now it's Medusa's turn, but they're ready for it. There's still 2 people here.
Head spotted, taken off. Medusa locked down now, ready to go, but swinging out, just gonna be put down.
Dude, that was weird.
Another great sheriff shot there from Neth. Forsaken sending out the pop flash, swinging around, taking a lot more space. There's the ping reveal, but he's able to win it out. Neth and Anthem both gonna be eliminated. Now 2v3, and Medusa, he's still completely cut off, segregated on the opposite side of the map.
Nice on the first pick Byron.
And Forsaken with 3 will get PRX up
Jack,
to
give
11.
me a little
that's
bit.
so unfortunate. Over on yellow, they got
stream.
the ping. They heard the pop flash as well. They know he was close because it was thrown in an underhand arc, but just Forsaken's one step ahead of it. Make sure that he has the angle ready. Just sprays down at the first side, and they just could not separate fast enough on that swing out.
I mean, who's catching who in that scenario? Forsaken ready for the swing. Deals with it with relative ease.
Yeah, this should be better.
Early usage of a lot of their util once again. I mean, DFM, they're so scared of the push out.
Well,
They want to be able to
keep an
try
eye on
to
the
hold
internet.
control of pipes. This time it does lead to it.
Hey?
It should land.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wow,
Right there on, I wonder if he knew that it was on the bottom.
Yeah, that's a hole in one right there.
If that was an oopsie and he just happened to actually nail it,
I think he knew it was on the floor
that
there.
would be very unfortunate for DFM.
I mean, I would like to
Unfortunate.
imagine.
All the same.
Yeah, I mean, either
So-
way it was going to get taken out, but it was just a very miraculous shot.
I'll have to ask about that one later. So now Walt coming up just to maybe try to tell that they're going to be trying to take some space forward here in this A site, but DFM very much
DFM double luck.
have been forced to stagnate in their movements.
Ooh.
Wait for this push to come up
Wall
through
to
mid.
break.
Harbor Wall to try to cut
Wall
off.
to break vision
deny
of this.
that turret any
And then
vision.
double walk.
But, oh,
No
Forsaken
way.
still reacting. He's not
Yeah, but he
second
doesn't
player,
expect the
but
double,
Divide
but look at the
turns over,
trades.
deals with Medusa. May
It was
finds
such
one.
a sick round from
Keeps
DFM.
it even in a 3v3, but he's tagged down to 37.
Jing's going to be the first boss they have to battle through.
30
Slow
seconds
creep
left.
forward, Jing here.
Spike down
Just
A.
talked away.
One enemy
Finds one,
remaining.
finds 2. Mind Freak gets the last. PRX
I mean,
get themselves now
This is a very
up
good
to
try.
map point.
The run was cool.
Man, the double lurk out into mid, even though the cascade
I
was
wonder if they
spotted, PRX
saw
actually
the,
wasn't ready
harbor
for it.
wall.
You know, if the first shot had landed onto
Yes, I wonder
Forsaken
if they
clean, it's
saw
still
it.
2 members
Yeah.
that could swing out. And what I do like is, again, the timings on swinging out for trades or, you know, kind of going for these baits
The
and
cool
switches,
round,
it's
yeah,
getting
it was
better
a really
for
cool round. I
DFM.
like
mean,
the
we've
double
seen a
luck
couple
as
rounds
well
here
with
on
it.
Icebox where
And I like
May's
that the
waiting for
second
someone
guy
else to
kind of
take the aggro,
baited,
and then he
to be
swings
honest.
out and he gets an extra kill.
Like sometimes
Or maybe he
baiting
goes
is the
for the
one,
trade,
and
but
right
again,
here
the
is the
util,
one.
I
I'm
mean, this
surprised
comp
they.
Especially, you
surprised they
don't
only
have
got
much
one
util
kill
to
from
work
it.
with, and you're not able to find immense value each time one of those skills is sent out from the Sova.
0 point, spotting out just the one. Fragment at the ready here
The
from
right util.
Forsaken.
Yeah, but it was the Sova who they haven't seen lurk on his own just yet.
Does
None of
Dyson
that
have bad
fake
internet? No, it's
coming
meant
out
well.
from DFM, so PRX are
Period's
just going to
good.
hold true to their default.
I think I'm
The
just
wall coming
cursed.
through should basically tell all. You start to see them
I wonder if one of the
collapsing in
bunnies
on this
ate one of the
position.
cables or
Fragment's gonna be
something.
sent down. Neth's going to be eating quite a bit of damage. Does manage to find 2. Jing and Forsaken both going to be taken out there by that Guardian. Upgrades it to a Phantom, but still in a really rough position.
Povey,
3v3 with Neth at
what's
18
up,
health.
bro?
And rougher than they imagined because
get the
Alargon
Povey
is
spam
very far
going.
forward past pipes over on A, so PRX knows that they haven't rotated yet.
The double swing
Whoa!
and something just
Spike down.
makes
Whoa.
it look easy. Goes up over the top.
Well.
Mind Freak finds the final shot.
Oh, wait.
13-4.
That's one way to end it.
PRX
Lovely
making
shots.
swift work of DFM here on Icebox.
Listen, DFM, I think, you know, you look at the grand scheme of things, yeah, we continue to see some of those small
34
improvements in
minutes
the
on
team
that
play
one,
and the
pretty
teamwork.
fast.
But alas, PRX
Pretty
also
fast.
greatly upgraded since Master Shanghai.
bunnies
and
get
it
let
just
out free a
continues
lot.
on here in
Yeah, I mean,
Stage
that's
2,
the
trying
plan.
to
The plan is for
secure
them to
that
be
first
free
seed
roam.
for themselves going into playoffs.
Just the fact that they just
Dominant
start
showing
fighting
here
each other.
from PRX on DFM's pick of
The only reason they're
Icebox.
not.
Next we have Sunset, but before we get into that, we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk.
Not
like PRX being dominant on a map is entirely shocking, but I feel like, you know, there were so many rounds wherein DFM actually had a chance. There were so many moments, like there was a window, a little sliver, wherein DFM could have won, but they were just so slow to act on it, and just, you know, against a team like PRX.
I think they just messed up in the big rounds.
For sure, and I think it's difficult
here.
because part of it's because PRX isn't playing that same ultra aggressive style
that
they
all round
normally
is
do,
like
but also
for sure.
you're seeing some of the problems
For sure one that
that
you gotta look at.
I have noticed with DFM throughout this stage, and that when they have ultimates, when they have things like that, they don't really fully capitalize on them. Sometimes they just use them in weird spots.
You favorite emote yours as well? Yeah, it's incredible.
The Hunter's Fury and the Reckoning.
It's
like
still
you
cracking me
pop
up.
The Reckoning
It's so good.
and you have the Hunter's Fury going, and they're not scaling off of that. They're not getting into the site. They're not clearing space when they need to. They take so long that it allows Divide to tuck into a
lose the
little
bunnies
corner
around the house?
and
Nah,
just
we
knock
got a
three
really
players
small
down,
house.
and that's 3 huge ultimates out. Your economy's back in shambles. So this could have been closer. I don't think there's any way they're beating PRX on this map with the way it looks overall, but they could have at least maybe gotten a few more rounds on that defender side.
Yeah, it feels also like there are some teams, I think like DFM, that are great to adjusting, you know, when something is done against them multiple times in a row, right? But you see there was
DFM
these
choose
one
a
rounds
flash.
where DFM would
I mean,
win
it wasn't a
their
comp
gut
issue
round, and
here,
then
really.
next round, PRX
I wouldn't go into this one and look at it and be
pressure
like,
mid,
damn,
see if DFM's
give them a
gonna
different
adjust their
age and they
comp,
win
or are they
this.
just expecting the same
This
thing
was
on
a
that
bit of
next
just a
round.
player
And it really
diff,
just, I think,
and
hurts,
some of the big important
DFM here
rounds
because
DFM
PRX
messed
is so
up slightly.
malleable in how they kind of approach the following rounds if they need to do so.
Not to mention you have so many players on PRX that are so instinctive, right? You have so many rounds that are just like, you know, they just had like so many multi-frags, so many shots that were just...
Post-plans, yeah,
you
that's a
would
lot of
almost think they were
post-plans.
lucky if you didn't think that you were watching, you know, one of the best teams in the world, right? And it just goes to show again that, like, you know, against a team like this, you can't make any mistakes. Unfortunately, DFM, this roster hasn't matured enough in their
What color
strategy
are they?
to be able to make
Black
plays like that, to be able to
and
make
like
gambles like that as
gingery.
well.
Right,
One's
and-
like one's a little bit
What's
like
funny is
multicolored,
PRX
but more
has
ginger.
matured. They look like
I'll try and get them on stream recently.
how to,
So
a
I
normal
need
team,
to
for lack of a better way to
need to start
describe it.
bonding them more. So
They're just kind of playing great stock
hopefully,
standard Valorant.
hopefully within the
here.
week I
Yeah,
should be able
very
to
good
set up
way.
another
Absolutely.
camera
I
and
mean,
we
the
can
crossfires
watch
they
them.
set up post plan are beautiful.
So I actually have a horse.
Rarely make like
No, so
over-aggressive mistakes where they're pushing
my
for stuff that they really
girlfriends
shouldn't be. Like Will was talking
decided to
about
give
going
her
for
a
those aggressive
horse
pushes
because
where they're going for the multi-kills,
she
the
has
clutches, the
horses,
big aces, things like that.
and
You're not really
my
seeing any
aunt's
of that.
rich, my
And that's
girlfriend's
scary as heck
not,
to go
and
against
she
because you
decided
know that
to
it's
go.
going to be in the back of their mind, and at
Here you
some
go,
point
have
they're
a
going to do
horse.
it to you when you're least
These are nice
expecting.
and
Because
cheap
of
and
Alice's,
easy.
like, you know, anger management.
So
They're like, you know,
now we have a horse.
We need to overall be calmer as a team.
And
Yeah,
no
and I
mo-
just wanted to add as well. There were some,
No
sure,
money.
there were some mistakes here from PRX here and there.
So,
I think one of those was the B
there's
main
that.
push where they had the
And I'm
Viper
scared of
spin already
horses.
out
That's
and
great.
was playing for post plant, but they somehow got tagged by the recon dart. May gets a 2K, but you can see how well they address the issue that's laid out there. They don't start to panic. You see Forsaken as well as Mind Freak just
Horses are
try
cool.
to
They're pretty
at
cool.
least
They're
use
just
what's
scary,
left
man.
to them, which is the Viper split.
Like,
they still have so much
I don't know.
utility.
They
And
can
again,
one-
they
they
haven't
can
been
one
really
tap
found
you.
out by the rest of DFM that's just, you know, barreling onto side. We'll probably see it here later in the highlights. But those kind of readjustments, those adaptations from PRX make it so that even though there seems to be some rounds, like you mentioned,
It's
Nika,
a deal.
that
Yeah,
seems like
pretty
it's
much.
just a little bit close for DFM to get the rounds in. It's just PRX knowing what to do on the fallback, on the follow-through, if they make, you know, some of those errors.
Yeah, and again,
Okay,
it's
Chad,
also-
let me spam some
exactly.
ads.
You have
Let me
rounds like
spam
this
some
where
ads.
they
I'll be
have
back in a bit.
massive numbers advantage, but where is the snowball? How do they capitalize on that? It seems
Ask
like, you
her
know,
to
there's a
take
little bit of a
pictures
gap
of the
where
pet.
they're like,
Okay, yeah,
we're not
that's
sure
fine.
exactly
There's
what to do
pictures. We can make
after
that
this
happen.
point.
No, exactly, and that's where we need to see a real focus in the offseason for DFM, no matter what the roster looks like next year, at protocols. How do we react to things with
Okay,
our
I'll be back in a
utility,
little bit.
with our spacing, with our timings? All of those things need to be in place, you know, so that it's instinctual, so that they don't even have to think about it, they don't have to really talk about it, they just do it. Instead, it seems like they overthink things or they underthink things. They try to rely on their own instincts, and their instincts aren't quite correct yet. I think, for example, in one of the rounds where they were on a Thrifty and May has the Hero Vandal, he gets a kill, he gets his Blade Storm activated, but he doesn't drop the Vandal. He gets up on top of Yellow. Yeah, he gets more kills with it, but then that Vandal gets stranded when he gets killed up there, so they can't pick up that gun, get that upgrade. Like, little things, they're very little things, but they're actually super important in rounds like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same as we saw, yesterday as well with the bleed and the bleed match with Genji.
Yeah, and it's exactly why, you have teams, for example, like Bleed that really struggle once they get into these tier 1 teams, right? You have the teams like this, the big giants that we all know and love, of course. But again, it's like, what do you do afterwards, And I think that for a lot of teams here in Pacific, there is that true test, especially for rosters that have gone under a major shuffle. So I'm eager to see where DFM go from this and how they're able to reset once we go over to Sunset, especially since it's PRX's map pick, and we all know that they're very, very comfortable on this map.
Yeah, I mean, DFM is too, actually. Like, DFM impresses me on this map. This is the map where I actually kind of pull back on some of my criticism of DFM. I think they're quite good with their utility usage here. It seems like their protocols are a lot better on this map. Like you were talking about, Asra, I think you make a great point that when they can simplify things, when they can condense the map, they're much, much better.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm very excited to see with this one because, again, this is the map where they're able to beat Zeta Division. Even though they lost here against Talon, it was still very close, ended 10-13. So there is those points. We'll have to see how it kind of unravels later when they're going up against, another notch here that is that notch being PRX.
Yeah, it just seems like at this point, watching the performance earlier, you're just dealing with, a DFM who, just started, learning how to walk, and PRX who are just so used to like running marathons at this point. And that energy, that stability, all of the protocols in place for PRX. You mentioned, the luxury of having a team that barely even needs to communicate at this point, which is such a gift because it's like you guys, 100% that you guys are all on the same page.
Right. Well, and it's funny that you mentioned that because Alex said in our pre-match interview that they've had to work on simplifying the communication because it started to get bad during Shanghai, right? But you can see that now that they're kind of more in tune with each other. They've really simplified the game for themselves. They don't need to do anything crazy. They've looked really, really good today.
Well,
and
we're gonna make you do something crazy. We're gonna get into our guess endgame game.
No, I can't anymore. I'm too old for that.
We have our question for, thank you for displaying our ranks in full glory over there. We love looking at it. Our question for this is, how good will May's average be on map 2? If you remember the May levels over there, we are going with that. And I feel like production is really, really making this difficult for us and putting us on the spot with this question and after that first map. But we have no choice. Ponder a little bit, gentlemen. Take out your boards.
Oh no, my pen.
I think we can just write down the level that you guys think May will be at. Give you a few seconds.
I went a little bit nerdy on this one. I did some research. Last season, so if you remember last stage, I just picked the opposite of what I thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to try and serious mode in it and see how quick I can run myself down to wood rake by actually trying.
This is...
I see your goal.
Yeah.
This is very tricky because there's 4 options now.
Yes.
They're making it exorbitantly difficult for us.
I just close my pen in
I
front
want
of
to
my
make
mic.
sure I've got the right numbers.
Bit of ASMR for the viewers
right.
out there. All right,
I'm
ready
Jing.
with your boards?
Yep.
Let's have it.
Yeah.
How about
And
the...
okay. Ooh, we're both on level 10, and Azurai here thinking that May will reach level 50, which is 32 to 24 kills. All right.
Yeah.
All right. On Sunset, map 2, okay?
Map 2.
Just one map, right?
I know.
I mean, you are Azurai Al-Gaib. We'll see if that indeed happens.
I mean, you are technically the highest rank, so okay.
Yeah. I know. I mean, we keep bullying him, and
It's
then
very important to me that I rank up to Diamond,
Yeah.
and then
You
consecutively to Radiant.
You care a lot about this game.
And only be Seth that gets the
Sunset?
statue.
Right.
All I'm
You
saying
want
is
that.
the most kills May
You're
has
number
had on
5,
Sunset is
son.
25 so far this stage.
Oh, so 24, right? So
Okay. All right. Well, stepping into Sunset right now, we'll see if indeed if that comes true, especially since now we are seeing May on the raise.
Yeah, and again, he's a little bit more kind of in control generally on the race. He's not, at least this stage, hasn't been as explosive as he has with the Jet, but the Jet just got absolutely beat down by PRX. So is he going to be able to perform a little bit better? I mean, he's so good on this map. He reacts so well to things. I mean, I think back to their last match where he's pushed out alone towards mid, and Depp and I think it was Laz, like swing a corner and he just turns and tap kills 2 instantly.
The last map
Stuff
stats.
like that he's capable of.
I can
but we
start
didn't
doing
see
the
much of
stats
that,
again.
in that first map, so that's why
I'll do it for America's
downgraded him
stream
a bit
today.
below that level 50. I was thinking about that, but then after that first map,
I
was
just
like, ooh,
honestly, I just haven't set it up yet.
Fair enough. Me, I'm just taking the risk play here, but the thing is that they have to worry about from PRX is how good Forsaken's utility support really has been on this breach.
Yeah, on my end, it's PRX. It's PRX and it's DFM on Sunset. We'll toss it over to William and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's go into this map, see if DFM can rally things back. Take down PRX on their map pick.
What's on
no
texture,
changes,
no
comes down
neon,
to the
as
composition.
in them
PRX
not wanting to
compiling
use neon?
the same old stuff.
Yeah, I don't think
There's plenty
you
of
have
tape
you don't
to be
have to use
studied,
neon
but
at the
big
moment,
things that
but I
we're
do
seeing
think
quite lacking
neon
in
is
that opening map.
insanely
Icebox
strong,
was
and teams are
the firepower.
struggling against
Yeah.
it a little bit.
I mean,
So
that really just
embracing
comes
the
down to it,
meta
right? You win a
makes
couple of
things
those
easier,
duels, it would
I
have at
think.
least been a much
But
closer map
I don't
for
think
sure.
it's so
'Cause
broken
DFM
that
did
you
have some
have
crud
to
calls.
use
They
it.
had
You
some
can
good
still
setups
win
to make
games
sure they
without
got
it.
ahead of PRX.
It's not like old
See if
chamber or
they can do the
anything.
same starting on the attacking side.
Also some
PRX,
maps.
no Cypher.
Like,
but
all the
they play
duels are
the
good.
Siege, you know, a little bit heavier on the post plants and the retakes, and then it does actually help you
But
take some
if I
control.
was in
of
the team, I would
mid,
try
if
and
you so
force
choose once
it
the buy rounds come
on
out.
a
So
lot
let's
of
keep an
maps.
eye on that.
Forsaken at the ready here with this fault line. Should he hear anything? For now, Spike still dropped back over towards the attacker's spawn. DFM not looking
Just because it makes it a little bit easier.
to any one side of the map quite just yet, it would seem, but we'll start drifting towards A and poking
Is
fraud
Gecko
at least a
meta on
little
every
more
single
and
map
see if
right
he can
now?
spot anything out.
Near enough,
Very
to be honest.
aggressive control of mid.
It's
I mean,
insanely
oftentimes as
strong to
defenders, you
have
to use
a
lot
little
to be able
dude
to
bro
take
that
but
can
here on the pistol round, they
defuse
find a perfect timing
and
with the
plant.
smoke, and they're going to be
Gives you
so
so many
fast
more
on this
options.
flank.
Yep, already 3 players moving
Also
up
that
through tiles. Neth, divide
Oh.
just
Util is
barely
just
missing that
so
timing, but
good with
Barrel
another
should actually
initiator.
spot him by. Now he certainly knows to take a shot in the back.
We've never had an
Up
agent
heel
that
on himself,
thrives
Spike
this much
retrieve.
with another initiator.
As they look to just go ahead and storm their way into this A site, but something still lingering just around the corner here. Dizzy gonna
Oh.
be sent, gets that
No,
blind,
the flash
just
gave-
go ahead
gave
and
it
put
away.
all The tails that it needs
I'm
to.
surprised they didn't, holy. I'm surprised they didn't just funnel vision for something here.
Traded out.
Keeping the numbers advantage here for PRX. Something the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, he absolutely went for it.
Still at the ready camp, now off cooldown. Medusa can go for the setup here. So go ahead and get the re-smoke. Try to stay tucked away, dodges out on that fault line.
Oh,
Jing
yeah, go
takes quite a
draw.
bit of damage. Medusa swings, finds one. Forsaken going to be taken out. More pressure now on Mind Freak and Divide. Try to swing this round back into their favor, but Seth's able to find the headshots. The heal does go across. Jing now back up to 100 HP
Dang.
with all the work to do. The 1v2, Boombot coming his way. He's tagged down to 14, and DFM they will get themselves a second pistol win.
Right.
Assess played that so
See that
well
for
with the
them.
post plan.
He
First
just
up, he
inspects
draws
his gun
aggro
midway
away
through.
from Medusa, so Medusa could go in and get the first hit. But then, as soon as Medusa gets taken down, he doesn't try to greed for an extra jiggle. He just says, well, it's a 2v1. I just got to play the numbers game. May even sending out the Boombot for sure measure. Sure, it's extra credits used 300, but you take the round win, you'll take it any day of the week.
Absolutely. Well, a very solid start here for DFM, rescuing the round after giving up quite a bit of space.
Right. Off to a good start though. That's great for
Themselves
them.
That opening win.
Let's see how well they can
PRX,
snowball.
though,
How close are they to
still be looking
ult at
deal
the
some
moment?
damage.
Not
Paint Shell's not gonna
really.
find much there, but there's
So,
multiple sheriffs
I
in
mean,
play
you could
here.
maybe just go for the
taking the sword.
Omen ult.
Yeah, a mid control taken off of this once again,
see,
right?
they're
So
allowed
this
to
seems
death.
to be the default that PRX is
They're allowed to
sticking with
death
here
up
in this
against 3
game.
sheriffs.
Just
In
heavy
theory,
beat
3
presence,
sheriffs
take
is
mid
too
so you
much.
know if it's a
So
rotate
much
and
so
then
that
you'll
I
be
would
ready
love to see
for
them
a
buy
quick
an
flood
outlaw
on
for
the
the
retake.
bonus.
DFM, I mean, you can't underestimate this site just because they don't have something like a Cypher. You know that PRX love to play aggressively. There's so many ways that they can regain control of B main. And the fact that if they consistently have mid control like this, I mean, PRX does not mind letting you get the first step into the site.
Oh, Jing swinging out just a little bit wider. Catches a glimpse. Knows that Anthem's far forward. And May,
Whoa.
snappy on the
Whoa.
turn.
Yeah.
The 90-degree
Insta
pivot. He
dink.
comes up with 2 kills. Jing and Mind Freak both going to be taken down. Something now arriving in from behind. Breaks that trap wire. Well aware of this position. And Seth has already dealt with Forsaken. Push out of the smoke. Medusa cleaning up the Gecko. Now Defy is caught here. Blinded up. See if he can deal any damage. Find any kills to stop this from being a false.
No
He cannot.
kills, just get some armor rebuy.
A clean,
So,
I mean, you're carrying
in an
over
ideal
4
world, I'm telling
of
you,
the
I would
rifles.
like this to be
Obviously,
an
Neth
outlaw,
didn't
'cause
buy
I'm
up,
pretty
but
sure there's
either
3
way,
people
4
that
rifles
don't buy
carried
heavy
over.
armor, unless
Still
they're
get to keep
taking
the
a gun
sheriff as well. You'll
sacrifice.
take anything you can get to try to get a snowball ahead of this team because PRX, I mean, yeah, they're scary overall, but obviously you don't want them to have to lead going into their attacking side here because their post-plant setups with that Sage are nasty. So DFM looking good.
Maybe
I love that they're
one
keeping calm.
could
They've
buy
actually been
util?
playing
No,
the
okay.
clock
So
quite
there's
well
the
today.
three.
Like they're not. I'm not saying they're playing it fast, but they're not
Doesn't go
really
for an
running out of
outlaw.
time. They're just
See,
making
like
sure and
this.
saying, wait, 40 seconds. We can
His
still
drop as
wait
an
for
outlaw
peaks.
here would
We
be
can still
giant,
rotate
in
if
my
need be.
I think when teams are doing that many sheriffs, you gotta punish them a little bit.
Flash in something, able to turn away from that one, steadies the aim, finds the shot. That's going to be taken down by May. Finds Jing. Forsaken now getting involved as well. Leaves up the counterpart breach. Continuing to swing on the corner, May finding himself another one. Jump across with something,
It's
but cannot
all
get the punish.
weird rounds
However,
how DFM played it.
Looking forward up in towards mid.
Like
Not
they
gonna spot
were-
out much because of the wall.
Like their first point of
still holding
contact
strong now
was
that he
the
has backup
Omen
over from
and the
Divide.
breach.
Sends out
Weird.
that mosh. Divide. Be spotted here by the cam.
I don't know if May
Finally
ate some
does notice.
util that I didn't see.
Takes that out, but look at Mind Freak.
Yeah, this is the one that's tough to read. I mean, yeah, if DFM is
I
very,
mean, he
very
gets a kill, yeah.
focused, maybe they suspect
At
it.
least one.
They do.
Wow,
Slow
that
creep
is
forward.
very
The
impressive,
read is
man.
there, and Anthem finds the kill.
That is very,
A
very
2v2
impressive.
with something down to 23. That heal still on cooldown. Wingman goes for the plant, and PRX, they might just opt to
Oh,
save.
they might actually win this one because of it.
Already on the
Got
opposite
heal
side of
in,
the map.
heal in
They
5.
are going to start rotating over, however.
See if they can find something. And now we do have DFM trying to get ahead of it. Anthem,
There's a solid
not
cast.
healthy,
But dude,
so he's seeing if he can just throw
They
a
shouldn't be
curveball
expecting
against him. He's going to find the perfect timing.
Yeah,
That's all
gets
he
the
needs.
one.
Yeah.
Dips out.
bro, what a unbelievable
Didn't
round from
necessarily know the
Anthem.
Divide was there, but
Doesn't
damage is
matter.
already dealt. And that's what he needed, Divide. Able to clutch up multiple times on Icebox. Can he do it again here? Mosh out first. Knows that he needs a challenge for it. Needs to try to at least pick one of them off. Swing hit. Finds them both! And he's done it again!
Oh my god!
Fair play, man.
Defusal
That's
come through,
outrageous.
And bonus conversion going to be denied, but that is still a very
Yeah,
solid round
that's
for
so
DFM.
impressive.
Clutch aside. They
He knows
take
how
away
to.
4
He knows
weapons
the
from
best way to
PRX,
play
but
it is
good
someone
God,
playing
Divide.
contact with a swing.
Holy! And here's why.
Yeah,
You
he
try in
literally
those
just
scenarios.
in
If
his
it's
head
down
knew
to
the
like
exact
a
setup.
1v2, you're already down on creds anyway. It's just going to be your hero rifle if you save it up. Might as well go for it.
Wow.
Because what if you get the clutch?
You know,
Was that
He's
evil laugh?
really digging deep into the uncle roll on PRX. What a great clutch.
it's another astounding round. Scrape together purchase here for the side of PRX. Plenty of half armors, some guardians in there. As well as a bulldog. It's just something. It's just so far forward. Medusa's not prepared for it.
The gecko.
Dealt with the thrash. Still committed
Gecko
in.
just
The
taking
dive
it.
forward. Forsaken able to avoid
Taking
being
the
contained, I do
risks.
believe. Jing just trying to save him off here in mid. Finds one, shows up and now built up set.
Oh, that's a double?
That's an Anthem knocked out of the park, and Divide gets the closer. 2-2.
Not a double.
Wow. New Jing. Landed double kills with the ultimate. Don't see that every day from him. That was a nice send on the showstopper
Yeah,
as well.
and good understanding
And,
of just
I mean, PRX,
the rounds.
They are just constantly
and the
trying
fact
to
that they
press
should just be
DFM's
dumping
buttons,
ults
right?
into
First
it.
it was the deep lurk into mid on the pistol, then you try it again on your eco, but then they've been pushing out of B. This
And
time
I guess
something goes so
I guess they got,
early.
yeah, he did a lot of
But
chip
Medusa
damage
just has
to him,
no
and
idea,
all that.
and then they're all caught up in mid. Now this is a
Ooh.
yeah, this is a round where DFM was actually trying to get ahead of PRX
Thank you so
themselves,
much,
trying
dude.
to
Appreciate
get
the 16
mid-control
months.
nice and early. Oh.
Takes quite
nice
a bit of
comeback.
damage. See the rotate coming
Thank you for
through
the
the
support,
Divide,
mate.
trying to get that heal across. And we'll be able to do so. Jing gonna get pushed back up towards 100 HP.
Now I would love to see if DFM right around the minute mark are gonna try to re-clear
hero
mid
gun.
or B main with maybe a little bit of extra assistance on Medusa, but for now it looks like it's just going to be all in on A.
Oh,
wow. Wow.
Oh,
Anthem still clean with a sheriff. That's no big kill.
and
Something
the
gonna be
Sheriff, I
taken
guess.
down. Still just Forsaken on this side of the map thus far.
I would be very. I was gonna say I'd be very
DFM
tempted to take
not
this orb.
looking
Now you
to
got
flood into the
Razor.
side,
Like I'm putting
still
Razor
taking
into
their
it after
time.
that pick. Probably Razoring
Move
over
up, though.
towards the right side though, so they can
Shells,
pick up the
Forsaken's
gun.
back. He's able to find the opener. Pushing
Yeah,
forward,
I don't
looking
think
for
that
four,
plan
and he
makes the
collects 2 more.
most sense.
Kills found. He's stunned up. He's dealt with. Neth able
But
to
I
find
feel
that
like
kill, but there's
Forsaken
so
did
much more to be
unreal to
done
hit
here
the
for
shot.
DFM. Vandal recovered. Reeve tuck away the smoke, dissipating. Goes in for the re-challenge, but he's not ready for Divide to also be in position. Now it is all on Cess, and the spike is
He
completely
dropped
stranded.
the gun before he ulted as well.
He's got the ult, but there's just certainly no way. Divide won't even give him.
Yeah, I think this
opportunity
first
to
shot
think
from
about it.
Forsaken might be
Close out the round.
outrageous.
PRX now in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it wasn't a full buy round here from DFM, so sticking together. And what I do like is that they've been doing a very good job of making PRX antsy, spreading PRX thin, right? Just saying that, hey, let's just continue to deny information. Oh my gosh, tracks him right out of the swing, then gets ahead of the smoke.
Wow, man, that's...
I don't know how. Sorry.
Nor do we.
Yeah, that was
Doesn't
insane.
matter how, it just matters that you did it.
Yeah, again, still think the
Res
idea could have been
available
better.
still for PRX.
You want to try and get your team the gun.
That clutch
And get
really
into the site, you want
spiraling
the
him forward
double.
on that one. There's so much pressure here on Medusa to try to figure out where the deep lurks are coming from,
Amps.
right? Because
Oh,
you
hello.
expect every round PRX has done
They're
it. So
done.
is it mid? Is it the other side? I mean, where are you? But obviously Medusa not going to feel confident enough to swing on his own every single time. Calls for backup.
Oh, the swing forward. May going to be eating a little bit of damage there. Fault line coming across, but Jing at top mid. Is in position to find the punish.
They check
down
close.
now. Zest trying to hold things down
Alright.
here in B main. Does come up with
Yeah,
two.
and then
One
you can
freaking
go join your
Forsaken,
team
both
over
gonna be on the
towards
floor.
A. You could even use your ult.
Got the
You
ult as
don't know
well.
about middle.
TPing across the map.
It
Plan will
should
come
be.
through at A.
Do they go
DFM,
res?
they're going to try to get ahead of it, get some early
they're gonna be
picks, but
really
PRX
far
should
away.
suspect this just because they've given up A site for so long.
Okay, res going in. These two
Yeah, you
should
can tell us something.
flash
Checking
off the
for
wall,
it,
double
buying
swing.
time for the res.
Still a world away though, so this is going to be decent time bought for DFM with this plant in play.
They at least took a lot of space.
Something just staying.
At least took a
stagnant
lot
for
of
now.
space. I want this guy to maybe get more aggro.
Anybody comes swinging forward. Now, the rush around the corner. Already one down.
Oh.
With something.
No,
Finds
they
the
didn't
kill, swings
expect
in,
the
finds
second
Anthem, and
guy
now it's all down to
close.
Zest. 46 HP in a dream. Fault line not connecting the wall.
Oh, and
however,
then the
coming
wall.
up,
Sage
pushed
is
out of
so
position,
OP on
finds
this
the
map.
aftershock, finds the first headshot, finds the second. He needs the
Oh,
ace clutch,
no.
but the wall is absolutely denying him.
Sage is
Oh
so
man, thought
OP.
there was a slight crack on the
I feel
left
like there's a
side,
big
but
thing with when
couldn't
I'm watching
find
DFM
it.
at the moment. Their decisions,
I mean, if
right?
there was
the
a crack, I
mid-round
think he played
calls
it perfectly,
are
right? Waits for the
they're
second swing back
okay,
out,
but they're not like
just a bit of
optimal in
miscalculation
my
on
opinion.
the length of that wall.
There's so many times
That's
where I'm like
unfortunate.
looking at them
Cess
thinking
played
like,
his,
man,
played his heart out on that round.
you need to do this because they have this.
Great covering fire.
Or like you have this, or this has happened, so you should be doing this. Where it's like I don't feel like they're using the information they've got in front of them to make the right call.
Knows he would have had to have run around the wall
So
to get
far
onto that
molding.
angle fast
Bro,
enough. Heard no
Sage
footsteps,
is
so
so strong right
just
now.
go ahead and
He
stick
has to
through
back
forward. That's a
down.
heartbreaker there
As
from
soon
the
as
side of
Gecko
DFM
came
Cess in
into the
particular.
play,
Yeah, I
he
mean,
has to
listen,
accept
he's
that
still
Sage
played
is a
in every
legit
other part
agent.
building up to that
And
quite
as soon as
well.
there's two maps,
Even the
Sunset
setup
and Abyss
between
coming into
Medusa and
play,
Anthem to try to
where
get
the heavy
initial
afterplant and you can have a
retake
wall to
shut down. It's
defuse,
just they thought,
you
know,
got to
after
accept
one
that
kill,
Sage is incredibly
Medusa
good right
buys a
now.
little bit extra time with the wide swing, and the Uto goes out to try to capitalize on the snowball. Bit of a miscalculation as PRX is ready to pounce after initial contact.
Wolf 408 with the prime. Thank you so much.
But overall, see what changes DFM makes here. One thing that's, again, that has been pressing them a little bit is these deep lurks, right? This time they had the right read. They called for the backup, and they think
just
they
good on
have
Abyss.
the extra numbers, but
Teams that play
Jing from
Sage are
way
going to
back
dominate teams that
swings
don't
out
play
from top
Sage for the
mid.
first month
You can
on
never
Abyss.
count out PRX.
That's where I'm
to
at.
be able to just be there for each other. DFM this time going to be grouped up to try to fight for mid control, maybe even push all
That's
the way
what
up
I
to top mid.
believe
Whether
at
they
the
use it
moment.
or not is going to be the question afterwards.
Jing.
Whoa.
Ooh, taking some
Oh my
aggressive
God, they
space. Does get that
pre-flashed.
flash to the face. Aftershock to try to clear
Oh,
things out
that's-
as well. Give him a little bit more protect. But
That
he
is
swings
them
at an
literally
Anthem.
calling a
Gets blocked.
timeout.
Now another Seth
Whoa.
Wall. Three-peek back. The four-piece for Jing. Looking for the ace. He's got it.
Oh my God.
PRX put pedal to
Nice
the
shots.
pedal. And Jing
Dude,
absolutely annihilates
the thing
them.
that DFM have done here as well, they call a timeout.
Showstopper not
PRX go aggro,
No,
but
not
in
at
the
all. I
timeout
thought
they're literally
that was
telling
the
them,
crazy part.
they're
Is he
telling the
double
team that
blast
they're going to
fast
go
forward?
aggro. They
No
pre-flashed
showstopper.
this.
Gets
No joke, Jing
flashed.
just got an ace and they knew exactly that he
And
was
then
going to
he
be
just
here.
bounces around the walls here, isolating every single fight.
Spike down mid.
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
Unreal.
Yeah, shout out to the flash at
truly.
the end to
I
skill
mean, one
this
of
one.
the cleanest aces we've seen.
Yeah, it
It
is
may
really,
not
really
always be
clean.
the
It's not
flashes,
wrong.
but it was damn clean.
That it was. Just so swift and decisive. I mean, just PRX having the exact read off the back of the timeout, and that is one way to just shut down the hopes and dreams of DFM.
He nearly found the
Medusa
timing.
again, just trying to pull something off with a lurk. PRX wise to it.
Yeah, I mean, if they hadn't used the timeout, I would almost say this is another round where maybe you call the timeout because Medusa overextending. That's usually what happens when DFM starts to run out of answers. No, Cess, you better run.
Oh, Rocket not
Yeah,
gonna be able to
not
get
bad.
the kill.
Takes a little bit of damage.
Across, but Mind Freak now
All
gets
over
himself on the
towards
board.
B wasn't great though.
Takes out May. Paranoia gonna be avoided. Neth noted, flushed out as the aftershock comes in. Divide swinging forward, not able to find Anthem. Still continues to be relatively clean when it comes down to the share of shots. Crucially, the weapons cannot be recovered. Not while Mind Freak is here watching.
One enemy
He's just gonna get himself
Spike down.
a couple
B.
additional kills. Quiet start for
DFM
him.
must be so gutted, man. That
Now,
Divide
three-piece and maybe even a
1v2
fourth.
really made this
Seth will
like...
be able to shut him down within the round.
That was the
and not
difference from
rescue
having
it.
like a
6-2,
doable
PRX
half, a
starting to run
doable
away.
good half into
Yeah, I
bit
mean,
of a
hopefully
slaughter now.
DFM, you just write that off to, again, it not being a buy round for yourselves. See if
If we
you can
had
get an
another
early pick
eco
with Medusa.
play against, would have been
Sometimes he goes on
4-0,
these
would have got
crazy
the
lurks.
ults
He's able
fast.
to win every single one of his duels.
One enemy
We've actually seen it happen here on this map over by the B side. So now back to the buy round. I don't mind, you know, the adjustment they made after the timeout, but I would love to see them go for something similar again, because just because you got shut down on one round, you give up, suddenly your playbook gets halved straight down the middle.
May rushing forward, up in towards Market. Slow orb now at his feet. Flash to check out
They
into
picked
the
the right
side
site here,
itself, and
though,
I think it goes right
DFM.
around to the opposite side of the divide, but he's still going to be dealt with as Cess finds that kill. And with a shout as DFM try to get themselves a third round victory plan coming through from the wingman. Is he connecting
That
on the
was
main?
sick.
When comes in all the same. Now it's a 5v4 in the post plan for DFM.
Flashes to the left and then
Medusa's
everyone
timing has to
swings
be impeccable here. They're
Flash
still
through the
wary of
window.
Market. We'll see if Forsaken clears it all the
here
way.
and then swings back a sight. That's nice.
Oh, he doesn't spot Medusa. Medusa's going to take
The
this
fact that
time
Divide
to
is
go all
dead,
the way
this
around.
should be
Really try
okay
to throw
for
a curveball, but
DFM.
that means DFM cannot get sprayed out.
Especially when they have this Medusa.
Forsaken, he's watching the angle, but the timing, he pulls off a bit. Medusa.
Yeah, they still should be okay. The thing that I'm worried about is no one else has gone all the way around to market, and it's not a great plant. So
But Anthem cleaning up too.
if we give some vision block at one point, the spam should be hard.
Two players left in time, just not on their side. They have to be the full hold here as they try to drag them out from the
Yeah,
shadows.
worked out very well.
DFM will be able to stand firm. They will be able to come up with the necessary eliminations, but Cess cannot escape. Two players retain their weapons.
They
DFM
draw. I mean, yeah, they
will
just
break this
died
win
on
streak for
it.
PRX.
Yeah, and I mean,
They-
PRX,
they
once
took a
realized
bit of
they
a
didn't have enough
gamble,
time, just trying
because
to
it
make
was
sure that they
literally
keep them all stuck here on
that's how he
B-main.
played it.
You know, they'll get a little bit of further
That's Divide
pros,
getting a little
dropping
bit too
Cess's
aggro
weapon.
twice.
But
You got to think that he's
overall,
on his
I mean,
own
sure,
here as
you
well.
had to use an ultimate, you had to go for that deep lurk, but whatever it takes, you get that round win. There's still a little bit of room to work with it
Just
as
him
a method
peeking
of
on top of the
conditioning.
wall.
And we'll see.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
Medusa,
Divide
that
back to back.
late lurk,
Probably going to be chilling now.
that does help, because that means one person from
Yeah,
PRX
they gambled a
always
little
has to
bit,
be
right? They
watching
played
their back.
1-4 and they went to the 1. And DFM went fast with it as well.
Fault line just to make him
They had a
think
good call.
twice about pushing up here. As Forsaken spotting out the legs of May, but was not ready for Anthem to be able to be a little bit wider. It's a good punish and start here the round for DFM.
Yeah, Neth actually still held on to his fault line as well. You know, and once he got that first contact, it was an instant kill, so he doesn't have to send it.
It's attack
So now they
sided.
still have
It's slightly
it for
attack
the
sided.
entry into the site. That's huge.
It's really comp dependent for sure, but
DFM's ready for it. They
Angle's
know.
being watched. They want to just go ahead and make tiles completely unassailable, but hasn't stopped PRX in the past, but this time it will.
I love how they're
Phil
just
found
ready for
something as well,
all
gonna be
the
taken
pushes
down
right now.
A site resituated here from PRX, so DFM will cut their way back across the B.
And they'll just shut down the door as well. Spike taking the safe route all the way. Divide really trying to make things messy with that double kill over an elbow. But still numbers advantage. Fault line still available as well.
One enemy
Push
remaining.
in, there's the first,
Hey,
there's the
very
second.
nicely handled.
DFM
Okay.
stringing another 2 rounds together. Themselves up
What
to
do they
4.
do? Does Divide just take
rescue this happen.
hit?
Yeah, I mean, if they can make it a 6-6,
Maybe they
it'd be
can drop him
incredible.
actually.
As it looked like they were going to struggle to find, 2 rounds to string together here in the first half. But I like it. You go for the multiple, multi-man
Oh,
swing.
man.
Then you
I
still
mean, they
have
should
the
be
fault
getting
line at the
at
ready
least
to
5.
take control of elbow. And then you say, okay, hold, right? They're lower on numbers. They have to try to push out to get space. They don't have a hard sentinel, so they're going to have to push out at some point on the timing. DFM, they're still getting the good map reads. Now if they can just continue to win a couple of these fights.
Oh my god, May's getting shut down every time he has this ult.
PRX thus far, something now. Catching him off guard, is able to shut down May. Sent out the flash as well, flying. Forsaken sends the aftershock. The thrash goes forward.
Oh my, that was sick though. Breach damage behind official insta.
Something now just looking to peek in. And will be able to fight back as Forsaken also gets dropped. 2 kills, but Jing in that flank position. Peek out, they know that they can fade back in here towards elbow, and Jing is able to clean up too. Spike now drops, Medusa all on his lonesome.
Not entirely sure if he would have made it out, as Jing had to exit just to regroup with his team.
I mean, they're fully reading that he might just push up
in
towards the site.
I mean, right, if you want to go all the way to B, so be
trademark.
it, right?
Thank
It's
you so
going to
much,
be a 3v1.
Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 3 months.
Oh, the one-way
Oh, that's
refresh.
annoying for him.
Looks like with 30 seconds remaining, he will make that decision.
Left.
Or at least the decision to drift away
Yeah, it
and try
might be
to save the
doable. It's
weapon.
got a free sight.
Does have plenty of cash. Nobody on the side of PRX particularly close to any ultimates, so it looks like, yeah. We'll just go ahead, try to play this one out.
Close the door as well. You still have 1 extra trip. You've got the
10
cam.
seconds left.
You've got options. Know that they're coming in for market.
That door going to be broken down. Big setup on the trap wire. Paranoia not going to connect. Medusa is his way in towards backside.
Maybe. It's doable, position-wise, for sure.
Cam destroyed. Wingman to lead the charge to try to defuse, but that's going to be the kill here onto something. Still going for the stick. Jing, picking up the operator, will be able to take him down.
PRX. What a hold
something
here
did very
something.
good.
I mean, that initial
Something
shot
did very, very good.
on the op. He survived for so long, and he used every piece of utility that he had on that
It's funny because PRX keep kind of gambling a little bit with one person over towards site, and DFM keep going fast to that side twice in a row.
Every single flash available, uses the thrash in the middle of it all to secure an extra kill for Forsaken. I mean, a master of his craft. Back last year, I still remember when he first picked up the breach, it was fine, but it wasn't anything to write home about. But now he's still opping, he's still using the util even better than ever. And Ab's just becoming this great flex player for PRX.
Now he pivots over, gets himself situated here on B.
Oh.
So we'll miss the opening shot, but clears up the cam all the same. Has to back away. Maj going to be set to try to delay. Mind Freak over.
Whoa!
Up over the
I thought he was so dead. 30 HP.
Able to come away with that kill.
I know exactly.
Def now invested. Devi has to pull back off the angle as the flank gets ready.
They're in a really good spot. The thing that would mess this up is Devi Forsaken getting a kill.
Than May, as May is weak.
Forsaken gets one. Rolling Thunder will be online.
I want to set for that.
Satchel out.
He's still holding.
There's
for
the
as long as
wall as
possible.
well.
Spray in through. Medusa going to be
Wait,
taken down.
they blocked Wingman. He couldn't get through because of the wall.
Dealt with
That's so funny. They messed up the wall.
Forsaken goes pushing forward. He's got the Rolling Thunder online, and he's going to send it right at Anthem, who is absolutely screwed.
Dude, I was wondering what was going on. There was no gap for him. He was just stuck here.
I mean, every time, both times, Medusa and then now this time May, they go for that deep lurk into Boba. They wait until first contact happens, and that just happens to me even the moment also where
so I worry about their
swinging and
plants.
says,
They
well,
keep planting
you
down
never know. We
towards
just check
the
one more time.
bottom.
Devi's
Like they
coming
keep
out
planting
of
for market, but then have no
Locks
market.
eyes with May, and Devi wins that fight, and at that point, you've already been pushed in over
They
on
got
B
4.
main.
Oh,
It's a
man.
bit unfortunate as we
That's
do take a
devastating
look
for them.
at the live
Could've been a
winning
lot
percentage
more.
based
Again,
on
their plans
performances
let
on
him
each
down a
side
little bit, and that
in the
1v2
past.
from Devi was
DFM,
giant.
I mean, not the lowest we've seen, so there's still some shot here, but obviously the 8-4 scoreline. Ooh, wow.
Okay. Well, this took some at-home effort.
But
Yeah, what the hell?
how
That was
many
nuts.
hoops can he actually make? That's the real question.
I would very much love to see them play basketball.
Yeah. Yeah, a little 5-on-5
again,
here in Pacific.
5507 as well
that.
with the 10 months. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the tier 1.
Well, devastating way to close out the half there for DFM. One that's 6-6, one that's 7-5. Not sure if it'll appear in the replay or if we'll be.
Dude, there's so much going on with this new skin.
We don't have it. The miss on the Mosh as well from Anthem.
Yeah.
Not allowing
Dubra start flying around when you're reloading as well.
But as soon as Forsaken got that one kill that he needed.
Right there.
Yeah, how long is
That's
the
it.
skin out for? Don't I?
Thunder.
When do I need to buy? I want to
personal as
buy
well.
it. I'm pretty sure.
So we do look at both Omens sticking with that half armor. No sheriffs this time around. So understanding that
I'm pretty sure I'm
could
in
get
for
a little
it.
more chaotic.
How long did it stay in the thing for?
Now, PRX.
19 days?
They've
Oh my god, I got
favored
ages.
Both sides, just depending on their opponent, depending
2
on
weeks? Okay.
maybe what they want to set up for in the later part of the halves on the pistol here. So if it's the B side, obviously you just wall up and walk in kind of for free. But this time saying, hey, we want to just fight him over on A. If we can win, then it's an easy post plan with that Sage Wall.
I think I maybe only buy the Vandal though.
For Asarai on the guess and gain. Be praying that May goes absolutely nuclear here in this half. Has managed to find one before getting traded out, but it's going to be a 3-for-1 exchange. Very much here in the favor of PRX as Neth now will be forced away. The
Gotta get the wands. I don't like the wands, man. The wand, in my opinion, is not the one. But I think the rifle's pretty cool.
Walled off.
The Ghost? What's the little dude brought from the
Yeah,
Ghost?
not many options on this one. That Sage Wall, the barrier is just so strong on the pistol. He had to win the first fights, and he'll get one, but that's all he's going to get, as it's just too many people alive for PRX going up 9-4.
The bear?
Looking to run away with this one, looking to deliver another 13-4 map result, perhaps. And that ties things up 2-2 in those pistol rounds.
Hamster? I thought the Odin's a
Ready
hamster.
for the push up into that smoke.
Yeah, one step ahead of it.
What are we
as well.
talking about, man?
So
How is
good
how
read
is
from
Valorant
PRX.
turned
I love
into
that
this?
they initially waited to see if there's
Am I
any
saying the
evil
line?
try
I
to take
thought the
strong
Odin
controls,
was a
since
hamster.
Cypher's usually going to be on the B site. Trying to get a read on DFM's tendencies, but it was just a passive version of DFM coming out on that pistol round.
Well, it's a gamble stack on A. Once again here for the side of DFM. This time PRX. All just sat here within B main. Warp grabs here for Jing. Try to build up another showstopper if possible. Wall comes through. And Dizzy spots out nothing, so they know that it's a free plant.
Little bro
Yeah,
changed
at
the
this
game.
point, there's
Yeah, it
not
actually
too
did.
much DFM can do.
They were like, hold up, this makes
On the
us how
pistols
much
against
money?
The Sage barrier, etc. Everything here on the B site. Obviously, spam ready to come through with that plant. So they're just going to hold on the outsides. A couple of them, see if they can get some exit frags. The rest of them, see if they can go down to the spike.
There's the swing out, the shoulder spot, and the headshot from Forsaken. Divine out, up within the smoke, finds the first, tries to swing out, will get shut down. Anthem able to come away with that kill. But widely, nothing more that DFM can do other than just get corralled here at back sight. Trying to die here to the spike.
Yeah, Jing's sending it.
Yeah, he wants this all charge, and he will be rewarded with it. 2 more kills going to be collected. Neth now stunned up, chased away, but I mean, ultimately, you got to die. He's representing PRX here with the Classic. We'll be able to find that final kill. We'll just go diving into the abyss, but now 10-4. PRX, a bonus conversion.
Something with a Guardian, yeah.
Series.
Yeah, Jing now at 20-7, having a lot of comfort back on that raise. Obviously, he was playing fine in the Icebox. He did have some other members really popping off.
Jason.
Yes.
Yes?
Anything else?
Yeah.
I think I think even the editor was waiting for that. No follow-up.
Maybe just in the
A
camera
player
now.
named Freddy, so we can have Freddy versus Jason.
Oh, maybe DRX could rename someone to Freddy. The rivalry could come back here.
Freddy 9.
Freddy 9. There you go.
I feel like the only other like normal person name that we have kind of on the cusp is Jerry.
Jerry.
Over in
Big Byron.
Korean Challengers.
Yeah, Korean Challengers, yeah.
Oh, and actually with Abyss coming out, Jerry, oh boy.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's going to be going off the side of the map quite a bit.
A little
you know,
history
you know.
there, yeah, a little history there.
Cess now trying to take a very aggressive position as here comes Jing.
Oh,
Whoa, that's
nice shot.
Cess is rewarded with a second kill. Steinfreak keeping up on top of the box. She's going to have to be sat back, but man, what an opener from Cess.
Well, now they have the read on Forsaken as well, so they don't need to necessarily challenge him. They just have to make sure that he doesn't get any more space off of top mid. That smoke not going to mean too much, as you do have 2 members for DFM over on Boba. Even the wingman still clearing, still 2 watching A main. I mean, this is as solid as a default goes here for DFM. No reason to change it up. Still got the tripwires on B
PRX
as
shouldn't be able to
well.
win this. Especially when they do the new trip. Wingman goes in,
Going for that plant.
and that shock is a little bit too late, so they get the plant, and now they can go over towards B main. Oh no. Don't tell me they win this. Unless you manage to get a plant, get 3 B main, and it's a good plant.
I mean,
Wait,
DFM,
is
you're
it a
gonna
good
have
plant?
to push the
I think that's
smoke
not
at
a
some
good
point.
plant.
I mean, how many times have we seen Mind Freak in this exact position as well? Getting it done by himself. Paint Shell's going to be lobbed his way. Fault line not connecting. Forsaken looking to get the punish there on the net, but Mind Freak's the first to fall. Forsaken eventually.
I mean, there's too many areas where you can be defusing
finds
him.
one, finds a second. So that defuse is being held.
Hey,
May flushes
nicely
out
done.
2 more
First
kills.
buy round.
DFM
First buy round, but 2 people
quietly
die,
into the night.
1 armor
They
rebind.
deny that bonus conversion. They get themselves a 5th round win.
Yeah, I do like that they throw the util behind the box to route out Mind Freak. What a shot, by the way, from Cess. And then, as they're setting the fault line, even if it doesn't hit everybody, they realize, okay, well, the back of the box is cleared, and we just saw them kind of peeking out right before the smoke blooms, so we can stick the half to begin with, and then we'll go from there. Cess jumps onto the spike right away, brings them another round, and it's not going to be full buys here for PRX. They'll mix and match as best as they can.
Right
You know, 1 Guardian, 1 Sheriff, and 2 half
Sending
armors.
it.
Let's go to the top. May
Damn,
making
bro.
some very aggressive
That
space.
was nice.
Comes up with 2 quick kills. After shock, pushing him back, but no one there on the swing to really find the punch.
Is ult now
it'll
as
just
well?
be efforts to stave them off rather than actually turn things around and get the kills from PRX.
Spike is dropped. Not sure if DFM caught sight of that right before they had to exit away from all the chaos, but either way, yeah, they smoke it off.
They walling
I like
themselves
this
up.
from DFM. It's a good adjustment. Try to get ahead.
Hello.
That's
Whoa,
so
over the top.
good.
May now on board
They're
Ace.
walling
Has
themselves
the
up and they went double
flag.
aggro
Taken
mid, left
away.
the spike. That's
Flawless
incredible.
round, though, for DFM. Very much needed to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, this is huge.
They
Starts
got
to
eco
snowball
now,
a little
right?
bit economically here for
Right, they
DFM,
actually-
and it also shows that, okay, we
After
can make some
another good
confidence
start.
calls, right? We
Another good
jump
start,
in
sorry.
early, take away everybody, drop the spike over on B main, and instead of just waiting for PRX to re-challenge you, say, okay, they're going to have to re-clear, the smoke's out, and we'll just try to get them on a surprise right from behind.
And Jing,
And
dude,
May
the next big
happy
buy
with
round's
that
going to be
one.
really good for
Contrast
PRX
of
though.
May and texture when they don't get their aces is staggering. A cute little smile,
I
and
mean-
then just the writhing, screaming from texture.
Yeah, Texture just turns into the loudest player possible in VCT.
Camera contact into stun into ult. Pretty simple for that one.
Entry in from Market. Now just the cut back. It's going to be a mid take here from PRX. As door gets shut behind them.
This is weird now
All
though.
right, so now that you have B main control, DFM just saying, all right,
All
the
people
map's
walking
flipped.
mid.
That's fine. We're basically going to trap them in mid. But look at this. PRX utilizing every piece of the map as best as they can. And Anthem, he has a bit of an inkling. The Spidey senses, they're coming online.
Full cut through this defender spawn. Rotate coming around, and one-way smoke set up here. No one to play off of it, but just to try and dissuade PRX. They all get flushed right in towards Anthem. On scopes,
Oh my
though.
god.
Forsaken
He was
able
like,
to collect that kill
he was
with 2
even
shots.
ready for that and they annihilated
Weapon
him.
now can be recovered. The plant coming through. This will be a devastating round loss here for DFM. 4v4 for the retake.
Look at Jing,
See
look
if they
at
pull it off.
Forsaken if they get
They
a
have a lot
kill.
of util, but May is
Huge.
all alone. So you're going to have to make sure
Run away.
that the initial pieces give May an opening to try to break into elbow.
What a weird round.
Dizzy, the pump. Alerting them here is May. Snappy with a headshot. Does shut down Forsaken. That's the recovered weapon now gone. Mind Freak as well. Dead. HL sent flying. Jing still up on top of the box. Unscouted thus far. Something with a parting
Hey, very
headshot
nice.
there on the net.
Dude, it must be so nice
Come up
having
with
someone
one
like May in your
additional
team.
kill, but DFM with 3 players left alive.
Popping
Will be able to
everyone.
get themselves now up to 7. Only 3 rounds separating.
Relying on
Yeah,
the
it's
juice.
not that far off, and May, he's only 3 points away from the showstopper again. Used it at the beginning of this round. Gets that kill, and I love that DFM just says, all right, they already took mid, fine. All we wanted was B main, now we flipped the map. Anthem holding that angle a bit too close. Actually doesn't get the advantage that he normally wants on that viewpoint.
It's back-to-back 4Ks for May. Starting to come
Huge.
alive.
Lane impact.
Well, Asteroid's going to be happy about that one. He's trying to claw his way back up the scoreboard. As
Still a ways to go
Yeah.
before he gets to 24.
PRX, I mean, great conversion on their timeouts, and part of that is you don't have to call too many if you're the coach of PRX, and you call it right when they need it most. And Alex, he's really been, I think, finding that value. I mean, you can say what you want about the timeout win percentages. Obviously, some coaches will favor to use it on an eco just to calm things down. But once it goes over 50%, that's when you know, okay, there's something going on here. There's definitely some impact that can be felt. I think those are the extremities we're looking for. Let's see what the differences are this time. The weakness of this composition for PRX, or any variation of it, has been shown time and time again. And one of the biggest parts of it is that you don't have a hard sentinel. So
they could definitely be a
they
could be a Japanese super team if you combine them both.
Pushing, and that's why we see wraparounds like we did in that previous round.
Will we ever see it? I'm not sure.
See what the remedy is.
Depends on
Obviously,
contracts, money,
4
buyouts,
ultimates
etc.
online. It's a lot.
That it is. Thrash on the opposite side, though. Certainly stir things up.
I think he's just. I think he's incredible. I think he's such a talent.
For now, big stack of top mid here for DFM.
Slow creep out. They're expecting all the ultimates to be dumped onto A site. DFM has the read off the timeout here.
Jing messed up a little bit here. I tell you what was nice from DFM. They knew something like this was going to happen. They looked at these ults and they're like, well, let's make sure that we don't sit on the site. We're going to get overwhelmed. They have a camera for info and they just decide to push mid for the fast flank against a team that has no info sentinel. That is a giant kill.
Caught off guard. Anthem comes with the kill.
Now they can use that. Oh no, we've got official for official.
Hey,
Holy hell, we got everything going in.
Did
they want to try go for res on top of this? Was that why they used the breach short? Okay, Divide got such an important kill.
Now you know it's everybody coming in from the flank. PRX just smartly backing away.
Jing eating a bit of damage there from the paint shell. Fault line not connecting. Divide, however, still trying to hold it down. Get themselves that third. The push forward, now it's all on the hand.
What a round from Divide, man. What a round. Really good call from DFM, though. I've been criticizing their plans a little bit.
I mean,
this plan was very good. Maybe because the coach got involved
frankly,
for
if it gets you just one step away from that match point, you take it wherever you can.
Get a bit of a...
I love that they just dump everything as soon as they realize the majority is coming around on the flank, and then Divide, tasked with watching the
57, 56 now.
coming in from top mid.
Gotta say though, a cool when he has 4 ults.
Like
a timeout when he has 4
makes
ults.
things a lot easier here on the post plant.
Definitely easier than an eco.
Final shot. Kneecapping
They use literally 3 ults into it.
3 players over towards this A side.
But I tell you what I did like. I did like the fact that they only used the Razor to get over towards the site, and then everything else was reactive.
Quick to turn around, finds the kill on the
They didn't
enemy
overuse ults.
Smokes now taken away from DFM. Turn on the flash, tap.
Holy hell, this guy's just eating all the flashes.
And this is just going to be PRX working their way forward here towards this A site, not being dissuaded whatsoever.
And it's just, these are the rounds where you really feel how tough it is to just try to get a map win in the VCT, right? You just have to be pinpoint focused every round of the way. Otherwise, doesn't matter if it's 2 rounds, 3 rounds away, it suddenly starts to feel like Mount Everest that you have to climb over. As Forsaken, okay, not going to get the spray down, but does make it near impossible for Medusa.
And 1 double spray down that he doesn't hit.
I'll call it out wherever I can.
Yeah. You said, you heard him on the last one. I don't know how.
Well, Medusa, I mean, you have the creds. You want to do whatever you can, but Cess doesn't have full creds either, and it's looking pretty much impossible.
Let's see if it gets over 60%.
Left online would be nice here, but
I don't think coaches should be having that higher win rate.
Fortunately, there's no friendly fire in this game.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
That should be the April Fools. They should just toggle that on without telling anyone.
One of these years. One of these years it's going to happen.
Just jealous.
A really good way to just mess with everyone.
Might get a lot of people banned from the chat. Everyone getting their first chat suspensions on that day.
Well, what they should, you toggle it on and you just disable chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go.
No voice comms, no text chat, everything turned off. But there you go.
Yeah, let's see
Last
what's
effort as PRX have gotten themselves up to 12. DFM will call their final timeout to try to get the rally back.
I mean, you do whatever you can here for DFM. Obviously, they've been knocked out of playoffs, but hey, listen, who would have
ever survive coaching PRX? I mean, it would age me pretty fast.
Be still talking about the positives that DFM is showing in a matchup against PRX. Obviously,
but I know they like to do a lot of stuff. They will do a lot of work outside of the game as well. So I think they're good to work with.
Maybe 2 a
just
third
the
map.
overpeaking would age
Show
you,
a
man.
little bit more of what you have. to the fans, not just here, not just in Japan,
Yeah,
but
I
around the
can't
world, as
afford
they have
that,
been
dude.
gaining a lot of momentum on
I've
that
already
front.
had my moment of that.
Well, it all comes down to this. 5 consecutive is what is necessary to take us into overtime. Can they make it happen? We've seen some
Right,
very
five
miraculous
chances,
runbacks, or at least the attempts at them.
and
here in
they
the
got
past.
an Omen all on defense. That's it. One away from Razor though, so
pull it
we
off.
would probably
3 away
expect
from
them to go
rolling
aggro
thunder,
over
the
towards
neural
A and
depth.
pick up this
The
all.
showstopper, just 1 charge away.
Forward.
Just the res on the opposite side.
Oh, and just first piece of util here from Divide to try to sort things out over on main. That's going to buy them the time they need to take control of mid. I like this from PRX. It's a good adjustment on not having that true sentinel.
Clear out on the boom bot. May swinging out, but shut down Divide. Able to readjust
No
to find
way.
that kill.
Divide
Trade
kind of
into
stalled
Cess.
them here
Away
as
with
well.
1.
Even though he goes
Maybe
down,
DFM backing off
like
top
these
mid.
two wanted to get a lot more. They wanted to
So
fully
now,
send
though,
it.
in a risky position. Unscouted
Oh.
one. Managing
Oh,
to
that
find the
was
double headshot.
nice,
Picks up
bro.
Jing, takes out
Oh
something
my
in
god, that
Cess.
was really
Finds
nice.
Forsaken.
Down B.
Timeout working in trade as it's now all down to Mayan Freak in a 1v3. Spike stranded in market, and on that TP, Jiggle Peak says, should have seen him.
Yeah, and now you see them. They're all focused on this entry into the market. Gonna start to back out so that they can make sure that they trade for each other. Otherwise, they would have given over the 1v1s.
Finds the first, finds the second.
Oh,
Spike now
not like
picked
this.
up, door shut, the TP across the map.
Ooh. Anthem's
Anthem
hit
wise to it.
pretty early.
It's the rotate. Plant now coming through. 8 HP, 8 kills. Mind Freak. Can he clutch it to end it right here?
Okay, is he gonna round the world? Just insta.
Wingman
Playing
there.
against a
available.
wingman.
Forward the defuse for Anthem, but for now, just staying silent, waiting for the smoke to dissipate.
Wingman should win Anthem.
Nothing
This.
spotted.
Just tuck in, wait for him to shoot Wingman.
Man sent out. Mind
Your
Freak
bait.
still wrapping around the side, but he's gonna have to pick up the pace here as the defuse gets ready to come through. Swings in, interrupts it. It's
I
held
think
to
he has
half.
to smoke himself off.
Smosh.
Amash sent. He tries to find the shot, but Anthem will bail them out.
Yeah, and I see them.
Wow. I mean, just too much util.
Yeah,
but
he played it
hey,
well.
Credit to Myfreak for trying to swing out. All you need
I mean,
to
the
do is
fact that he
land
got
that
it to
headshot before
1v1
the
was
ticks come
impressive
through on the
on
mosh.
its own as well.
So he identifies the winning condition. But just a little tough to execute on that one.
All starts here. I mean, fantastic hold from Medusa. It's looking like they're gonna have the rights. I mean, Boombot, sure, that misses, but there's a wingman. There's a Dizzy coming his way. He's able to isolate,
All the stats, yeah, the coach are boosting all
pick
the
them off,
stats.
to keep them in the round, to keep
4
them in this
chances, well, it's
series.
big 4.
4 more to go.
This time they have
Work through
the
this
Razor
one.
now as well.
Economy of PRX is gonna
Also,
be
that was a
broken
sick
down
round
quite
from
a bit.
Medusa.
Oh, this is a bit of a hard
give him
read
some
from
props there.
DFM onto the B pressure. They've left top mid empty. With the trap wire, you close the door as well, so no need to really pay too much attention over onto mid unless there's some sneaky shrouded step coming over that trap.
Jing got what he wanted, though. Cess spotting out multiple players here at A. Decides to just back away. See over the top, quickly dealt with. Paranoia as well sent. He'll swing out, and oh, I mean, something. He does get punished.
Down A.
I
Will be
can't stop
quickly
one
traded out.
swinging.
A 1-for-1. No further damage found on either side.
Yeah, there's no need to commit to the over-rotate here
They
from
just res
DFM.
him? Yeah.
Yeah, so do you like that they slow things down, right? The res comes out, what can you do about it? You weren't there for the
Okay,
showstopper.
and they're just doing that thing again where they
Oh, just
accept that
trying
they're
to
going to
cut
lose
in,
sight, but they
they've done this so
three-person
many
push
times.
mids, trying to,
I gotta
again,
wonder, PRX might have a read on it once
take
they get onto the
advantage of
site.
the no info sentinel.
Starting to work their way across. Double push up through tiles.
The Vi using a wall here and then watching behind is going to be unreal.
Not
Yeah.
broken down.
30 seconds
Showstopper
left.
available here from May. Aftershock interrupts the plant. Not going to be picked up, but that gets Forsaken, actually a Rolling Thunder.
Spike
Something going to be
planted.
taken down. He and May just killing each other off. Anthem now on the push, spotting on the shoulder divide, finds him, cannot readjust for
Forsaken,
Mind Freak.
Forsaken waiting
And
for them to
Forsaken
break the wall. As soon as
will
they broke the
deliver
wall,
the
just
third
insta
final
ulted on them
blow.
and sent it.
13 to 8.
Okay, I mean,
PRX
honestly,
deal with
DFM did a lot better on
DFM
this
2-0
map.
style.
Listen,
talk.
yeah, I mean,
PRX.
DFM, I think they continue to show some of the improvements that they've made throughout this year against the likes of PRX, but, you know, PRX just gets too strong coming into Stage 2, and on top of that, what do you do when you're just not able to win enough gunfights consistently?
Yeah,
So that's something that
that
they'll
is
have to
very
figure
true.
out, you know, the timing
You're just
between
losing a lot
utility
of
and
the
gunfights
gunfights.
here for DFM.
I think they held their own pretty
I'd
well.
say a solid run back. Obviously, that Icebox, their map pick, not going their way at all, 13-4, but to be able to go into this Sunset, a map that, you know, they had a 50% win rate on, but one that PRX had looked absolutely astounding on, and even pushed them to, you know, be able to pick up 8 rounds to themselves. I think it was a good rally back from DFM, from May in particular, who also had some really explosive rounds, but PRX is PRX. They have been looking renewed, reinvigorated after Master Shanghai here in Stage 2, and that does not stop here in this series.
Yeah, and they should be fairly comfortable to try to get at least top 2. I don't believe it's guaranteed yet, but just given the remaining matchups from everybody, obviously this next match going to have a lot of implications there as well. So PRX, they'll still be comfy with the 7 wins now on the board at the top.
The single elim in playoffs.
Yep, they will. Looking to once again get themselves over into international competition, and they are on the right path to do so. But let's go ahead and pass things back over to the analyst just to break down the action from our first series of the day.
Still the team to beat, still the team on top. It's no surprise indeed, because like as Achilles mentioned, PRX is still PRX at the end of the day, even with a much better showing from DFM on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing a lot better like ideas from DFM. They work the map better on Sunset. They're really aware of what space is open and what's not. Sometimes how they can
Next
punish
game could be a banger. Yeah, it actually should be.
With some of their post plans and things like that. But overall, it's I really think that the
can't even remember who I went for my pick'ems here.
Diff in a lot of ways. Like you just have to deal with, you know, yeah, you've got May. He has those rounds. He's explosive. He's gonna get those 4Ks.
It's a pretty close game.
Players on PRX who can do that too.
Yeah,
and you have Jing.
Look at just how
I picked DRX, right? Maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that sounds like something I would do.
Again, we come back to what we've been talking about during an Icebox, where it just feels like the ability to cascade utilities is so much better for
Unless I started listening to Sideshow
stuff like this.
and all the hate got to me.
The follow-up with the punish on the aftershock, everybody from DFN panics, and they start to run away. And then PRX, of course,
no, Ramu,
I
just need to set up the stream properly.
They haven't really gotten too many of those plays. Sure, there are from time to time, as we can see here, but it hasn't been as clear-cut as the PRX's one has been.
Not to mention, there's all of the contingencies that PRX have, right? You know, you have this scenario, they have the play for this, and if that doesn't work out, Davai has something up his sleeve, Mindfreak has something up his sleeve, which is something that you don't see from a team like DFM just yet.
Okay, chat.
Mentioned it time
I'm
and
gonna
time
be right
again
back.
that their utility usage just isn't up to par against a team like PRX.
Yeah, and to make matters worse, like, even on the rounds where your utility's good and you do a lot of good things, you got to go up against one of these final bosses on PRX that's going to
pick
have
your poison, right?
Right, and they're going to have a crazy clutch, like Davai's clutch, you know, in B main, things like that. And some of these comps, like, are really punishing, where even if you have an early advantage where you get the early pick, well, PRX has a res sometimes, and they can change that on you, or they can get that extra man advantage to really put the dagger in around, things like that, that make it really, really difficult, where you have to be so clean against PRX. And look, very few can do it. They're 7-1 right now. Like, I'm not really trying to dog on DFM. Like, everybody's struggling against PRX.
No, it's a tall order, no matter what we say, right? And of course, you know, you have players on the side of DFM like May who can actually deliver, but the thing is, he only reached level 10 in that round, which is going back to our guess and gain game over there. As you can see, level 10 was picked by myself and Paperthin. Well, Asarai saying that he was going to reach level 50. Viewers actually going all the way up to level 1,000.
The viewers are way off.
With May and like the up
lost
close
the sauce.
right there. So we're gonna head on over here.
Okay.
To our board.
Okay.
Here we go. Just
was 5 kills away.
I want you to watch this. I want you to watch this. Shh, quiet.
I'll take it. I'll take it. May was 19 kills. It was 5 kills away.
I'm not gonna lie, I could care less about my own rank,
over here.
but I really enjoy watching the rest of you just lose your minds when you go down.
I put myself in iron. I wanted to walk on over to Vic and Quack over here on wood ramp, which actually looks like, look at this. This actually looks great. Yeah. I mean, if you're trying to deter me from going over to wood rank, this is the wrong way to do it. You've got, like, you know, nice rocks and landscaping and grass over here. They're having a great time.
Well, they are touching grass now.
Yeah. Look at that. It's like a spot. It's
beautiful over there. That's why they're not here today.
Yeah. Like, why would you want to leave? That sends the wrong message to me. But going back to our match, right? I mean, PRX, looking like they're in top form. And not to mention, it's a very, like you mentioned, a very calm PRX, something that's a bit different. Something that I do like to see, especially since it offers them a new level. You know, you're battling the PRX at this level, and if you push it just a bit, you'll get the PRX from just a few seasons back.
Right, and I mean, this is like those of you down in Woodrake. He just hit a Zen state, you know. It's just there's nowhere else to go. But no. There's a lot of pressure on PRX, but I think they're trying a new way to deal with it. Is the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah.
You know, it's calmness from the whole team, from the coach on down, and even kind of the jokes to me, kind of like the way they're kind of poking fun at their own sort of inability to win Masters and things like that. One thing I did think about, Devi is saying, "Oh, we couldn't win Masters." He didn't say anything about champions.
Exactly.
He didn't say anything about champions.
Exactly. I mean, you know, if you have to lose some battles, but you have your eyes on the prize at the end of the road, well, who knows, right, Azariah?
Yeah, they came very close last year. So, I mean, one more step, right? And it's already champions for us. But I was just looking at the stats real quick, and comparing it to the Icebox map, the first skills was actually pretty neck and neck on this Suns map. I think it was 11-10, 10-10. But in any case, it just goes to show how much I think, again, DFM is better on those maps when they can go for those compression style of plays, where, again, they can funnel their PRX, if they can, to a position where they can at least fight them the most, rather than that spread style that we saw in Icebox. So DFM, even though it was 13-8, it felt a lot more closer, unless we had those rounds where, you know, Jing just goes off kilter and just basically kills everybody. But yeah, it felt like it was a lot closer than the Icebox map.
Yeah, the movement king of Pacific, basically, right?
Yeah.
Jing. And also because, like, you know, of course you had to have Mei, right, who has a lot of potential here. I mean, you mentioned that you kept singling him out even years back, right, for being this crack player. I am very excited to see where he goes from here. I'm definitely excited to see him.
Sky's the limit. I mean, he should, in theory, only get better. You would hope, and I mean that's a really good news for fans of DFM, fans from Japan, who are looking to see another team kind of recreate that magic that Zeta had years ago.
Definitely, but for now we're gonna send it down over to the stage with Bella, who is standing by with our post-game interview with none other than Jing.
Hey guys, welcome back to the post-match interviews, and next to me we have PRX's Jing. Hello Jing.
Hello.
Oh, GG. You got your first 2024 ace, and today's match wrapped up quickly, so how are you feeling?
I mean, definitely feels good. I didn't even know it was my first ace, but yeah, I mean, it was a really fun game, so yeah, feels really good today.
And always time passes when you're having fun, I guess.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of the teams have, found it challenging going up against DFM's Mei, and thankfully, Mei has been pretty quiet today. So how was it going up against him?
I mean, we usually when we play, we don't really focus on like anyone in the enemy team. We just focus on our own game. So that's what we did today, and we managed to shut him down.
All right. And you know, from the playoffs, Abyss will be joining us, and I want to know, how are your thoughts on Abyss? Speak
I
freely.
think Abyss is a really exciting map because there's a new mechanic where you can like fall off the map or fly around the map. So hopefully we get to show you guys some like really cool plays, and hope you guys enjoy us playing Abyss.
Will you be falling off the bridge?
I hope not.
Hopefully not, right? And you know, you're going up against RRQ for your next match, and Monyet is there. So any words to Monyet?
I mean, no specific words directly on Monyet, but I guess towards the whole RRQ, they have been playing really well, so hopefully it'll be a really fun game.
All right, that is good. And you know, you're only 22 kills away from your 1,000 kills. So knowing that, with that in mind, do you think you can accomplish that, finish that 10,000 kill up for your next match?
I mean, hopefully I do. I mean, 22 kills. I mean, hopefully I can for next matches.
You will be able to. I mean,
I hope
it's
so.
Jing, right? All right, good game today, Jing. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
And that was PRX's Jing with the post-match interview. We'll be back with DRX versus Talon.
just want you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go.
Tara, tara. Let's go, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait a minute, Buzz, is that you?
Oh, Cruz, I didn't know you're into K-pop.
Yeah, I really like the Seraphim.
Do you want to make the own card, Cruz?
What do you mean?
Follow me.
Let's go.
Go looking at the sky, I wanna fall in with you, babe, out of mind. 날 맞춰가자 하나 둘씩 매. Baby, you're the star, can you come in with? 어딜 가든 데리고 갈게. You just have all of my wings.
Faster. Go. Faster, harder, higher.
The battle for second is now underway. DRX versus Talon Esports. Let's send it to Bella to find out how our teams are doing.
Final DRX Talon photo count.
Oh, look at that. This isn't just a battle for second place, right? This is also the battle, like to call it the Battle of Bubblegum Sky, which is their recent collaboration. As you can see, they have photo cards available. You can see that this is a very amicable match.
Oh yeah, well look, first of all, two things. One, this is why Pacific's the best region.
Oh yeah.
These collabs,
come on.
they're amazing.
This merch,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And America's EMEA, nah.
Yeah.
Us.
We never needed a trophy to prove it.
Yeah, now we just have it.
We just
now
happen
it's
to have it,
confirmed.
right?
Yeah.
Now we just have it, and it's all the more better.
Exactly. And the other thing is like Cruz and Buzz, like in that video, like I'm sold. That's all I need.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
swooning over
I mean,
here.
how can you not, right? It's like, oh, Buzz, is that you? Oh, Cruz, I didn't know you were into K-pop. Please, banger lines.
Gotta catch them all. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Buzz, attack.
You don't have to explain it.
Yeah,
It's
I
okay.
know.
It's okay. Anyway, going back into our match over here before Azurai derails us all. This is, yes, very, very friendly between both of these teams. They do have that collaboration together, but I would say that there are some very serious undertones here, especially coming from DRX and their previous match, right? I was actually stunned to hear Termi actually say during their press conference that it's a surprising quote, right? But he felt like he was watching a tier 2 team, and he's saying that about DRX. That's a very painful statement to make.
No doubt, and I think, you know, they had a hot start against Zeta, right? You know, you have that 13-0 onto Icebox, and it seems like everything's roses. You're feeling great. Buzz is playing out of his mind, all those things, you know, even though you've got some player swaps, it's like the new players look like they're playing pretty well. Clove is going good, but then they kind of change up and they start going back towards kind of the old school style, and it feels like the fundamentals aren't quite there yet in that regard. So the real question for me with DRX right now is, what does Termi really want? Does he, you know, want to try to get them to champions? And what does that require? So certainly you want to do that, but how is he going to do that? Are you going to stick with kind of the old standards and try to get their fundamentals in place, or are you just going to go with some of the cooking comps and you know, the things that got, you know, I said Termi got a Michelin star for the Icebox comp, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to go back towards that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite difficult. You know, even though we are looking at our key players here between Buzz and Governor that have been, you know, still stable even through all of the changes that both of the teams have. We have seen Governor that has got, you know, some of those graphics where we've seen him as the #1 Neon right now in Pacific. Buzz still doing Buzz things. But going back to what you were mentioning, Paper Thin, it just feels like,
pretty
and we were
brutal
talking about
head-to-head.
this in the previous panels
I
where
missed everything.
DRX is not the
Did I
same
miss?
DRX anymore. We don't really have the same roster from like last year, 2 years ago, and now we have a lot of young guns. Flashback has his return. We have Bane right now, and the most successful time that we've seen this DRX roster perform
Prodigy.
was when they
2
played a more
years.
aggressive style that was
Holy,
very different from
thank you so much,
the
man.
era where Stax
Thank you
was
for
with
everything.
this DRX roster. They might have to move away from, you know, having that old style and bringing in a new style with fundamentals.
And you
Appreciate
mentioned the
everything, man.
elephant in
Thanks
the
so
room, or
much.
the elephant that left the room that DRX was in, right?
Yeah.
Mako is now IGL.
Committed to the
Stax
cause.
has moved on
Absolutely.
and went over to T1. Mako is now IGL, and he has been very vocal about how this is a very challenging role for him. He's never picked this up, so he is a rookie IGL, and this is all very new for him. And as we go into our map,
Do you think Paper
it's
X
going to be
win
a
champs
lot on his shoulders
if they're
right now,
now
especially when you're
disciplined?
dealing with Talon, somebody like Cruz, who is so
Apple still
experienced with this.
worries me a bit.
It is very difficult, and I think, you know,
Apple
Mako's
does still
always
worry
been,
me a bit,
you know,
but I
kind
think
of
they
our
have a good
nickname for him,
chance.
the gentle giant, right? Like he's a really soft-spoken guy,
A kit.
and now he's having to step
How we
into a
doing,
different
Kit?
role. He's having to go outside of his comfort zone to try to get DRX some big wins that they're going to need here if they can maintain a higher position in the playoff
okay.
standings. Obviously,
Well,
that second place
hopefully
spot
you can
very
share that 1
coveted,
point,
so
Kit.
We'll see exactly what this
I appreciate
shakes
the
out to be.
13
I'm
months
curious
as well,
about
man.
DRX,
Thank you
they've
so much
been
for the
targeting
prime.
bans. They haven't been going for like a permanent ban so far this stage. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just knock Lotus out here. That's what I'm thinking, because I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, I don't want to deal with Governor's Neon.
Yeah, and same could be said for Talon here, if ever. Yep, there it is, the split. We've seen two versions of that from DRX from the last 2 weeks, wherein Flashback either plays the Clove or the most recent one where he played as the Omen, and both were very, very
Wait,
concerning.
did he not
So,
expect this,
I
huh?
guess Talon just does not want to deal with that. We are going to be going on Ascent, so I'm very curious about how this is going to go. Are we going to maybe see the El Clasico comp again, or is there going to be some adjustments from either side? We know we have known that Talon
Haven.
does like to go for those, you know, out of nowhere comps, and I'm very excited to see that. And Haven, there's another possibility at this, and this is the map where, Haven specifically, where DRX was able to beat that PRX that did bring out the ISO and the Yoru.
Yeah. 1,000,000,000% we're playing Neon on Haven. Like Talon is, like 1,000,000,000%, I feel like. Ascent, I'm curious about. We haven't seen DRX play at this stage, so I assume it's just the stock standard comp. We're going to end up on Icebox.
And Haven
curious
Icebox?
about what DRX wants to do there.
Is that a declaration?
Yeah.
We're going to end up in Icebox.
Yeah.
So it's a map 3.
Yeah, I think we are. I think actually 100%.
Yeah. Okay, cool. We're going to note that later. Not saying it's in relation to our guest in game, but maybe it is. Who knows? But right now, heading into Ascent first, right? I think that, you know, especially for Frost, he did mention as well that this is the match of the season for him particularly because Talon wants revenge for kickoff, where DRX won against them 2-0, and as a coach, he mentioned that this is
DRX
his
didn't ban
match,
Haven
the
fast
culmination
again.
of the season for him, especially since Talon, this
Yeah,
is
I mean, they need
big
to,
step for them.
they
They
need
are
to get
so
their
close
map
to
all
getting
good.
back to getting
They
the
said they
roster
wanted
back
to play all
onto the
7
international
maps,
stage.
right? In another
Yeah,
interview,
I mean, this feels like the hurdle for Talon.
I think one of the things that they said moving from Shanghai that really wrecked them when they were looking at Genji was 7-map pool.
Other than Genji and maybe PRX, right? Like, you're on the warpath. You're definitely really
maybe they're trying to
get there. So I'm just really curious about what they're going to come out with here today. I mean, Frost did post a clip from
banning
Peaky
a 7
Blinders.
fast.
I can't quote
Yeah,
it
we'll
because
see.
it's
Let's see if they are playing it at one point.
But he has a lot of confidence, and you know, you can see his attitude coming through. You know, you got to check out his Twitter post. It is a very Frost thing.
Yeah. Additionally, again, they only have 2 more series to kind of end stage 2. This one, and then
like Kaplan is a good coach, yeah,
so
for
they
sure.
want to go,
Both
you know, with a bang
teams,
before we
both
get
Ghost
into
and this,
the
he
playoffs.
looks
This is
good.
the perfect
Both
time right now for Talon
Ghost
to
and
kind of
Sentinels.
just, I guess, get the non-scrim
Did so much
matches
Zen,
to
help
be done.
10 switch
You know,
roles,
ones that have
Sassy
bearing,
back
ones
into
that can
form. Yeah,
see what
and a
can
lot of
work
the
against
strategy is good.
teams that are starting to get a lot more hyper-aggressive because this is the style that we're looking at specifically for DRX. In any case, Ascent, looking forward to it. We'll just have to see what comp that they bring, but I'm just looking at this, might be still the same, and it's just the way they approach it that's going to be slightly more different.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting any big, you know, shakeups at the moment. Especially
Ascent
not,
Haven.
especially not
At least we
on
get
the side of DRX,
at least we
I
get a
feel.
bit of
I
a
don't
mix-up
think
at the
they're ready for
moment
that quite yet,
on
especially with Mako in his new role. I
Haven,
mean,
to
the
be
team
fair.
that just go through one of the
I've been
biggest
enjoying the Neon at the
shakeups
moment on
in
Haven.
their team's history ever, right? Which is like, you know, stacks of course
Watching
departing, and now the
NRG
core of
G2
DRX
for
is,
sure.
like, much younger,
It should be a
much more
banger game.
inexperienced.
Wait,
in
America's
relation
is
to
stacked
this match.
today,
It's
right?
back to basically
Is the second game
2021 in
is
some ways. So they're the youngest team that went to champions back then, and now you're back to that
D9
kind of
chat.
same
Who's C9
position.
playing?
So can they have a similar level of success? Can Termy get them ready in time?
This Sentinel
Because,
C9.
you know, in
Sentinel
2021
C9,
they had the
yeah,
whole
that's
year
it.
to kind of work through it. Now you're, you know, with like one stage, a couple weeks.
Back
That's all you
games.
got to do. So
It's almost back to zero in a way.
it's tough.
Yeah, especially with this roster. But and that is why I feel like, you know, a lot of our predictions are kind of, you know, leaning towards Talon potentially. And as we bring it up, we do have Quack and we do have Valdez still sticking, you know, with DRX, which I don't blame them. These are still, you know, DRX is still
Yeah,
a
Yeltsin,
team that,
I didn't get
you
to
know, we
fully
once called
read
the
it,
uncrowned
but
kings
I
of
saw the
Pacific,
Discord
and I still
message.
do think that they have a lot of players that can prove that. And
I
that
didn't
can
even realize
bolster
that was much
title.
of a thing.
Absolutely. I mean, I wavered on this pick.
Yeah,
I really
same.
think if DRX had, like, if the younger players really pop off, you know, play to their potential, play to their mechanical ability, they can shut
Wow,
Talon
that's a
down,
lot
no
of-
doubt
that's
about
a
it.
lot
I mean,
of
Talon
Talon.
has shown that they can be a little bit up and down at times.
Yeah.
So it's just really going to come down to form today. How quickly has Termy been able to kind of right some of the wrongs that we saw the last time they played?
Yeah, I will say though, at least when you kind of go for comparisons, younger player versus younger player, it seems like Talon has been playing with that a lot longer than DRX has been. So in terms of just like what they're used to, it feels like Talon does have that advantage in a way, right? Ban and Governor, and as I was mentioning a while ago, that there has been a lot more teams that have been leaning towards the double duelist. Sure, Talon hasn't been using it as often, but they do have that capability. Wherein for DRX, we haven't really
yeah,
seen
so I went for
that
DRX.
again.
But they could.
They could.
Dude, my
because Bane
Pacific, my
and Buzz
Pacific
is there.
pick'ems
Foxy
isn't too bad right now.
That's right. I mean, like, you know, they could shake things up. I don't think it's very characteristic of DRX, but I mean, at
I
this
got
point,
wrecked a little
they
bit last week.
potentially could. I do know that Bane, you know, he has his eyes on Governor. He does know that Governor brings a lot of the
Look, I'm
aggression
a
forward
little-
for Talon Esports, so he knows that, you know, it's on,
Last
it's
week
on
was
him,
weird,
it's on the
yeah.
whole team to be able to shut him down. Once they do that, they have that
Got,
lane, they have that
I mean,
window.
I wasn't expecting.
Absolutely. I mean, I think if you were
DRX.
watching the T1 game the other day, I think there's some things to take away from that on how to deal with the Neon. If we get to
Kinda-
it on Haven,
kinda
with
wasn't
some bait and switches
expecting
and things like that, where you
T1
kind of
to be
let the
secret.
Neon come in a little bit and make them think they're safe, and then that's when you strike and find your moment to kind of wait for that util that's maybe backing up the Neon, and then find your moment to kind of counterpunch. So things like that could happen. Termi definitely very well aware of this, a very strong coach, but it's a difficult situation for DRX no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, I think that as well for like, for Frost, when he mentioned that, this was a culmination of the season for him and Talon, I think it's because like, they're
To be fair, a lot of this is just overdogs winning
how
though.
far up they're able to climb. And it just feels like
I feel like I've gone for the overdogs
kind of
pretty much every time.
The moment they show any kind of exhaustion, they could potentially fall. So at this point, all they need to do is just not let go of their position.
Yeah, true. And I feel like they can do that. They can make that happen. And I feel like one of the biggest reasons for that is they're just back on the 5-man roster. One of the things that I felt like, again, Frost has mentioned in the past that he was very confident on a 6-man, but looking at the match results, they've been like experimenting so much. And again, adding that one extra player does add, a variable of just kind of randomness, I guess. But now that they're on the 5-man, they already have their set roles. It looks a lot more sturdier here for Talon.
Yeah, I think that like perhaps this season, perhaps this year isn't too friendly towards 6-man rosters.
Game delayed,
you don't exactly
maybe a
have
little
enough
bit.
time to be able to shuffle.
It does feel like they're delaying a little bit.
Another time it might work, and I'm actually a big fan of being able to rotate things out. But for this stability for Talon, I think it's really working for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've seen that a 6-man can help, can work, but it needs to almost be like somebody's ill or somebody needs to take a break or something like that, and that's when you bring them in. Like there's a determined 5-man at this moment
It's not exactly
in time.
a strategy in itself. It's
Exactly.
more of like a contingency plan.
Right, like Hero on Fnatic right now is playing very well for them.
Exactly.
Like things like that.
Like you don't want to change a player when you're like 2 maps in. Oh, this 3rd map's, we're better, but yeah, we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see how it goes as we step into our second series of the day, DRX versus Talon. Let's send it over to the stage.
DRX out of playoffs? No, bro, they can still come first. they're secured playoffs right now, and it's about if they can. Pretty much this game should determine roughly, unless we see anything crazy next week, who's second, who gets to skip single elim.
Second series of the day, DRX versus Talon. It's the battle of Bubblegum Sky right now, and do check out their wonderful photo cards over there. Promoting, I'll help you guys promote in just a little bit. But this match is also one that could give the once undefeated DRX that morale boost that they need. Or for Talon,
Do you prefer the coaches and more cozy setup, or do I prefer the real desk like America's? I'm not even that bothered, man.
I mean, I
don't really care like
really
where they're sitting, what they're talking about. I prefer the topics that they talk about in Pacific to the topics they talk about in Americas. Like Americas is more for like the TikToks 10-year-old audience, whereas like Pacific is a little bit more game-based.
Challenging for that champion spot.
I prefer the game-based stuff, obviously, because I like the game-based stuff.
That 3rd or 4th team, or potentially, who knows, maybe even higher than that can go and represent.
I get that the audience
is
becoming
absolutely, and it's scary for again DRX because they haven't gone through the 2 Masters this entire year, and sure they're in the playoffs, but it's going to be unclear if they can get that next seat at Champions. And the thing is, this is the uncharted waters for
EMEA, yeah,
EMEA
EMEA is a good mix of the two.
A little bit of this, but
EMEA is starting
really
to lean a little bit more
clear into
TikTok-y.
focus right now. But Talon, on the flip side, has been that team that has figured out what they need to do, what they are, what their roles will be, and it looks so much better compared from the previous parts of this year. And now look at this; they're absolutely hyped to get into this match. It's the battle of the red versus the blue.
It's funny because you kind of see like Talon Esports really working the way up there, and DRX as well. So let's jump into Ascent as we toss it on over to our casters, Achilles and William.
What do I mean TikTok-y?
Thank you very much. Yes, we had our hors d'oeuvre with our opening series of PRX versus DFM. Now it's time for the main course.
I need to try not flame too much.
Be a bit closer.
Little
2 teams. We're seeing half the teams
crap
that have already
games for
qualified into the playoffs here
people
today,
who
and
need
these 2 will
dopamine
be
hits.
squaring off. And obviously, every single match still important. It's all about that seeding spot, and this could be very big in determining who is higher up.
Yeah, I mean, if Talon can get the win today, they are in a pretty good spot to at least try to contend in a tiebreaker situation for those top 2 seeds. Try to get that bye, try to make sure they're into the double elimination, because that's where they got stopped in stage 1.
And here,
wait, what? They played
this? Okay, so lots of changes on both sides. Obviously, much bigger changes on Talon.
On Ascent?
No killjoy here for DRX.
Yeah, I mean,
wait, is this not one of the most mental Ascent
this is something
comps
that a lot of
ever?
us were wondering. Is that eventually where you have to go to just make sure that you have a bit more versatility?
We get a normal,
but Talon,
we get a normal comp.
I mean, they are currently setting up to just
then we have a
create
KO,
so many 50-50 situations that they are advantageous in here.
double
with
flash,
the Phoenix, with the Sage, and the
Sova,
Sage. To
Sage,
see what kind of tempo they bring out
Clove.
with this one, because to me, they're shouting.
So we got no distance close, so
we know DRX is great at
double
that,
Odin on DRX should be happening. One on short, one on
every time that we're going through a choke point, so
one
that
on
you
B.
do not win those duels.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen
this comp should probably get 2 rounds on attack.
Yes, sometimes it gets burnt a little bit.
I'll be honest.
Sometimes it has been a delicious dish. Which one do we get here? We are about to find out whether it's going to be going into
but let's see if
itself a Michelin
let's see if DRX play it
Sage,
right.
Phoenix, the Clove, all in play here for the side of Talon.
If they don't double Odin, it can get like
rise to the
way more
occasion.
rounds.
Get themselves a win, reinstill some of that faith here in their fans, because it has been a rough road.
Oh,
these
it
last
starts
couple
on
series.
attack.
Yeah,
Oh boy,
I mean,
let's
this
see if
would
they get a
be
pistol.
a
Dude, if they don't get a
for
pistol and
DRX if they're
DRX
able
can
to
get double
a
Odin out,
lead
it's so
scoreline
done.
Just to say, hey, we're just working through it, but obviously, you know, the baseline is still very high for us, and no better map to show that than on Ascent, right? Everyone has
We got a
experience
lot
on
of
it. The calling can get still a little tricky,
we
but
got a
there's
lot of
gonna be
alt reses.
a bit of a
They
clear
literally just
flow
went
chart,
for the
so to
comp
speak,
of
that you work off of the util.
res.
Now
It's
gonna
the
be a
res
split setup
comp.
from
That's it.
the Cypher over on DRX.
The immortal comp. Yeah,
early control
is
of
actually
B
a
main
mortal
from
comp.
Buzz.
0 points exchange. Not much noted on either side. So here comes the push up, Cat.
Oxy anti-flash with a frenzy. Oh, hold
Does
up.
get taken down, Surf. Still going to be relatively healthy there.
Might be okay.
Does get tagged up even more. Heal's going
Needs
to be
to
used
push
on
over
him.
towards middle. We've got B main control. They can hear all of this over towards middle.
Start working their way over
10
towards Market Bane.
seconds
Hearing
for
all
his
this rotating.
recon. It's not
Wall
going to be here
gets
in
used,
time.
pop flash out.
Means this guy
Buzz lingering
B
back with
main.
B main, and Bane quickly
do everything.
Buzz now though, making his presence known, able to find the first one. Looks for the re-challenge, but he's running out
What
of
is this
bullets,
duel?
running out of time.
Everyone's crouch
Cruz
jiggling.
will be able to come up with a kill. Now a 2v4. Consent swing out in front of that one, and Cruz able to collect damn near both.
Okay, they're going to get their 2 rounds at the beginning. That's sick.
The final.
Stop.
Great peek out from Market from Cruz, just sidestepping every single shot, one more step at a time, and throws Buzz off entirely. You know, they might have had a little romantic moment in their collaboration trailer, but not at all here on the server as Cruz just shuts him down. And it's a good call. I mean, you go, you pressure Tree. Now you're not able to capitalize on the curveball coming out from the Phoenix. So then you just say, okay, we pushed him back. Oh, you feel the energy as well. You clear out mid. There's no util there, and then you just say, okay, put the wall up. It might be a crossfire, but it's pistols. We can go through this.
We're playing it a little bit risky. 2 rifles.
Aggressively here, shorty in hand.
2 rifles, 3 ghosts.
Not going to be connecting onto either of them. So
is this risky or is this safe? Who knows?
It is a heavy stack from DRX.
I mean, surely you don't actually peek through the one.
Yeah, you got no drone.
Dissipating. The first one taken down now. Buzz able to offer up a little bit of damage before getting taken out.
This is nice. I was worried about the no drone to try clear over towards A main.
Down to half HP.
With the Sova starting towards B mid. Worked out pretty well.
You know something else that's crazy is there are a lot of heals on Talon. Like it's not just
oh yeah, there's a lot of heals, a lot of reses.
Healing to be done over on Talon. So as these rounds go by, DRX is going to want clean headshots.
Flashback, able to find another here. As much damage as they possibly can.
Give me an Odin. Bane.
Get that 2-0
At the very least, I need to see 1 Odin here.
Phantom and Vandal both going to be carried over.
Yeah,
oh
that's
boy.
a big one. Obviously, you have the 3 rifles. You're able to carry those over, and there you'll have the firepower that you were gunning for. Just the 3-man buy, and then you can double up on the bonus. Try to match buy for buy. Really not a bonus anymore, quite frankly.
No Odins. Yeah, Talon might win this.
Phantoms 5 on the board now, opting for the half armor. Because, hey, as long as you're not getting dinked right across.
If they can heal what Odin's that good.
To try to heal back up.
Right. The heals don't even come into the equation.
Here once more. So Buzz maybe thinking about going on a bit of a walkabout and challenging into B main here. Obviously, there's not a Killjoy on the opposite side, no Cypher, so you don't have to clear a cam, a turret, etc. It's just going to be Surf hanging out.
All right, but no further follow-up, right? No jet pushing out, etc. So Talon feeling pretty comfy about a pinch in from Market, but here is that cam that the Cyphers love to use. Will get cleared out, and that's nice and early clear of Util in mid, right? They check that there's no trip. They're able to take out the cam as well,
clear
well
camera,
before the
question
minute
mark
mark.
created.
Still a lot of room to play with.
Surf pinged out there, but no shots ringing through from Bane. Just staying silent. Playing off that trip there. Your point, only spotting out Foxy9. Again, it's going to be a market cut in here from the side of Talon.
Thrown over towards A, holds 3 people here.
Towards main, flashback here at alley, waiting for the first, and he's able to find it.
Love a smoke spawn.
Going to be taken down. Cyber Cage now
I guess we used it for the fake over towards A.
Where the plant can come through.
There should have been another smoke though.
Pulling up from behind, we'll be able to make sure that there is no flank coming through B main. Like the wall up, but it's a big green.
No way.
Still wins that.
There's no way he got that kill.
He's just up over the
oh my
top
god, they might do it.
Not registering that quickly enough.
They got really good crossfire.
Full approach here from Market. Pop flash sent out. Governor on the swing, able to find one as Foxy9 gets taken down. Recon pings out 2. Governor is anticipating the swing. Takes Buzz's head off, and even if Mako could clutch this out, there's already so much damage dealt. Spots 1, shots down onto Surf, put him at 4 HP, but he just cannot finish the job. Talon getting themselves now up to a 3-0 start as the bonus will be
They've
converted.
already got so many rounds in my mind. So many rounds that they maybe shouldn't be having. I'm worried for DRX. I think they have a bad plan at the moment, from what I'm saying. I like this round from Talon though. The entire round was sick. Early mid control, break camera over towards middle, for 1 smoke over towards A, drone goes in, holds 3 people here, and then they just use the space that they had already created earlier on. It was like fast and decisive. It was cool.
Creating more openings, and this is what this team can do. You've got, I mean, the Blaze Wall from the Phoenix. You've got the barrier. A little bit of that jingle here. With the Sage, I mean, so many extra angles that DRX now has to take into account. And again, if you're not flicking right onto the head, Talon will keep going. Now no command online as well. So DRX, they've got flashback far back to try to utilize that util.
This time a little bit more assistance for Surf. Ban making his presence known, takes that dart. Buzz still suspecting that there's going to be another player, but Surf just goes for the quick ADS. It shuts him down.
Yeah, it is going to be the rifle still recovered, though, so Bane going to keep some semblance of firepower for DRX. But Talon is punishing DRX right now. I mean, they're actually playing so lax with the timer. They can wait passively for the initial pushes here on the
I've loved everything about what Talon's done so far.
Able to make use of every single second on the clock in the past rounds, and once again, they're still at the entrance of a site by the 50-second mark. Worst case, they could still rotate if they needed to, but it's not going to look like it on this one.
And they tag the person with a gun.
He's got no choice but the fight. He's able to come away with 1 before getting taken down. Boys finding that elimination. We clear the trap. Keep him protected. Flashback, swinging forward, just trying to go on the challenge, trying to catch an off time and catch them off guard.
Really nice.
Cannot. 4-0 start for the side of Talon.
And they get the plan as well. They got some good ults.
That no command, both online.
How many Odins do we see? If I see no Odins, I lose my mind. It's so cooked. How can you be playing against a comp that has nothing to give through choke points and not play an Odin? That is crazy. Did we learn nothing from Loud? Like, even EG gave us the most perfect anti of how to play against people that have no movement abilities to get through choke points. It's literally been done already. The anti's on there. All you gotta do is watch a demo.
Already 4 here. While on the defense, giving up these rounds.
We get none.
Hurting quite a bit.
Gonna play op angles against double flash.
Back, trying to keep that op out of their sight, but now null command. Start it up, and here comes the push from Market once again. Talon is continuing to push this angle. The first opening op shot from Buzz does not ring true. Bane, back ramp, trying to drag across, but Jit Boys just keep plus forwarding. Buzz will find 1, but there's the ult coming into play. Man gonna be taking down the push forward.
Wow, nice shots though, man. Holy.
Really trying to keep them in this game, but now Jit Boys with that elimination is right back into it. A 1v3 once more here for Mako.
Spike planted.
Push out of the smoke, spots one, but Cruz hangs back.
This map is
has
done.
The headshot.
By the way.
And the devastation continues. Now 5-0 for Talon.
It's just too many targets. I mean, Buzz does everything he possibly could. What more can you ask from this guy? Holding, stuck in the back of sight with an operator, and he still just finds the timings to peek out.
One enemy remaining.
But it's just too many targets that the rest of his teammates have to try to follow through.
This one is
let's talk
actually
about
done.
the macro game as well.
I'm telling you.
3 different
Shaky,
looks
thank
of
you
a
so much,
default
man.
setup
Appreciate
off
the
the
11
B site,
months.
3 rounds in a row. I mean, DRX has no
First
idea
2
what's
buy
hitting
rounds,
him.
no Odin. They don't know what they're doing.
Another eco attempt here. Blades are at the
So this is something that that we got pretty good at in Liquid, just because we would always do like things where we just look at a comp and be like, what can it do? Like there should always be this talk, right? So that you can kind of just work out game plans, and on the fly, the amount of times you're gonna just come up against a random comp is like gonna happen all the time, and it should literally just be like looking at a comp, like what can it do? What are the weaknesses?
This is a ranked comp.
The main weakness is that it can't get through choke points. And you're going to be scared with the wall over towards B, so you at least, at the very least, want Odin over towards her.
It is gross.
But this comp that Talon have, right, it can't hit through one of these. It can't hit through A, it can't hit through B, right? You've seen how they've been playing, they always take mid. We had to split A, we had to split B, it always has to split because they can't get through the single choke points. That means that you want to have an Odin to hold on these single choke points, and also over towards short, Odin's just so busted for them to get through this little choke point. And then they fought, like the only way they would win a round is going just heavy over towards middle. If you had Odin here, they can only win through middle, and then you can just stack more over towards middle. You literally just do a 2-1-2 with 2 people holding middle. You would never lose a round. The only round you would lose is ults.
Now Walt coming through. Quickly cleared it. And break down the segments. The slow orbs, I mean everything being used here, and now the 0 point takes away
The buy an op, go aggro, eat flash, yeah.
Up through hell, Foxy tagged down at 56.
Nailed it.
Buzz out wide here on Heaven. For the drop down, there's the push in. Boy's able to find one. Pushing Death here into the kill feed as Bane swapping Sheriffs, trying to be able to steady that aim, find another kill, but he cannot, and that's going to be 6-0 now for Talon.
Quavit.
You love that Governor is
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 4 months.
Here on the KO. Obviously, they went through that swap here in stage 2 with Ban becoming the primary duelist, and yes, you're playing the Neon. And I mean, Ban was doing so much supporting in stage 1 as a KO that I thought, I mean, is this really going to be the best choice? But Governor looking comfy as ever, finding his own pacing, and that will force out the timeout.
If he doesn't say buy an Odin in this timeout, I'm going to lose my mind.
Same with Glow. Glow actually having a
I'm
lot to
lose
say.
my mind.
Yeah,
Please,
I mean,
someone.
There's a lot to try to unpack and to try to correct here with just a minute on the clock.
I mean, credit to Talon.
Flaming more at the moment. I am flaming more at the moment, yeah, you're not wrong. But if you notice what I'm flaming on, I'm flaming teams on Icebox, not understanding fundamentals. Team on Ascent, not understanding how to play against teams that can't dash through choke points. And I'm flaming teams on Haven for not knowing their smokes. 3 maps that have been in the game for the longest time. It's like relatively, it should be a tier 1. Everyone on a team, at least one person out of like the 6, 7, 8 coaches and players combined, should know all of this combined.
PRX with Foxy just starting to get himself on board.
As we can see,
finally got a kill. Ultimates to try to work through, but of course that res also available here from Surf and Cruz nearly with a Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, that res is going to be the perfect tool to try to figure out where this operator is. We'll see how Talon maneuvers this one. Already took down the operator once. If you take it down twice and you're leading 7-0, the first half is all but over.
But let's try op against a drone recon double flash knife.
To the round we go. Buzz pushing out here on
again. The op is okay. I'm not saying the op is like the main thing that's going wrong, but I need an Odin to be an Odin instead of one of these rifles.
Off of that or anything? 0 point for now. Just finding Bane over at market.
Can you flame teams on Abyss? Not really. Everyone's just doing like for the beginning on a new map. You can't really flame anyone for like the first 2 months. No one really knows how it works.
Drone checking. Doesn't get the dart though. So
I would even say 6 months to be honest.
Off the back of that. Counter drone coming through from Cruz to see what he can spot out, but it's just going to be quickly cleared.
Like we could only start flaming teams when when Heretic showed us how to play it, right?
To get the advantageous angle, using all this utility.
Like over towards B, we found something that was broken.
Well,
confirmed.
a Phoenix self-peeking with an operator off the curveball. Didn't think I'd see that in 2024.
Shoutouts to Exy.
Oh,
okay, so
boy,
this
that's
should
a
be
throwback.
cooked for Talon. They shouldn't be able to get through this choke point.
Well,
This should
here,
be,
so there is a little bit of hope for
be a good
DRX.
example of the fact that they can't get through a choke point with this comp.
Once flashed out, forced back, the cloud burst, the swing out,
I
the
say,
shot,
as everyone
whips.
hides.
The chip points
As
does
everyone.
not.
Oh
Flex the
man,
kill, the
this
up,
team's
once
gonna
again,
kill me.
Dead on the floor.
He's gonna kill me. This too
Marble
much.
thrown into hell
I tell you
just
something
in
that I
case
do
anyone
like
there.
though. I'm a fan
Shots
of
up
some of the stuff
through the
Talon's
four
bringing
corners,
in.
just trying to make
This
a connection.
wall to
Surf
potentially stop the spam so they can get out. Like that's not too bad.
The up, it pays off, finds one now. Once again, it is Mako on its lonesome this time in a
Like,
1v4.
the wall to cover this so that you can
mean,
then
you have
split,
to.
and then
It's
when you're in the
0-6.
open, you actually have some angles to duel with. I like that idea. Like the
maybe-
sage wall is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Mako maybe
But
trying
to
to shift
do the
forward,
sage
so
wall, you
see
got to
if
get
he
in
comes to the
that.
scope
You got to
there.
get in
Either way,
the smoke, and that smoke should always be
it's not
getting
gonna come to
spammed. Yeah.
fruition.
But we saw no spam.
And I mean, listen, even if Jip Boy's eyes
It was
there,
a nice
there's the
exec.
wall. Buzz
Again,
still has to figure out
I don't want
which
to take
way they're gonna
anything
peek
away
out.
from
Most
Talon.
likely both.
Like the stuff they're doing on this comp, it looks cool. It's well thought out.
I mean, hey,
But their
you make use
overall
of it. You do what
weakness
you want. I
has
mean,
not
you
been
have
exploited
so
once.
much money. You do what you want,
Gonna be
man.
cash capped after this one, so it's I mean, Surf just about, you know.
Wow. Listen, I predicted Talon. I think they've been looking better and better each week throughout this whole year. I love that they have neat ideas. I love that they're
2
playing to
rounds.
their own
I mean,
strengths,
if
finding
they
their
don't
own
get
color.
Odins, they're not
And
gonna.
yes, DRX, they've got to
Like, this
figure
can
things
be
out from the
12.
ground up again. But this did not expect this. Not the comp, not the scoreline.
Yeah, no, certainly not. I don't think any of us did.
Well, ult's online.
It's a
for
painful
DRX, but not
watch.
much you can do with
Yeah,
it
at the
here
moment
on
it
the
is.
Sheriffs.
But it's
that
just
one
it's just
stinger.
the plan.
And I don't
It's just
mind
the
the stinger
overall plan.
buys, right? You know, whether it's judges, stingers, depending on your econ, especially against a comp like Talon, because you know it's going to be scrappy fights. You know they're going to try to double, triple swing you, but even then, the stinger, how many targets can it really get before you run out of ammo?
Is it an
Still
ego?
there is.
Nah, I think they just don't.
Camping one, Buzz just.
It won't be ego.
Peeking there in mid, trying to see if he spots anything. Ban. He's gonna send the second curveball. Looks like he
Just
opts
a
to
lack of
hold onto it.
understanding. That's it. It happens. It's hard when there's new
Useful on an
comps.
entry.
There's so much that's going in, and you always like focus on your own stuff.
Oh, that's huge. I mean, that,
Eliminated.
yeah, that's the call to go to B.
30 seconds
Start
left.
rushing their way forward. Drop wire. Be cleared out. Ping onto one. Flashback here at Lumber. Only able to find the single kill. Surf will fall. Bane now tucked away back in boats. Push forward. Foxy dead. Left on the floor. Out to dry. No one there to try to res him. Is once again Mako.
Last player
Watches as his
standing.
team falls around him.
Spike planted.
Gun picked up, but not put to use. Cruz will shut him down. 8-0.
Oh. What's going on here? Honestly? I'm getting saved from this. I don't mind.
Cruz will shut him down. 8-0.
Okay, wait, is the actual stream dead? Dad, is there a YouTube, anyone got the YouTube stream? Fine on YouTube? Sorry, should have called a flashbang, but here we are.
You start to use the util once
Oh
you
my
get
goodness.
closer. Just force Buzz to have to move. That's when you peek. We saw that earlier with a couple of those shock darts.
I'll refresh it after to see.
Mako holding. Oh, the shot goes right over his head.
Another buy round, no Odins.
Able to get away from that one. Buzz, however, having to clear the drone. Back away.
It's a pinch in from mid again.
Yeah, Bane trying to watch for this one. Some shots coming through. Puts one into the shoulder of Ban. Identifies the operator.
Dude, look at what
Pushing around the side, though.
look what Ban's doing.
Swing into this. Ban holding the angle, and Foxy will come up with a kill.
Looking up
Spotted
mid with
just
an op.
enough to be able to take him down, but now Governor striking through market. Oh,
what?
Just getting Bane
Respect,
as
man.
well.
Nice recon.
Right through the walls, Governor with
Holy.
the third. Foxy
They
not
got
dead.
cooked,
Jip Boy's now
man.
spotting flashback
They
here
got
at A.
so
Nearly winning out
cooked.
of the fight. Let's get put down. Flashback coming over with that kill, but
Player
he's only got
standing.
15 HP.
Ah,
and
nice
Governor
rounds.
is
Good
now
res.
on for an
Res
ace.
on res.
Pushing forward. Gonna try to intercept, and there's nothing more that Flashback can do, but realistically, sit back, stay tucked away, and hope that he can hold on to this weapon.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if that happens. There's so much money on the side of Talon. There's literally no reason not go for this. He already has Euro Theft. I mean, you just go, you take that weapon away, pretty much shut down every opening here in the first half. Shutters closed.
They found my wire.
Hey, the governor isn't just
Will DRX get 2 rounds? If they don't use a if they don't use an Odin, they're doing someone.
Cyber
It
Key
might
just
be
throwing them off a little bit. They're like, oh, okay, so he
be a
is
fast
by
one.
a main.
Well, here comes the Molly. Push him back into the opener. They want to give him this ace, but Flashback will deny it. Finds that, but he cannot retain the weapon.
Yeah, and dude, Talon have got
Triple
a
strike him
lot
down.
of ults for this round.
9-0. And I would say that there's no end in sight, but there is. And it's 4 rounds away.
Yeah, it's closing in fast here. I mean, Jip Boy's 12-5. Governor 10-3. I mean, he's also solidifying himself as a flex, a great flex here. You know, you can play at full speed with the Neon. You can slow it down. Here as the KO waits for the perfect ping on the side as well.
Now that's the texture-esque reaction.
It was actually exactly texture-esque.
Yeah,
I
it
read
actually
his
really
lips a little
was.
bit, and there was definitely something very similar coming out of his mouth in Korean.
Utilizing the Korean that he does know.
Yep.
As well, off the rip. Van able to find one.
And they might all just run.
Does have the ult in
Clove's
play.
just gonna send it up short.
Find a kill is going to be the question. Kind of
You'd get a lot of space for this though. I like the idea of walking so they don't know you're here, but
bleeding
gonna
out.
die.
Yeah, but so much space taken off.
Like when
of it,
teams
right?
used
So instead
to
of them greeting, and then
fake the
here's
Phoenix
another
or by
life
walking
coming in, would
somewhere
run it
and making
back. It
sound
just doesn't
somewhere else.
stop.
Storming his way up in towards Heaven. Snappy with a headshot at the same time. Flashback finding Governor. Real Theft now going to be invested here. Pings out the remaining players. Surprise, surprise. They're around mid, getting ready to work their way through market.
Empty.
A lot to
Oh,
break through that wall.
gonna say empty site, but
Now, with
back.
Banter, take it down to the back end. That slows him up. It looks like Cruz considering moving his way back over in towards A. Surf, challenging, going to be taken down. Buzz able to find that kill. So now Cruz, last man standing. The IGL try to clutch it out in a 1v3.
Seconds left.
DRX continuing to swing wide. DRX continuing to give him some space. 5 seconds remaining. Looks like he's gonna.
Only 5 seconds.
But it's just for the
save
save.
it up, yeah. He
He's going for it, right? He's gonna walk short.
Doesn't
Oh
want to
my
give the
god.
extra money.
Oh,
What
he's
is
making
going
the
on?
wall to try to take some
Yeah,
guns away
what's
from
he
them.
going for?
They're not reading this. There's the first one. Was now swinging around.
Yeah, he's just gonna try and get a
Shot.
kill. Hey, it
Cannot
did good
get this
damage,
glance. The
but
round will go
doesn't
the way
matter
of
too much. He
DRX.
didn't have as many
They will
guns.
get themselves on the board, but still fairly catastrophic fashion. There's 4 players left
Okay,
out
they're on the
floor, but
board.
It's going to be a thrifty.
And he's still taking the extra creds here, despite the credit situation here for Talon, really making use of every tool he's been given. I mean, you love it. Sure, the round's already gone their way. I mean, this was Talon definitely getting a bit over-eager with the ultimates in hand. I didn't mind the not dead yet. You know, just use it as a scouting tool rather than greeting to try to keep the Clove alive.
I think comps will become a
But after
matchup
that,
for Odin's
a
now.
little bit of an overextension, but nice shots
It
from Cruz.
more is like
Yeah, very clean.
how like this map would
hearing
just
that wall
once
go
these
down, not
walls
really
get
giving any
fixed or the
credence
Odin
to
does
the
get enough,
potential
but I don't think the
map
Odin would
back
ever
through
get enough so that it
that
wasn't
market
used
position.
enough over towards B, so it would have to be the walls
again,
get
off and
fixed.
play, this
It would
time
just mean
Banter
that the
not
whole
having
map
it in
becomes
his hands,
way
trying to
more reliant on like
match
this
things
box,
up.
basically.
Still got that Hunter's Fury
Actually
on
saying
from
that,
Bane
I mean,
as well.
you could
Both
get over
sides
towards B
actually,
main.
so we'll
It
see
would just be a
Bane's
better map.
positioning if it does
Like
come
it
to
would
the
just be a
side.
better
Is he
map in
gonna be
general.
able to
So you
get
can
that
actually like
angle
get
right
into B
through the
main instead of
switch
getting wrecked.
to try to shut down the plant.
But yeah, comps like this would would work a little bit more,
Talon not wanting
just because you can get B
walk into
main
that
control.
trap.
But I don't know, man.
Suspecting that there's going to be something waiting for them there on that A site, so instead turn over towards B once again. This time just
Comps
straight
like
up
this
through
shouldn't
B
work in
main,
the current
however.
meta.
No presence in mid whatsoever.
Yeah, but because they've used mid so much, look at the pings coming in for DRX already.
Yeah.
They're going to be watching for mid, and that makes things all the easier here for Talon.
All command coming through. Hunter's Fury opened up the flashback, and we'll find one as Surf gets taken down. Flashback finding a second.
But I was losing my mind with the Loud comp as well, just as much.
Taken down.
I was calling for double
Here's
Odin
Mark
back then. I had to
Door.
wait 2
Dealt
games
with
for
Mako,
EG
able
to do
find
it.
the kill.
30 seconds
Right now,
left.
DRX looking to get their second round of this half in flawless fashion.
Enemy remaining.
It's cool. Again,
Once
Talon
again,
had some
last
cool
man standing.
stuff, man.
Massive round from Flashback. I mean, right when they needed him. turns on the switch. Still don't want to give him 1v1s.
God, imagine he hit that as well.
Time out on his side, but damage can still be dealt, and they want to be able to recover that operator, which is in a bad spot.
Oh, and he's going to shut it down.
Oh, swinging around the back, and Mako will be wise to it. Finds that elimination. DRX, they get themselves a second-round win.
Okay, keeping hope alive. It's still looking very daunting, but listen, you switch sides a little bit. You imagine Talon, they're going to have to play a bit aggressively.
Whole half without it,
here with
that's
the Sage,
insane.
obviously those have to have some very good timing reads with that. Because it's not a true Sentinel, just to anchor down on one side. Same thing with the Clove, quite frankly. You don't have that paranoia to delay as much. So DRX, if they can get this
This Talon comp is just a one-off comp. So this is no joke. What we're seeing here is the exact same as Loud. Like this is gonna work until a team does a double Odin. Like until a team does what EG did to Loud on this map, it's like this comp is gonna work.
Very available here for DRX.
The thing, we've seen it before.
Insight here for Talon.
We're just repeating.
Pick up a couple of orbs and get a kill.
I had that op for an early op duel, but now is gonna try to hold things close with the Vandal.
Smoke up in the mid. Buzz just gonna be pulling away from that angle. Rotates over to try to reinforce Tree.
It's good to prepare special comms against DRX. Yeah, if they can't adapt like this, sure. It's definitely exploiting a weakness. Also, the fact that they like have a brand new IGL, and it shouldn't be on the IGL to come up with this plan, in my opinion. Be more on the coaches. But
now Ban dealt with as well. Two big components here for the side of Talon eliminated.
Wow, that's hey, he's kind of farming though. He's hitting a lot of big kills. Yeah, dude, look at him go. 12 and 5.
Hunter's Fury in response. The plan coming through was, would have been the flick of his life, but it's going to be Bane action with the Hunter's Fury able to collect that kill. The swing out, Cruz unprepared for Foxy to be on that left side flank. And now it's all on Surf. He needs to try to recover the spike here in sight. Back gen slowed up.
Absolute shocker for DRX. Nicely done from Talon. That's some good stuff.
Getting themselves up to 3.5.
Again, it's a big score gap, but man, this is the most hope that DRX could have had because they were down to the 7-0, just giving away that streak all the way through.
9-3 cast.
Now,
maybe.
Just gotta say, okay, while yes, the map generally tends to trend toward that defensive side, you look at their comp, they're going to be wanting to play for those orbs, right? For anybody, quite frankly, usually for the Phoenix, of course, just because you can cycle it so much. And they're going to try to fight aggressively for that main control. See what we can do about it, right? There's no util that they can set up in mid. Someone's always going to have to be watching mid. See what DRX's read is off of that as the
delay. We'll see. So something that's interesting is new IGLs. Like Mako's been dumped to the IGL role, and he's already kind of publicly said that he doesn't want it with some of the stuff when he was talking to Stacks, or was it on stream? I can't remember which. The new IGLs, especially mid-rounding, struggle against Sages. Because sometimes you got to go find the wall and break it and create that pressure. So there's a chance that the Sage really owns DRX. We'll have to keep an eye on the mid-rounding. Like a passive wall like this or something, where they can't see it and they have to go exploring over towards short, could own them. We'll see. Yeah, IGLing against a Sage, like if you're not experienced, you can just get so wrecked in it, and it'd be similar to like when Haven, when people don't default enough on Haven and they don't break enough util and then they go into site stacks. A little bit like that.
Close it out though.
Because they're not creating enough pressure on the map. DRX go for 3 sheriffs, by the way.
Several iterations ago last year. Been through the ringer, have had some incredible comebacks in the past. It's just a creep forward. Was going to be noted, but not spotting anything. Wall now coming through, and Surf riding it up to the top. Was ready for that, but cannot connect the shots, so Surf is able to back away. Meantime, Foxy 9 putting quite a bit of damage across here on multiple players on the side.
God, look at the HP.
Fadeaway shot on the ban. Strike him down, looks for Jit Boys, but
what a flash.
Him up and the pop flash comes through.
Yeah, what a flash, and that
was
spike.
A spike.
Nope.
So the main forces of DRX on the other side, they can't actually do anything about trying to go through B.
They can go get a hill, right? Sage can come in. Ulti's going to be 100.
And now they are going to stick together. You're waiting for that heal to come out from Surf. Everyone pretty much at full health. going for the wrap.
I love this plan as well. You know they're going to heavy try get the spike. They think you're over towards A main and you full person walk middle. This is cool.
Down, gets one shot there. The chest of Cruz puts him at 45.
It's a really good idea.
Still obviously on cooldown. It's Bane and Buzz now. To try to break through, get this pistol. Buzz is going to swing out, finds the first headshot. He's on the second, has to dash away. 29 health remaining. The reload. One shot would take out the enemy Soba. Plant now coming through. It looks like it's just going to be a reroute for Poison Cruz.
Wow, wrapping all the way around to heaven, really trying to keep Buzz guessing, force him to get antsy, and Buzz is trying to get ahead of it. You know that it's going to be a double team.
Yeah, they create so much pressure.
Shot darts as well. Cruz, they know that Buzz is low. He could use these just to flush out angles. Without his mobility.
Oh, he might get in that smoke. Oh yeah, that's big. That smoke kind of helps him a little bit.
They suspect that he's here within the cloud.
Yeah, okay, nicely done from Buzz. 1v4. Holy. Yeah, the smoke was a little bit of an error. They probably should have recon somewhere before they did this.
Decides to use their own smoke against him. Talon overcooked on that one. Thought Buzz would be playing it safe. Throw all these smokes the one way on Jen, and then the smoke on the spike make it look like.
Well played by Buzz on it. He did incredible.
Into it, force Buzz to come out of hiding, but he was right under their noses the entire time. I love that he doesn't dash out after the first kill there either, because you know you'd have to get more to have a chance of this round.
Ooh, and you can see it there, Angry Buzz.
Yeah.
Trying to come online here, trying to activate, get his team back into this one. He's obviously been a player with an immense amount of drive, competitively. He's been chasing a trophy for many a year. His last several series have not been the situation that he wants to be in. It's not the performance that he knows that he's capable of. So now Fragment just to try to slow up any approach here.
It's a quick flank in from Flashback though. Governor's gonna get trapped.
And one forward, Buzz not spotting anything on the entry. Governor looking for a timing, tries to get in on top of Bane, but Bane's able to win that one out. Flashback lurking over a tree, comes in with a kill.
There are a lot of death here. That's it. It's the death.
Finds one before getting taken out, only hands over a Sheriff, which Jit Boys will happily take. 2v4 though, versus all the remaining rifles of DRX.
I mean, Talon, I wouldn't mind them just going down to the spike. You have a fair number of rounds still to work with. Buzz very close to his Blade Storm. That gives them a lot of options. And also, again, it's DRX. Sure, it's a new roster, etc., but they're still playing the age-old Ascent comp just with a Cypher. You don't want them to get closer to the ultimates if you can help it. Your ults are cycled pretty quickly. You don't have to greed for it.
Looks like it will just be Spike Death ultimately coming through. As Recon will just go ahead and think that they're all out. They can safely die to said Spike, so DRX.
Right, perfect from them.
Back two in a row
and
here.
they're going to be relatively close
Now
to
they're
getting
gonna be
the
looking for
Jet Knives
conversion.
early. That's going to help their
Come back
econ.
actually
We
real.
got pretty much a
have the
full
weaponry to
buy
make
for
it
the
happen.
bonus.
5
Bulldogs.
rifles carried over the 4 that they bought on the previous round. Governor bumping shoulders with Bane a little bit on that one. And Flashback, I mean, getting ahead, getting 2 kills on the flank. And it's just the Sheriff as well. And Foxy also trying to keep up the atmosphere, just saying, hey, that was a clean round before they go into this bonus.
Oh, Odin now in play for Cruz. Back angle here. Here's sees that cam get set up. Has to
insult
give
to
up.
injury on
The
this one.
Odin's in play just to be able to clear that one out.
Cruz.
Surf again, just
It's
setting
be
up
like,
the
well,
wall.
if you guys actually use this,
Segment's gonna be
maybe.
broken down immediately. Slow orb
Could have had a
be
fun
sent
time.
in. Trying to swing that push from coming through. Time to fan out over towards A. Nothing being spotted, and Buzz quite a bit of damage.
This could have been you.
Cruz is able to realign that headshot in time.
How good holding just a
Surf
single
doesn't
angle
end up
is.
falling, but Cruz collects himself a second. Gets tucked
Oh,
away
please
here on
get
the
an
site.
ace with this.
Shock dart not connecting. 24 bullets
Please.
remaining. Now just 15. Fox
Would have
will be
been
able to put
actual
an end
perfect.
to it. That's still so much damage dealt. Clear on the 0 point. There's going to be 2 over towards Alley. Mako still watching in towards Market. String 0 point. Not going to be spotting too much there. Other than
Stop it,
Fox
sorry.
down on the side.
Sorry. I'm becoming a hate watcher, you're right.
Coming up, Mako needing to get a kill. Cannot.
Just painful
Leaves
though.
it now to Foxy9 to see if he can try to clutch this one out. 1v3. Healthy on all players, and Governor over towards backside is able to find the headshot. Bonus conversion not available
nice
to
round.
them. Talon will get
Did they
up to
pick
double
up the Odin?
digits.
Maybe.
Oh, great hold from Cruz with the Odin. I mean, tries to bait out any sort of peek as he goes for the initial spam, just repositions and punish Buzz, and is constantly ready for the next swing. Even gets another nice one here, hiding behind the boxes. You don't quite expect that. You can imagine he's trying to run back to Boathouse to hold for as long as possible. But I will say, you know, DRX, they did what they started to need to do against the stage, right? It's just draw out that wall.
Now we
It
got
doesn't
the
matter
big
if you're
round.
giving
Let's
up
see if
that
they
you
can
have
make a
2, 3
game of it.
people there. Just break it
They
down,
lose
force out
this,
the
we've got
slowers,
these
just
people that are going to be the ones that have to
cycle
eco,
through
got
the
2 on each
util as
side.
much as possible to now make it a fair fight, and then you'll have the info util
And
to go for the
Talon
execute.
heavy gamble over towards A. They got, so it's just fight over towards here. It's just slow them down over towards B. Right, we got slow, we got warm into the rotate can come in.
Minor poke and prod, Mako. Hang out for a little bit longer, see if you can fish for anything. Well, Surf still just holding here. Buzz.
Oh, that's some unlucky timing.
Leave it. Get note of this, but yeah, now certainly does. Well, at the
Gonna
ready.
get melted fast.
Surf goes ahead, sends it, rides it up.
Yeah, it's just going to a passive wall, and you saw Buzz checking for it earlier as well. Crew's just going to let them know that there's one extra person here.
Killing me, man. They're killing me.
Damage going to be found off that. Cage sent over towards Market. Slow Orb now going to be coming through. Buzz dashing forward, taking some space, and Foxy able to find Surf. This time the Odin not going to be.
Thank God. Nicely done from Buzz. Buzz did great.
Cruz gets taken out. Buzz further opens up the site. Cam setup is found. Talon looking like they're going to make the call to save.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3v5. You're already so far away, and you have no idea who has control of mid right now. So Talon, it's just a cold call to save 3 rifles.
Damn.
You can still buy up into the next round.
Yeah, they got. I mean, they got it. They can't
close
retake
out.
this.
You know, 3 rounds. It doesn't matter if DRX still has econ or not.
Oh, and Mako.
Oh, but Mako's already on.
To take everything away from them. 3 swings. Jip Boys will be able to shut that one down, but still further damage dealt. DRX, ones with the healthier economy, going into round 17.
Yeah, I mean, for DRX, you know, you risk that 1 rifle. You can still make sure that you're buying up next round, obviously with the round win, and then the snowball really comes back in your favor. So I don't mind it. The rest of them going to be holding. Foxy9 just hiding right out in that corner, seeing if anyone tries to sneak in the last second.
They timeout? Or not?
From 9-0 to now 10-6. DRX certainly making them fight for the remainder of these rounds here. Gonna claw their way back in. Overall, just solid opener here, Foxy. Just playing around this tiny little gap in the wall.
Tell you what, the call here wasn't too bad. They wanted them to think that there was only
Yeah,
2
good
over
reads from
towards B
DRX
main.
on the tendencies
And
of Surf
then,
right now, and
I
identifying
would
that
say
he's
that
going to be the weak
maybe
spot. Not because
Surf
Surf is a weak player,
should
but
be
because as a
slowing that
Sage,
earlier,
there
but
isn't that much more you can do once the wall goes up.
okay, they go for the EG.
There at B. No one wanting to play around that one.
Would have worked pretty well in the first half as well.
Cruz is constantly changing position up a little bit here.
Shout out to DRX though. I think they kind of realized that something aggro was going to happen and they just held back.
Main, though, that's huge. So now you know that people aren't going to be sneaking in.
Whoa.
That smoke comes out.
Whoa. Oh boy.
Foxy just swinging out in
Oh
front.
boy.
Damage
Where's he
still
get
gonna
out
be
of here?
found
though?
He gets to spray across.
Does he get out of here?
31. Now
He's asking for the smoke. He's like, please smoke
does
short,
get
man.
dinked, but does manage to find the headshot on the opposite side. Dash at the ready. Mako.
He did pretty good damage though.
Around here over
31,
towards main, spots out
55.
Governor there on Heaven. There's Buzz now trying to make his approach. Goes up on top of the Jen. The flash coming through. Jit Boy's able to flush him out. Finds that kill. Bane going to be caught jumping up.
Holy, Jit Boys is...
Whoa,
Whoa, Jit Boys. Okay, it worked out pretty well because the 2 people that took contact early were the 2 people that went down to 33 and 55 HP, right?
Just even on the minimap, the panic starts to settle in. They start to file in through that choke point 1 by 1. And Talon, spade and switch non-stop with the 2 members on the site. I love that Governor drops behind that smoke because he was already spotted in Heaven. Makes things a little bit trickier for DRX to try to overtake this A site.
Yeah, man. I told you, man. Klopp.
What'd he tell him?
I don't know. The Jit Boy is having a whale of a game. Big performance from him on that Clove. Is a second timeout call used here from DRX.
See what they can pull out of the hat, as if you give up this next round, then that's map point for Talon. Governor having a good laugh. Bit more relaxed right now. It does feel like Talon generally just pretty happy that they're able to showcase whatever game plan that they came into the stage with, regardless of even if, you know, maybe not every round is as clean as they would want it to be. So DRX, we'll see. I mean, I love that they identified, hey, let's pressure the stage early, force a util out, and if that happens and there's no other follow-up util, then that's where we push. But on this one, obviously trying to play the map a bit wider, and they get punished for it.
It was the plan with Buzz's.
Stack here outside of A, over at Gelato for DRX.
Buzz's ult. So they play far
Buzz
back, they're
gonna
waiting
be
for a
pulling
knife,
knife
and
as
then do they
Bucky
just send it?
as a backup. It's your point, I believe.
No
only
knife
gets a
comes
catcher
in.
onto
Governor. What?
Might have just
What's
been
he
able to
done there?
tiptoe his way out of it.
He's knifed in
Way
front of him.
DRX should be,
I think he missed the lineup. I think this lineup's meant to go over towards A main.
It already has Buzz up over the top, somehow not being spotted. Surf is going to be taken down. Buzz swings around the back of Jen. Does find Ban. Hunter's Fury from Cruz, however. The trade one out. Full command. Still pulsing here for Foxy9. It's the rest of Talon.
That knife really might have saved them.
Looks to do increased damage here. Onto these players.
That's so funny.
Right down below hell.
It really would have saved it. It maybe hit like something
Talon
on the ceiling.
for the flank
Yeah.
as well.
Across map? I don't know.
For a brief little moment. Odin shots still ringing out. Bane trying to remain elusive. Here's Governor missing. Just that pixel out of place. It was Foxy9's head. Foxy is able to take advantage. 2 players left standing. The time not on their sides. Boys maybe he was going to stick around, try to go for these exit frags, but it looks like DRX.
Yeah, this was a little bit unfortunate. This was just one small mistake costing.
Still got to keep that Odin. Obviously, that one's a bit costly. So once
they get this wall up and then the knife goes in, it's probably different. They would probably have to. I mean, they wouldn't be able to hit the site as well as they did.
Stack, and let's just go in. Great set play, execute over the wall, and then they barrel through it like a battering ram.
This jet can't do any of that, and the knives are gone.
There's a recon. They even check. They say, hey, Surf's always been playing close around his wall.
That's the thing. You strike immediately after that wall comes up. As soon as you go on the side, if Buzz doesn't see anybody out in the open, backpedaling, then you know that he's just going to be tucked away behind that. With that round given over, that's going to be Talon calling their own timeout for the first time.
Timeout to be like, boss man, don't miss your knife.
We haven't seen Talon push out too aggressively, right? I think that's probably something that you expect will happen at some point with this composition. It can't be too far because they don't have mobility like a Jet or a Raze. But they could try
I like this though. It's a very good timeout, to be honest.
On either side of the map and then go for an orb.
Before it gets out of control.
To see which one DRX expects.
I actually feel like his timeouts have been great.
Then regain control
every time I watch. It's always nice and early. The adjustment's normally really good.
Getting involved, wanting to just make sure that they can cleanly close out these last few rounds. As you were saying, yes, it's a very different looking DRX, but it's still DRX all the same. They've been known to make comebacks on this map in particular.
Yes, I mean, there's definitely some DNA in there. And I mean, we saw, again, that set play in that previous round. Nice and clean, very explosive. But how many of those do you have in your back pocket is the real question with this new squad now. This DRX, they're not going to back away too far out. They're not going to shy away from potential aggression. They're actually going to try to counter this timeout.
Flashback down to 21 HP from the Odin over towards B.
Flashback, though, took a brunt of damage over on the B side to the Odin.
Look good though. It looked like they just saved their knife. If they do the knife from short, means they're gonna fast hit. Whoa, okay. Damn, bro, they got annihilated.
That is going to be very swiftly dealt with here. The Talon ranks by DRX. Flashback still wanting to go on this lurk. Says, yep, I've got money. I've got my ult, but I want blood.
Yeah, I mean, you take that Odin down, things start to get pricey here for Talon. You heard him going for the save nice and early. Surf going to be the first target.
Pixel, yeah. Well, caught a headshot now. Finds him. Cam destroyed, and oh boy, here
and he just waits for his team to make sure they can get this one.
71 bullets loaded up and ready to go to try to deal with these players to try to keep himself alive. He finds the first. A little bit of minor spray through the wall here. Buzz on the swing should be dead, but here comes the approach from the side. It's going to be
really nicely done
with
from
the
DRX.
headshot to take him down. DRX will get themselves 8-round wins, and Mako will get himself 1,000 kills.
Something to celebrate for Mako. The map's not over yet, and boy, I mean, he's talked about it himself. A lot of pressure on his shoulders, despite still being a very young gun himself. But that 1,000 kills just goes to show why there's a lot of expectations, why he's considered a veteran out here in Pacific, as he's trying to lead this squad as a new IGL. And I love what they did in this round as well. 2 rounds in a row, they're using the jet just to create space.
And now they have an
Not
eco
trying
as
to go
well,
in
and they
for
can
the
kind of
extra
get
kill,
closer to some
but
of
just
these
saying,
ults.
hey, if they have a lot of
We
targets, let's
have
create a lot of
one
targets
judge.
by
That is
using
pretty
the
much
jet
it
dash,
on the
an ability
Phoenix.
that they do
Trying to
not
get
have
close B.
on the Talon side.
Double suppression going to be found there. Governor backing away from A main. Drone to lead through. Door shut. Broken. As there's the reveal. There's the attempt at jumping forward there from Jit Boys. Buzz just escapes into his own cloud burst as Governor falls.
I mean, this is, if you want to learn how to play Jet or why Jet is such a good entry in a duelist, this is why. I mean, the util usage from Buzz right now to create space to stay
Buzz has been creating a
alive,
lot
to
of
get
space,
info, is massive.
That's always been his playstyle.
Yes.
The info-seeking Jet, and if he gets the kills, that's, you know, just a cherry on top for him. Judge tucked away around the corner there in Ban's hands, hoping and praying that somebody comes pushing his angle. Flashback. Yeah, he does have the shorty around the corner, but Cruz, he'll do damage, but cannot find that elimination. For now, DRX on for that flawless, but there's the first kill. Foxy, however, right there behind him.
How close is he to Phoenix? I wasn't even looking to see if that matters that much.
Yeah, Talon starting to shake in their boots a little bit. And
Okay,
again,
I don't know if it mattered, but he has it no
They
matter
would
what.
be weaker on the defensive side, but you also didn't imagine DRX would start to get this crisp. I mean,
We can at least see he didn't have it here, so maybe it did matter.
Attack side, and now I feel like we've been seeing more and more
Okay,
teams
Talon have a lot of ults.
just kind of flop the defense,
And
but always look good on the
DRX
to be
have so
fair, it's probably going to be a bit of a seesaw as well, just because the playbooks, you're starting to run out of ideas, right, on Ascent, so.
But not ultimates.
No, definitely not ultimates
Oh,
on
and they were waiting for this.
side of Talon.
DRX take
Gonna
that.
be opping now.
I mean, hey, used to be a Jet
Deep
himself.
knife hits the clove, so they have to flash through this.
Yeah.
Well, there's the swing out. Jit Boys noted over here at line. Fragment landing. Will not find that elimination.
Oh, it's really bold.
Pops the ult.
The bait.
It out. Now Cruz swinging
Damn,
through.
the
Able to find
bait
one,
was sick,
Jit
though.
Boys the kill on Amako. He's right back into play. Man advantage now here for the side of Talon. Up over the
Oh,
top,
my
however,
guy.
Foxy 9 putting Jit Boys right back down into the grave.
And now it's a 3v3,
this was
so
nice though.
DRX
We
gonna
saw
choose to group up
over towards
and
A
make
main,
sure
you kind
they
of
have
saw the main
man
protocol. You know that people
whenever they go
throw
onto the
this
site.
knife all the
So you don't
time,
imagine that Talon
right?
will start
And
to
then
rotate everybody
this knife
over
is
for the
literally
full
just
stack,
a knife
especially
of,
when
can
you
I
know that there
disrespect
were
this
extra
smoke?
members here on the A side.
So knife
They
goes
read
in.
that there's an op in
If
play
it
here.
hits
The
no
wall
one, then you can
now
disrespect the smoke. If
has
it hits someone,
dissipated. Surf,
you can
an
either
alley
leave it,
to
or in
swing
this
out,
case, it
finds
means
the first.
flash,
Now they're well
push
aware.
through if you want to
Looking
push
for the
through.
re-peek.
So
Tries to get the
it's
shot
like one of the
right over the
most,
shoulder, does
it
have
is
that
the
heal.
most common
Go back
protocol
up
at the
towards
moment
100
on
HP.
Ascent
Slow orbs continue to
that
feel
every
locked in
team
place.
does.
The cage set up, and now everybody rotating over here towards the site. Foxy 9, he's
Again, I
escaped,
kind of
got
like this from
himself into
Talon. The bait
position
was
to be
really
able to
good,
get
and I
this
like their
plan down.
setup with the
Running back
Sage.
is even coming his way.
They're
Finds
making
the
sure that
headshot.
DRX
Go ahead,
have
shut
the
down that
default.
Phoenix first and foremost. Tries to challenge in
And as
on the
we
fight,
can see,
finds
they haven't
another.
been defaulting.
Flash connecting, however,
There's
and
a lot of
Ban
flashes
will be able
here.
to shut it down. The defuse will come through, and Talon.
Okay, 3
They'll get
chances.
themselves
And,
up
and
to
if you're
that point.
DRX here, you're maybe
took a lot,
looking at
but
this
they
thinking,
were
hold
so
up,
far
the
ahead of the
Sov is
first
here
half.
as well.
Just needed that one
Like they
extra
are
round
just
with all
holding
these
down B
ultimates,
with
and
this
the
one
not
wall.
dead yet worked out so well for
They
Talon.
gotta just go a little bit
That
slower. They
DRX
need to try
getting
and break this
a bit
wall over towards
overeager
B
to
main.
try to shut down that ultimate, knowing that he was trapped there, but not accounting for an Odin to come to support. They expected somebody, just didn't expect so many bullets.
Nice.
A decent attempt from Foxy to try to instill some hope there at the very end, but
Oh, they're gonna do it in
costly
reverse.
two ultimates
Sage now
committed
over
into the
towards
last
A,
round
heavy
there from
stack
Talon,
B.
but they still have the op in Surf's hands. With 4 ults on the other side here for DRX. They need 3 rounds consecutively to go into an overtime here on Ascent.
Here.
This is a cool adjustment from Talon. They know that most likely the good call would be to go over towards B and break that
It's
wall.
rewarded for it. Surf shut down that op out of play.
And
Yeah, getting ahead of that slow orb puts Buzz
I
in a
don't
good
know about the
position for that
aggro
kill.
peak, but
Over on the weapons. Ban, I think,
like the
spotted
overall plan.
on that peek out now. Not sure which way to
Buzz
look.
is doing
Buzz,
bits,
however,
though.
has taken him down. Cruz dead
Wait,
with the
let's
smoke.
think.
Mako
Money-wise?
is playing off the
Ooh.
Odin Tracers.
Yeah, might just save
Comes
this.
up with the kills, and the remaining 2 players here on Talon have to go for the save.
And now
Stuff. Yeah, I
do we
much would
go
have
for
preferred like a
another hunt here?
passive
Try to
passive
shut
play
down
with
any hope
wall
of
into
Talon.
delay
They should.
and hope they tried to
Governor
B
already has
main
the ult.
take.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of credits on the side of DRX, so probably going to run down the clock a little bit. Flashback will try to get ahead just to eliminate the possibilities.
As long as you don't give Jib Boys 3 kills.
Yeah, that would be a little, that'd be a little worrisome.
The slow peek out, and Jib Boys does collect the first.
No peeking.
They're going to be noted now, as that's going to be Governor taken down. The hunt now continuing. It's Foxy9 up in hand. Getting ready to maybe swing out towards this attacker spawn, but here's the approach here from behind. And looking for the lineup, and will only just get Mako. Bane.
Hey, 2 chances. They
all
got Sova all
the weaponry
KO.
once again. And it's 2 rounds separating.
Still have the power ultimates as well. The null command and the Hunter's Fury.
One judge, double judge. What are they going for here? They might have to readjust what they're doing.
Does look like we're going to have a bit of a timeout. I mean, Buzz, I love it. I love that he says, hey, Surf has been peeking off the slow orb every time, so I'm just going to get ahead of it. Don't need to move. Then the slow's not going to affect me.
Nice.
A little fadeaway.
That's how it looked from his POV.
Hitting the switch, spraying back, killing Cruz. Final timeout call here. As Talon wanting to be able to just put an end to this one. Avoid that overtime.
Cruz trying to download everything that the coaching staff is delivering over to him. It's been a bit of a headache in the second half. Of course, Buzz, a headache of his own to just really stay strong for the team. Lead by example. Mako, the new IGL, but Buzz, the other member who is, has a lot of that experience from overseas. So he's going to have to carry that onto the stage here on Pacific.
Can they pull off this comeback?
I mean, at that point, maybe it's just Termi on Ascent, right? Somehow he just
I like this. At
manages to
least
make it
they
happen
sort
every
out whatever the hell the
single
buy
time.
was looking like. Because it was looking like a force buy with a double judge at one point. Sorry, it was looking like a force buy into a
responsible for
double
a
judge.
lot
Now
of
it's
heart
this
attacks
double
for
judge
DRX
still,
fans, but
but
it
a
does
slow buy,
always
making sure they
deliver.
can buy into the next one. DRX again, just
see it right now in their kill count,
old.
19-17. That's the score line that I think of when I think of DRX on this map. There's Buzz taking a second attempt there with that operator. This time not going to be coming away with the kill. Jib Boys positioned far forward, just around the corner there at A main.
Pretty sure Flashback called the wall over towards
that judge, but
B,
not
and now they're going to go
rewarded
break
with any
it.
presence from
This is
DRX.
why this
Instead,
kind of
they
comp works
start to
well as
push
well.
their
It's
way
like when they
forward
start
here. Ares
breaking
in
the
hand,
wall,
Cruz
then they
can
can
still
obviously
deal
just spam this.
decent amount of damage, and now they know that it's in play.
Just going to try to spam and sprinkle through, and he'll get a decent
A bit of
amount.
damage.
Quite a bit of damage dealt, but hasn't heard anything in response. The Sage Wall still standing for the moment. Starts to spray once again.
Yeah,
now,
get some pings
no
on.
command going to be opened up. The wraparound here from Talon, however, is going to be swift. Already 2 players making their way in through market. He smoked off here for the moment. Foxy
Good, the retake is like, we got a Phoenix taking B-main control. DRX done really good to just get over towards the site.
Now the Ares doesn't have as much as
Flashback's
the
really
Odin.
important.
Fair point. Pot shots there from
Just
Surf.
5 bullets left.
Does have that res band. Going to be noted around the back as Flashback tries to hold this position with a full flash, connects into his face. There's a follow-up curveball.
Wow, man, just full blind. That
Finds
was a
the
sick
singular
kill.
kill, but now Jit Boys can go ahead and upgrade over to the Vandal.
Bane want to use Sovereign or not?
Well from Surf.
Oh, Buzz able to find it. Gun now on the floor. Res is available, as you say. Can he actually get it into a workable position? Do they think that it's going to be worth it here in this round? Is going to be the question. And now with Cruz getting taken down, I think that the answer is certainly going to be no. Start finding one. Clear out on the dart. Governor down low on HP. Receives that heal. They want to try to lock maybe DRX into these positions so they can take away these guns, at the very least deal some damage, but Buzz pushing forward, looking to try to deal with him. He won't be able to do so. The spike will go ahead and swallow him up.
Okay, let's see what they got for the full buy.
He will survive
The
with
good
7 HP,
news
but
for DRX is still got the
And they
Sovereign.
still have the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
Only need to use that no command. Now Talon, they'll have their own no command as well. So Governor, see his positioning, see if he's ready to use that just right as the call comes out to shut down that Sova ultimate. But Buzz, just amazing kills throughout the entire map of Ascent here.
It's been a monstrous performance from him, but look at this though. Hunter's Fury for Cruz, that not dead yet, both just 1 charge away.
And DRX wants to deny it. They're not going to give it any chance to pick up that ult orb here on A main. They've already walled off B, just waiting for it to spam through.
Contention, yeah. There's the no command. He's out wide enough to not be clipped by this one, but Governor able to find one. Jit Boys coming up with 2. Now the res.
And he has insta-res. Sage has res as well. If they can't get through this choke point, there's going to be another...
Just wait for him to bleed out.
Dude, he could go meet the Sage, right?
Play, the spike is stuck here.
Just
within
don't
the
push,
site.
go meet the
Everybody
Sage,
from Talon
res.
is over on this side of the map, and now the res on to Governor. Still 4 players strong.
Yeah,
They're trying to
gets
spam
into the
out.
corner.
Flashback gonna be taken down.
It
Right
had so
now,
many
Flashback
reses in
standing
this.
in a 1v5.
Sage res, Kea res. That's insane, man. All 3 of them.
So very close, but still so far. DRX trying desperately to push this into overtime.
The immortal comp, they're actually here.
Just shy of the mark.
Okay, shout out to Talon. DRX really dropped the ball on this one. They should have smashed them on defense. And then as we saw on their attack wasn't too bad at all.
Yeah, DRX proving that the core DNA is still there for this team. You've still got a great entry player. You've still got some good calls and a couple nice timeouts. But I don't think Talon would have it any other way, utilizing the full arsenal of their composition, where that round started out messy, but somehow it ended with a flawless, all 5 members still alive.
That it did. Well, there is plenty to unpack from this opening map of Ascent, so let's go ahead and pass it back over to the analyst desk.
100%, and I don't even know where to begin, but let's begin with, of course, you know, pretty much that composition. I love how Talon said, okay, DRX, we see your clove, we're gonna raise you with another one, and add a Phoenix in there as well. This composition was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's the zombie comp, right? You're just constantly coming back from the death. And when those all start coming up, when they start coming in a cycle, it makes it really difficult. And some of the rounds that Talon had based around it were super cool. I mean, that clove and wine, super smart. The Odin to cover it as well, because everybody knows that once Clove pops the ult, they're going to be coming out. And so DRX tries to play against it, and Talon has a backup plan behind it with the Odin. Things like that, really cool, made it really difficult at times for DRX to handle.
Yeah, and it was so strong, I mean, this Talon comp during the attacking side. Because the thing about this comp is, aside from it being the zombie comp where you have a lot of, you know, reses and whatnot, is how good it is at kind of segmenting parts of the map, whether what map that could be. But here on Ascent, you want to push for pizza or going through market, going through the B side. You can put a wall up. Which wall it is? Plenty of options. Then you have such great utility to clear corners with the curveball, with the metal of the clove. So again, lots of ways to kind of just clear corners without really having to make it difficult for Talon. But then on the flip side, that's when DRX started figuring things out. That's when we started seeing the this aggressive style of DRX. It has also some adaptation sprinkled into the mix, and that's why from what looked like to have been a map where Talon should have won this, you know, like 13-5, 13-7, it went almost a distance.
Yeah, you had that comeback from DRX. Just almost, they just fell short in those last few rounds, right? But, you know, we do have to bring it back to DRX. And, you know, the drastic difference in this roster is, you know, you can really feel it, right? Because as we mentioned, Mako is now in the IGL, and he's still adjusting to this. You can see that he's not as proactive as he used to be, perhaps leaving that for, like, some of the more younger players, like Flashback, for example, or like Bane.
Yeah, it's a good timing for Talon to bring out a comp like this against DRX because of what you're just talking about, right? Like, Mako doesn't have a ton of experience as an IGL, so for him to, like, probably load into the lobby and be like, okay, like, they're really gonna try this? Like, I thought this was just like rank game stuff, like, and try to figure it out on the fly is very difficult. And that's why Talon was able to string so many rounds in a row at the beginning, because DRX didn't really understand how to play around some of that utility. And frankly, what they learned from what I was watching is just disrespect it. Because some of those combos, like the metal into the mollies or the the fragments, those kind of things, they were just getting past them. And then Buzz was really starting to do some damage, starting to heat himself up. You know, that smoke on the pistol round, the second pistol round that you and I were not so thrilled about, but Buzz played it to perfection, used it against him, things like that really turned DRX around when they started getting that confidence to just ignore the utility, just go at him.
Absolutely, and it seems like Talon never really let go of the gas here as we came into that second half, and they might have needed to do so, because you saw there was a lot of rounds, I think, particularly on A main, where somebody from Talon, I think it was primarily Jet Boys, that would just peek, die to Buzz that was holding an operator, and then the A side control is kaput now. There's not really much that you can really do with that, and then DRX kind of just replicated this over and over again as to how we kind of saw plenty of these rounds come in. So with that being said, DRX, as you mentioned, were adjusting. It just took them a while, but it almost put them across that finish line to maybe go for that OT.
But I almost wonder if that then, is kind of like a puzzle piece for Talon as we head into the next map, right? Does that mean that, they have to even push it faster in order for DRX not be able to download all of that information, because they know that this new roster is adjusting. So they just felt that like, okay, they were definitely pushing it here, but perhaps they just ran out of time and DRX was able to fully download what they were doing. If they want to end the next map a lot sooner and maybe prevent that comeback, perhaps what they should do.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility, and I think in general you're going to see maybe potentially more like aggressive combo pushes towards the mains when they're on the defender side, because that's obviously the side of the map that really wasn't as good for them.
Yeah.
I think that's one opportunity. I think another thing to do is to just kind of just cut off mid and then really try to work on the timing and utilization of those choke points. You have a lot of extra mollies with this comp. You have a lot of ability to do the decay with the metal as well, to really slow your opponents down, make it so that if they're going to commit to a hit through either A main or B main door, that it's just the Jet who's able to get through. Everybody else is stuck, and you make sure you deal with that Jet, and then you move on. Things like that just need to be tweaked and tuned on that defender side.
Yeah, and again, something I also, it looked like, I think Talon kind of forgot just ever so slightly in that second half, was they had more flashes than DRX did. And again, DRX didn't really have too much, I feel like, site control, whether it was on the defending or attacking, because of how their comp was kind of established, especially with, Flashback playing on his Cypher compared to usually what we'd see with the Killjoy. In any case, it did go as close as it can. Now we're just moving forward into that, the next map.
And speaking of which, we are going into Haven, and it really makes me wonder if, we did have the Clove on the side of DRX previously on Haven. Now we know that Talon has one of their own. Are we going to see it again? Or are we going to see something else entirely from Talon? Because it feels like they're a little bit playful today.
Yeah, I don't think the Clove synergizes with the Neon as well, in my mind. I mean, I could be completely wrong, and I'm happy to be proven wrong. But I would suspect it's probably not that if they are running the Neon. It might just be the Omen. You could convince me that a Brimstone would work here on Haven, potentially with the Neon, because you got the ability to get some of those deeper smokes, set up the stim, things like that. But most likely, maybe just an Omen or something like that.
I'd say Astra, maybe.
Astra, absolutely.
Yeah.
And with that, actually, going into Haven, is it possible that we are seeing a 2-0 from this, or are we heading into a map number 3? That is going to be our guess and gain question for this. So let's see if Paperthin can keep this lead, or if, Azurai, for some reason, really cares so much about his rank over here. Please give me a yes or a no, gentlemen, for what you guys think.
If we're going to go to a map 3.
If we're going to be going into a map number 3, is this going to be match point?
No, will this be match point?
Will this be match point?
Yes, if you think this is the last map.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
We got a little pen ASMR for our viewers as I fumble with my mic. All right, you guys ready?
Wait, I'm very bad with my handwriting right now.
You don't need to write so much. I see so many things on your board, Azurai.
I'm just making sure that the production knows what I'm writing down.
Reveal!
Reveal!
Are we going to map a sure? Yes,
Neon
map
good.
2. Sure, Neon good. It looks as though we're seeing, DRX, they did struggle quite a bit.
Yeah.
They could struggle even more here on Haven, and this could be a 2-0 for Talon. A very, very powerful statement. But again, I did see shades of that comeback. That was very, very exciting for DRX.
I mean, I think if this DRX squad had a few more weeks underneath their belts, it could have been a very different Ascent.
Yeah. I agree totally, especially since, as you mentioned, right, Mako has been very, very vocal about him struggling as an IGL, right? I do think that, he could potentially be very, very good, especially since he has such a good roster here. But now
I'm back, Nats. Thank you.
Surprise.
Huge raid, dude.
We do have the Astra.
Perfect timing, Nats, as well.
We have
Hope your stream is good.
ISO as well. I was about to say Izu, just because it's
YouTube stream as well, Nats, yeah?
I will say,
done it yet?
This comp.
Oh, wait, it's Nats' birthday today?
PRX are somewhat already versed by it, because this was the comp similar to what PRX
Happy
did
birthday,
bring out
man. Happy
on their
birthday as
Haven
well.
So at least they have some gist of how the playstyle will be.
Yeah, and you can see that there's a little bit of change here for DRX as well. The breach in there, I think that's
Talon are
absolutely
absolutely cooking at the moment.
Gives you a little bit more
We got
ability to
Neon,
control some of that space
ISO,
that the Neon's gonna
Breach,
try to take.
Astra,
The Cypher as well, absolutely going to be part of that
and-
equation, I assume. It's going to be a lot
and
harder
Killjoy.
for a Talon to clear that Cypher utility than it would be to get around to Killjoy.
I am all for it. Let's step into Haven. We'll
Nats,
toss it
appreciate you,
back
man.
over
Thank
to
you.
William and
Hope you have a good
Achilles.
day.
Thank you very much. Yep, some compositional changes to say the least here from Talon, but as the desk was pointing out, they're you know, kind of
One's a little bit wild, and Bars is raid bossed. Raid bossed.
Neon in the fold as well.
Raid bossed?
This is going to be some
Raid bossed.
hard-hitting, quick action coming
He's
up
a raid
from Talon.
boss.
Yeah, this is
Singular
much
raid
more
boss.
committed
Okay,
from
Talon on
compared
defense,
to,
DRX on
of course,
attack.
PRX's composition, which had the Euro and also had the
Ghost,
Fade instead of the
one
Breach. So
Frenzy.
Talon is just
They're
saying,
gonna-
hey, we are here to
Are they going
fight.
aggro or?
And the Neon's either creating space or getting kills, but either way, then there's the ISO that you still have to deal with a shield on.
Me and Nat's watch party. We
We'll
actually
see. Obviously,
said we were
I
going to
think
do
it's
it at
also
one
gonna make
point.
it a bit easier to
So,
decide when to pop that double tap shield because you use it on the
if
entry.
I mean, it's whenever he can work it into his busy schedule.
Governor already,
Guy's
however, in
always
position,
streaming
as
or
is Ban on
playing.
this ISO to try to go for the retake.
But yeah, it will happen.
Boys lurking here within the nebulous smoke, and Governor able to find that first blood. His Bane's going to be taken down. Buzz quick to reply, however, takes him down off of Plat, but now flashback, Foxy 9, both eliminated. Mako trades one out.
This is
He and Buzz. Main stage.
Okay, this is really nice from Talon though. Just holding heavy towards backer side smoke here does mean that you can go either side as well, give you a bit of freedom. They can't see you from the garage angle, so you can stand here.
And that's just a big reminder
Lovely,
why it was always kind of getting split between Astra and Omen here.
Governor
on
was
Amen.
really
The
calm with
Astra
this as
hold,
well.
The backside of C is just so strong.
They're great.
You can do so much by refreshing that smoke, setting up a
Nerfed
gravity
ISO,
wall,
yeah,
like
it's
that.
like the 9.0
We
patch,
see
right?
it come to fruition. They're all
So,
right.
I'm pretty sure.
It's gonna be a
But everyone
bucky
else,
buy.
it's what EMEA and Americas is on, so I'd imagine Pacific's on the same.
Governor about to get very, very aggressive.
Yeah, then there's the Phantom to back him up from behind, so it's perfect.
Buzz gets an attack.
Got
Door
to Guardian, just painting a bit of an outline there around Mako. Connections not found. Buzz gonna look to try to get on top of this Astra as quickly as possible. Come out. Get that Guardian to themselves. Relay bolt now gonna be coming through. It's gonna be Shorty out doing the bucket there for a moment. Buzz recovers that weapon.
Dude, smoke again.
Boy,
Smoke again. Just,
backside bails out.
yeah,
As
they
Cruz
got it
arrives,
down right
leads
now.
up a second kill. Minor damage dealt, but
Got
the
it
important
down, and
weapons
DRX
retained.
wanting to
Talon move up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you dropped the Bucky, right?
exploit over
one of the
towards
pistols,
C.
so it's not
And this
the
is one of
end
the better
the
things
world
of
here
Astra,
for
because it's
Talon.
not like,
I mean, Jit
you know, with
Boy's correctly
Omen, when
on
you kind
CST,
of, it gets a
setting
little bit
himself
weird,
after
where you
the
gotta
first
like
kill.
flash, and then you gotta do your smoke. Like the stars are already down with Astra, you can just pre-place this.
Just in time. It's another quick one. But now DRX.
As soon as you maybe get
starting
some
to
kind of
pressure
contact
that
on this
C-site
angle,
a
it's
little
good
bit.
for it.
See if that conditioning does anything for you. Quite frankly, I don't think it will, because Talon will just continue with the Killjoy Astra default.
There's the vulnerable across in towards a lobby. As Governor takes some space. Playing up close. Had the Marshal in hand for a brief little moment. Swap back over to the Bucky. I was going to say, I don't play Neon much. I'm not sure. Can you scope in while you're sliding?
No.
Okay. I was going to say, get the 100%
Dude,
accuracy on
what is he
slide.
expecting to happen?
And just sliding scope headshot somebody. I mean,
Jesus.
already the body shots are pretty good. So.
I mean, with anything, yeah.
Honestly,
Maybe with a Guardian as well.
honestly, with Riot, maybe you never know, man.
Drone checking out.
Sometimes you gotta check.
Sure that everything over at A main is cleared. This damage on the Buzz is already
Just sliding in with an op.
And being at 5 HP takes away all that big opening power that you're used to from him. So instead, it's going to be him going on a bit of a lurk while the rest of DRX start working their way up A. But look at the read from Talon.
I mean, yeah, they're not moving at all. They say, okay, if you want to go into B, so be it. We're going to flank around from A.
They're looking pretty good for the bonus right now. Like, look at the minimap.
Rotate back.
There is 5 people here.
Get stunned up a bit. Fault line going to be going through. Mako TPing into hell. Man, sussing that out. Just managed to find one, but Fox quick to trade it out. Now he's going to be full flashed, however, and cannot recover his aim. He gets taken down. Buzz striking, managing to find one. Flashback as well on the lurk. But time working against them. The Bucky even at that range is still going to be good for the kill. And now it's all on flashback.
That's so
there,
stupid.
scattered. You're in towards main. He tries to find the shot, but
Hey,
Surf
double
says
gun
no.
upgrade as well. Talon
Will
get the
convert the opening
bonus.
bonus once again.
With a Bucky.
He's 5 health.
Yeah, but
If he didn't
no, what I'm saying is they converted the bonus with the Bucky. I mean, yes, the kill on was, of course,
They
a low
had an
health,
incredible
but
read.
still. Well, that
They're
one
not.
wasn't.
They've got 5 people here.
Wow.
Even incredible read or just
I
a
mean,
solid guess.
Yeah, well, that's a big smile on
Solid
Governor's face
gamble
for sure. Back
on
on
the
that
bonus.
Neon had a great performance on the
All
KO, I
5
would
people
say, as
in this
well.
square and they're going all up long. Like this was done.
Talon slowly finding the comfort zone. Meanwhile, DRX continuing to figure out what is the most comfortable situation as we do see flashbang on the Sentinel once again. Foxy now putting right back into that flex position, the flash initiator, taking on the reins of Stacks in the past.
Knives available with the orb take.
Love this setup though.
Again, holding close.
It's interesting that they use the old default, right? They'll use the neon stun fast. Oh my god, he ate it.
That was in a really rough position.
They hear him close as well. That was a great Omen flash as well to make him swing. Oh my god, that's so high up.
Gets himself the shield. Double tap. Active. This is where that ISO becomes such a pain point. Finishing it out.
Oh.
Gets the headshot right through
Nice
the corner
shot.
of the wall. Foxy9 going to be taken down now. Flashback in a 1v2. Spike. Stranded. Spots out both of them here. Finds the first, gets the second.
Nice shots back as well. Okay, they steal around here. There's something a little bit weird about this default from Talon. Like they're using the stun like they have double stun, right? This is what people used to do on their default with Neon, right? They would just use a stun for A main and then they take A main control. And then when they get close, he doesn't have a stun off the contact. And then they can kind of go over towards A, they pick up a gun and they snowball.
We're seeing him slowly
Shout out to the 1v2 though, that is huge from Flashbang. Okay, Neon ult backup gun.
Well, that's the first step. The question is, can they get some back-to-back rounds? The Bucky once again in play, but Governor also does have the lightning fingers.
What the hell? Surely pop that first.
Wants to get an immense amount of damage, but they still manage to find the kill. Neural Theft now going to be invested.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him so close.
Really big scatter here, but everybody now cutting their way back across over towards that C
What's going on at the moment?
Quickly assessing that this is going to be an A hit. They start working their way back. Smoke dissipates, flashback, playing around that timing perfectly. He's in position to find the kill. Ban gets taken down.
I think I get it. Like, you don't want to give them the cue that you want to pop and go something aggro, so you're popping while they're in theory stuns. Like, if there's not someone in front of the stun, it probably doesn't look crazy.
Surf does have the read on that since he still held control, but overall a good idea from DRX to make sure that Talon has no shot.
It's going to be saving, so this looks really nice for DRX. They win the 1v2 bonus, 1v2 50, and then we just 4 people alive, 3,000.
On the opponent's pick.
Very nice start, considering losing pistol and bonus.
Surf at 5 HP can breathe a sigh of relief that he still holds on to that Vandal.
Oh, Cruz is going to try to make his Rolling Thunder happen, though.
That's, yeah. A worthy cause. You know, the Buzz took quite a bit of damage right off the rip at the start of the round.
Mantha_CB, I missed your sub. Thank you for the prime, dude.
Pick its form, because even if he does die, it's still going to be the kill. There's still going to be the built-up form, but looks like, yeah, he won't be rewarded with it. Tucks back, holds onto the weapon. DRX get themselves a second round win, and that's going to be a timeout immediately here from the side of Talon.
Yeah, definitely some adjustments to be made.
Thank you as well, mate. Thank you for the 14 mums.
And obviously in that previous round, a bit of a fumble from Governor, a little bit uncharacteristic.
Good to see you, Leto. Thanks for the prime as well.
On that Neon, but getting a bit caught off guard with the forward position and that Cypher cam. I think he was already planning on going out before that cam came out, so we're just trying to maybe only punish the Cypher either way. Too many targets than he bargained for. But that can't possibly be what the timeout's about. It has to be more about how they're rotating off of that initial information, how they're trying to force them to funnel through wherever they feel the most confident. Because right now, DRX has done a pretty good job in the past couple rounds, just saying, hey, here's our first look. Maybe we get a first pick. Even if not, you guys are going to have to keep bouncing around. Sure, the Neon's fast, but we will overpower you, and Buzz will continue to create that space.
I don't mind it, though. You know, Frost wanting to just clean things up a little bit, but also knowing that this was the map that DRX was able to best PRX on.
Sure.
Don't want to underestimate them at all in that regard.
True, true. Personally, I don't read into that one too much because PRX definitely looked like that composition needed a bit more time to cook, but
sure.
Obviously, DRX bringing out a bit more here with the role changes as well, though. Not using that clove.
Just a full send over in towards A. Shitboy's going to be taking some space.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this default.
Ult line keeps Governor pushed back over at main. As here comes the ult. Foxy9 going to be snatched up.
Okay, do they want to go aggro on this?
The wall's about to fall down.
Whoa.
Winning out the fight. Shitboys at the same time, however.
Yeah, and then there's just
turning fire from Buzz and
the body just has 3 bodyguards dueling.
Suddenly it's just Cruz and Surf left standing.
Well,
just have to make the call to go for a save once again. You can already see them shifting back over towards C as flashback In a rough spot.
Kind of messed this one up.
What
what
ready for it
the?
is Cruz.
Checks his camera, and there's just a
side.
guy in front of him. So yeah, this whole default from Talon, I don't massively like it. I don't think using the stun to take this anymore makes any sense. I would rather breach or go aggro slide. Then you have something to let you know if you should be stunning.
Just can't catch a break.
What could it be on this comp?
In that ultimate, man.
Not much,
The
to be
kill
honest. Someone jumps
contract
by
is
maybe.
not good to him, even when they were using it over on the Icebox. Still had a pretty solid game and just creating space, really throwing the opponents off.
I mean, he had that ace that we just keep looping on repeat.
Yeah, I mean, he had the ace. He takes the first trades. Oh, okay.
Into the opening dink.
Surf. Just
Confirm
getting
the
another
kill.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, minimal damage taken and no one really nearby to try to go on a big chase here. So we'll be good to hold on to this Vandal, it would seem. And Spike will detonate in DRX. They're going to tie things up at 3-3.
Yeah, so sure, the ultimate, Van doesn't get the 1v1, but oftentimes what Talon did, even here on Haven, is that they'll be ready with a firing squad right as that ultimate ends. And even if there are teammates, you're just there to say, okay, as soon as he come out, we all start to fire. We're still going to win out in the end. I mean, this is just great for Foxy9, even taking down the shield first. But DRX have a good read through it.
Nice, let's go.
He's happy about that one.
That mood's starting to get more and more lightened. Foxy was certainly trying to get the spirits up back over on Ascent, but this time it seems like everybody participating.
Well, two people that can't buy next. So. And Talon go for a massive change up, just a big switch. Killjoy now over towards A, one person hold.
A lot of attention.
Not up for going aggro and trying to have the Neon hold this anymore.
Ready to try to match Foxy9. Wants to make sure that they don't actually have
this
to
is one of
give
the
up
issues
site
with this.
on
As
A,
soon as they
and
lose
DRX's fake has
or have a
worked
little bit
out
of pressure at the
perfectly.
beginning, means that there's two avenues and they want to help out the Killjoy on A.
Push out with the breach
That means that
ultimate.
B's open. This is a nice round for.
Choose to back out.
This is a very nice. Oh my goodness!
Governor going to be spotted, sprinting it towards the back.
No way.
The fight against Mako, but he's down to 8 HP. Cloudburst expiring. Buzz sat here for the flash.
Wow.
Is going to be good. He falls. Bane as well.
Yeah, but this was also this made a lot of sense from DRX, right? They see Astral, they realized they got to fight.
In play. The push forward from Foxy9, spotted out. They have to just back off. The defuse starting to come through. They can't hear it.
Yeah, I mean they have no idea.
Yeah, it's nice and
Looks like they're just
simple.
going to have to sack the round. Tuck away here from Flashback. Over on the side. As the wall drops, looks for a kill, but Boys puts him down to 56. He will be able to survive.
Nice and simple from Talon. DRX maybe it needed an extra layer, like someone going for garage or something afterwards.
And then getting the kill onto Mako just creates so much space, and now DRX can't focus onto the retake coming out from A-Link. It's a crossfire in favor of Talon, and Governor plays it perfectly. Doesn't peek out until the entire squad is ready with an open angle. Then he swings out just for a bit more information.
Just really good util usage there from Cruz.
Someone called Astral. No, I mean they definitely called Astral because they were playing so heavy in
Breach
sight.
Flash is coming in. Just needs to buzz his death. Sight broken open.
But I think the plan was just as far as we'll fight sight.
Forward alarm bot set up on A main. That allows Surf to play a bit more on his own. Sure, you have backup ready for a short, but that's always going to be able to swivel onto the B site if need be.
Is this
So
turret
Talon just saying,
contact
hey,
into
we've
stun
got the
into
Rolling Thunder
swing?
as well. As long as we can buy time over on A main, we'll be able to defend this A site.
Turret
Let's focus
contact
on the other
and
side of the map.
stun.
As DRX haven't been
Swing.
knocking just yet, but that's a great
Easy.
ball
Can he get
line
out?
to support.
Surf trying to reset it, trying to find Flashback, cannot make it happen. 1-for-1 as Rolling Thunder is going to be crashing across.
Wait, Jet, Buzz?
Avoids that one. Takes an immense amount of damage from Governor, who resides
He's
forward,
alive.
peeking into hell, finding the elimination. Buzz dead, but Foxy able to go ahead and reply with one of his own, but now a 2v3. Here's at 5 health, Bane with an operator. Spike in their hands, but oh, there's the shot. Foxy9 taken down.
Spike planted.
Star place, the aftershock coming through. Just tucked away into the corner, but I mean, you see the stars getting placed. It seems like they just know exactly where he is.
Yeah, clearing out things one by one.
Because the vulnerable both avoided. Bane holding patiently, but now position known. The peek in on the off, cannot find it. Jit Boys with a reswing will. Bane.
Yeah, I mean it was a really nice fast flood. Buzz had a chance of doing it, but
stretching the lead once again.
Governor's just sliding about everywhere.
A great hold here. Just making sure that you get the first kill. Surf's getting ahead of the paranoia, the fault line, keeping Mako at bay as well. forces him to try to jump and
Yeah, some nice movement though.
And then utilizing the double slide. I mean, that's all it really took for Governor. Just clear the site once more off that Rolling Thunder and then force DRX to have to creep back in with lesser numbers.
Oh, timeout call.
Surely from the DRX side.
Yes, it is. DRX pumping the brakes here.
Yeah, now, you know, Rolling Thunder's out
oh
from
man,
both
if
sides.
they can get
kinda reset.
like winner of this
Obviously,
should have a
both
very good
teams, we can
chance.
tell they've been kind of bouncing, dancing around that
because they
ultimate
skip
from
the
the
single
opposition,
limb.
trying to bait it out first.
They're
But
just gonna
okay,
win one
now
out
it's
of
back
2
to square
games.
one. That one's out of the window. See what DRX can do. See if they can continue to provide some extra pressure on main. The status quo here from DRX seems to just be to put pressure on A no matter what. Maybe they'll rotate off of it this time around, but I think just doing it once would be a little too telling. So we'll see. We've seen a couple of those fake TPs from Mako as well on the Omen, trying to just keep them at bay, but now they realize, oh, it's been the Killjoy
Zero
every
sanity
single
with the
time.
tier 1. Thank you so
They
much.
haven't
Appreciate
really
this.
needed
Appreciate the
to
3
bite
months.
onto the bait.
Done that.
1 for 1 in these timeout calls thus far.
Single limb with
Down by 2
Genji.
rounds
That's
here
actually
is
also
DRX,
true, and
but
that's probably worth mentioning.
have as strong of an attack half as they
Single
possibly can.
limb.
Ban, however, still has that
There's a
operator
good chance
in play,
you get
of course.
Genji.
So okay, I like that Talon says, hey, let's just reposition the Killjoy, right? Don't give it up either way. They're ready for this out in mid.
Oh, hearing that drop down, Bane at
Oh my
risk.
god, it's so close.
Trying to move forward, but does not break that line of sight. And now, this bite down on the
Dude,
floor.
nice shots
Surface
from
well.
Talon. This was
Escorting
really
forward.
cool. And it
So
wasn't
they
just
kill
like
the
an
Foxy
over-the-top aggro strat.
very
I mean,
good
it's
read here from
literally
Talon.
just... It's the same idea of
And
attack
that's the job
timeout.
done.
They're focusing
I mean,
what they want to do. You go aggro to ruin
set
it.
up Buzz. Buzz just has to go nuclear right now if you
silent
want to win
walk
this round
down
for
middle.
DRX. Sure, you
It was
have a
really good.
paranoia, but
They hit
that's
their
all you
shots as
got.
well was the main thing.
A couple extra smokes.
Neural Theft, if they can find an opening kill, just to try to identify where
I
Talon
like the
are gonna be coming
DRX
from, but
kind of realized that Talon like to take
If
map
they go through
control
A
then
link,
fully
that's a
leave
good
it.
read. It's a hard one for them to make because they don't have
I mean,
all the
Talon's
information that
still
we
ready
have.
for this push.
But they will try to clear it, see if this was really the weaker side. If they can get a kill here, if there's no trade, they get to rotate out. He's actually just going to try to bait them in.
smoke going to be sent Mako. Situated here in front of this one, trying to see if the push comes through. Buzz now as well, reinforcing this position. Cruz wary about this. Pulled quite far back. Fault line at the ready now. Overdrive in play. Governor sliding forward, checking out the site, making some noise, jumps forward into the smoke, and Buzz this time able to find a headshot, shutting down that Neon. Mako, I believe not catching a glimpse. Turns his sights back
Oh, it's a
over
really good
towards
flash.
B, but then
Wow.
re-peeks into Link, finds
That was
Cruz.
sick.
Buzz still sat within the smoke to push forward.
This is an
Surf able to
impressive
steady
round
the
from
aim.
DRX.
Doesn't take any damage for his troubles. But as he pushes out on the hunt for Mako,
was impressive.
he will get taken down.
Yeah,
DRX
3v5, they
3v5
retake map
recover the
control because
round.
they've kind of read into the tendencies
the
of
gap
Talon
down to
liking
just
to
one
leave it,
round
like I
separated.
said.
Just great
And
positioning
the play
from all
here
three
was
members
good.
of
Mako
DRX.
trying to bait in with
Right
the
before the
smoke,
plant as
Omen
well,
flash
right?
in
Mako
front
getting
as
ahead,
well with the
taking,
swing.
control
Maybe the
of A
Astro
link. They put up the
Util
cyber cage on
helped
C link, but
out
nobody actually pushes out.
DRX
So
a
then
little
you're
bit.
thinking, okay, we're gonna break through this. I love the set play with the fault line over from heaven. But Buzz holds very close as soon as he hears that Neon Ultimate popped. See if he can have any
I
sort
say
of
maybe
advantage
isn't
in that
100%
fight.
did.
And he sure does. Repositions outside of it as well.
Revealing area.
Dark down. Not going to spot out anything. No one in that position. Just the KJ util.
Will they go for it again?
Contact if there's a push through short. Cam set up here from flashback will spot out at least a player from Talon. If not multiple.
No way.
Pulls off the angle. Oh, retoggles
Oh.
it now. Is very
Let's
well
check
aware.
that.
Set up a trap wire to try to intercept.
And with that, they realized that they're
Looked
retaking.
like he was ready for the lockdown,
And
but
we're
for now,
gonna
he's just
have
gonna
a
wait for his
Killjoy
teammates.
ult, but we're going fast
Eating some
behind.
of this damage though from these nano swarms. Mako and Foxy 9 both tagged up. Flashback. Watching for it. There's a slide back. The cyber cage going to be set up. The stun connecting. Governor able to flush him out. Finds the kill. The jump peek Bane.
That was sick though. I thought at one point here he was just going to
Neon now on
completely ignore
3v3.
this guy and go for the server ulting.
Double tap shield in play, but going to be
They
expiring.
were master
soon
3
here
and
for
3.
Ban as Bane.
What a
Tries
shot.
to get tucked away over at short, but Shitboys is able to find that elimination. Now suddenly the man advantage here. In the hands of Talon. Foxy finding the timing, swooping forward, finding that elimination. Now it's all on Buzz. He wins out the fight.
Not bad.
Tied up once again.
Not bad in the end. I like the fact that they had someone to protect the server that was owing, so they kind of had a plan around the ult going down.
Talon's idea was that, okay, the
Talon's
lockdown's
idea was pretty good as well.
Then we swarm him with the
Killjoy
Neon,
ult
and the
into
Sova
fast
goes
push
down,
behind.
and we still get to push him back out with the Killjoy ultimate. A flashback, pops that cyber cage, stays alive just long enough, and then Bane able to regain control of his weapon before Governor is able to pounce onto him. And of course, the finishing touch by Buzz, the duelist who's just been trying to keep DRX contesting for this best of 3, trying to contest for the top 2 seeds.
Is 5 enough for Talon? The Cypher might have a really good time against this comp.
Not exactly where either team wants to be. Span anticipating a jump peak here.
That's an ultimate as well.
I think they need the last 2 rounds.
With the op.
Over there.
We'll see.
We'll just be smoked off the angle for now.
It's hard for this comp to just take map control.
Cage popped, but
like a Judge Garage.
Window.
Did you ever not kill everyone?
Okay, but the fault line comes out and there's no follow-up, so Surf starting to slowly back out as well. They expect
drone,
to rotate
no
down,
nothing
and
to
Cruz is watching
re-clear.
for it. No Killjoy util over on
in my opinion, they need 7. But that kind of depends if DRX play it right again. And we saw how that one turned out on
He's able to just go ahead. Gun down Governor. Ban out once
With
again.
the op.
Go for the 1v1.
Oh boy.
He loses out on it. The operator not delivering the kill. Bane able to shatter
Turns
the
out to be a
shield.
really expensive loss.
DRX
A miss even.
find themselves in the lead. 6-5 as we go into the last round of the half.
Round before the switch.
That's a costly one. That's the ultimate and the operator dropped by Ban.
They don't have much money here.
No, not at all. We saw that glimpse of a Bucky returning and Buzz getting way ahead of it. Neon's fast, but not that fast. And this B site doing well for DRX, recognizing that if we have successfully forced the Killjoy to constantly set up on the A site, B is going to be weak. They have to have members watching from long range. They cannot fill that site because it will be too much of a commitment.
Dude,
You
almost 2
can only do
years.
that when you think you have a hard read, like we saw after the
Appreciate the
timeout.
tier 1, man. Thanks so much for the support.
And now you force the Usos to go on to B, and now
Thanks
DRX
for
is
being
going to
here for
strike
2
A.
years as well.
Double tap again in play here. It seems like DRX may be getting the audio cue. Just playing slow. That gun barrel just a hair off being seen. Now the shielding will expire. And once again at risk. Couple warning shots out. Whizzing past Mako's head through that wall as Buzz just pushes in and takes out 2. Minimal damage taken as well. There's TP forward here from Mako.
Buzz has been a beast. Just consistently first map, second map. What the hell is that as well? That's insane. The solo retake with the Bucky.
DRX look to try to end this half. 7-5 in flawless fashion.
Double sliding in. No util.
Oh, it's just isolated and absolutely screwed. The TP up, he will be able to get the headshot there on Mako. But he's down to 8 HP.
Yeah, very nice.
It's gonna be
Shout out to Buzz. Buzz is
taking
great.
him out. DRX out
okay,
in front here.
in my head, that's too many rounds, but they could just have some real overwhelm and dodge that Cypher to enough.
They get punished for it with that push out from Talon, but then they say, okay, after that, that's a bit of a hard read off the timeout. They're still going to go back to their default, which has been that A site setup with the Killjoy. So let's keep hitting B site, and then right when it matters most, that last round of the half, they swivel, and once you see more than one person peeking out of A main like that, you know that that's going to be weak. There's going to be no Killjoy setup, and DRX will be able to close out the half with 7 points. The lead, 2-round lead here for DRX going over to their defending side. It's not, probably the dominant scoreline they would have hoped for.
Whoa.
Wow. Wow.
Wait, is that a drawing?
Fantastic.
Crazy.
Not only the drawings, but just the penmanship was also
penmanship overall, yeah.
Really good handwriting. Well, 7-5.
That's wild.
DRX wanting to take this the distance, but man, what an opener to the round here from Buzz once more.
That's mental though. How are you meant to kill that?
Yeah, something out there. Maybe spend a little more time in the war zone or something, Governor. There's plenty of other titles out there to help you with that one, but I mean, you had to do what you had to do. You only have that Bucky. Not too many options.
Okay. What is it? Pistols 2-1, right?
The pistol Talon in the lead in that regard, 2-1.
Okay.
The half armor, but no frenzy, so no buying over for Governor. It's just going to be the half armor, the relay bolt, just trying to be a menace. Since you do have the ISO to follow up.
They are absolutely sending it. Does this stun go through the top of this? Oh, it does.
Star set up as Governor.
Oh my god, that's sick.
Forward, but flashback, quick to collect the headshot.
I can't believe he gets that kill, but that's still sick.
Across, but break the shield, but Pan able to reestablish that double tap. Coming up with the kill. Buzz clearing out the turret, backs away. Cruz lurking in behind two juicy targets forward.
Okay.
Chip Boys collects both.
Chip Boys just wrecked everyone. Dude, the pistol gods. 3-1.
Managed to get the spray down on the one there with the frenzy. Picks up another frenzy. It only has 10 bullets in it.
That insta sun's nice though.
Quick clear on the close angle there with the shock dart. Grabs up the ghost. Double push coming through, however, around the back. And they just continue to wide swing. Jit Boys. 3-piece from him. Talon with a third pistol. Now just 1 round separating.
Yeah, Jit Boys with another great pistol here on Haven. I believe he was the one who wrapped up the very first one as well. But, I mean, this was a nice attempt at a hold from DRX, right? It's that you cut off the backup, the Neon goes down on her own. But wow,
it seemed fashion.
Enemy remaining.
Jeez.
And the 1-2.
Yeah.
The first pistol as well.
Yeah. Little deja vu.
Bando.
Obviously, the calls
Bando
from
1-6 or
sure.
Bando 6 with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that.
It's a gamble stack.
With the eco, they want to send it over towards C.
Much fruit here.
5 people here.
But I do appreciate it from DRX, right?
Sure.
It's the best region for me to watch time zone. I mean EMEA.
2-1-2 default with
it's like EMEA, Pacific, and then Americas is the West.
Committed to either side of the map. That alarm bot
Americas
is
isn't too bad sometimes. The only thing that is brutal in the schedule is Americas into Pacific. That's it.
Forward into B.
The 3 a.m. finish to
DRX, see if they're able to spot the
8
alarm
a.m.
bot.
start.
Maybe wrap around or just leave somebody on the lurk.
Right here.
That's the only thing that's brutal.
Recalled?
Wait.
Doesn't get recalled.
But get recalled. But it's okay. It was out of range anyway. The push behind. I mean. A good jump peek.
Line going across, connect onto a few, but Buzz, I mean, he just has a shorty in hand. Not much that he can do there. Fox able to find one. There's Paranoia connecting, but Ban is reading the timing. Comes up with a headshot. We are tied at 7-7. Only 1 player lost in the round for Talon.
So fine.
Carry over
they
the
didn't
2
lose any
Vandals
guns
as well. Talon right back into the swing of things. You can see on the scoreboard there. Lost the 4 last rounds of the first half.
Your time zone America starts at 2 a.m. Yeah, that's
I mean, there's that double tap
not
shield
doable.
coming into action. Not taking any damage on that first swing out.
Hit the vaults for that one.
And once again, I mean, this is barely a bonus round. 4 Vandals and then a Spectre. So firepower quite well matched for Talon.
All right, first big buy. Bonus is legit.
Quick recon out. Getting cleared. ISO wall to try to escort forward. Fault line not spotting much. Trap wires, both of them committed here to this A site.
Oh.
It's going to be good for the Neon if they commit.
No way.
Spots at the barrel. Smoke sent the swing in. Mako dealt with.
Placing swarm grenade.
Completely unaware of Surf's position. And that draws a lot of attention towards the opposite side of the map. Leaving Flashback on his lonesome here at A.
Yeah, and these
I like
are
this
the times
idea from the setup from DRX though,
so maybe push
over
out from one
towards
side
heaven,
again, just so
and
they can
it's
go
theory
through the
they
process
find
of
the first trip
elimination.
and then they burst
We're
into
seeing
the
Foxy
second
Knight
trip.
do that right now. That is allowing Bane to rotate.
Yeah, and he wants that to be smoked so that he can get a second kill. And
him.
shout out to Talon for just
Oh, no.
strolling in.
There's a strike.
They late smoke heaven first of all so that he doesn't peek. And then they just so aware that there can be a double trip setup, so they just walk in.
He finds the first, but Jit Boy
Had
strikes
a
from short.
good
Talon
read on this
back
one.
in
It's
the
a very
lead.
good sign. If
Sir,
DRX want to do this thing
just
where they're playing
the lurk
Cypher over
timings
towards A, they
from it,
gotta
the
disguise
positionings,
it
the
better.
reposition on this
Basically.
one as well. We saw it near the end of stage 1.
That's pretty much what they're saying
Continuing
there.
to thrive on the Sentinel role. I mean, this is Foxy 9 also just assuming a bit too much. Flashback tries for a heroic.
Tough, yeah, he didn't
At the end of the day, it's Surf who opens up so much space. I mean, on Haven, when the Lurker starts to take control of mid on the attacking side, it's so tough for the defenders to figure out how to just eliminate that.
Oh, Marshall in hand, spotting him out as the make reveal, but can't shoot through the wall. Buzz denied off that. Governor still will get tagged
Holy
down
hell.
second.
I mean, he's used all his util though.
Absolute lunatic here.
Yeah, what is going on?
There's the swing out from Buzz. does take his head off.
Dude, I would love to watch that again, man. That 20 seconds of his POV is the most wild thing ever.
Games, but Buzz is just crisp with it.
A really nice shot.
But
You
it
gotta
does
give
buy
him
them a
that.
lot of time. Talon, they've already worked through Garage on this one. No trap wires there. You still have the double tap shield. I like that ban.
Push out as well. Do they go to window? Because that's a free kill.
Goes in the astral form, and there it is.
Oh my god, dude. Imagine you didn't get that.
And with that, Talon's going to push out. They know that they don't have the numbers, so they need to dwindle things earlier.
Planted that double tap shield. Taken away, but there's another one. And regenerating it. It's able to find one before getting taken down. Finish off the already low HP Mako. Turning his sights back over towards the garage exit. Trying to find that kill, but now suddenly it's Surf all just alone with 1 HP. DRX will be able to clean up the round. The defuse coming through.
Cool round from them.
One away from the 9.
That shot at long is
We're
so
tied
good.
once again at 8-8.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury online, 1 away from the knives. You saw just how much this round meant for Buzz on the camera there right as he got the finishing kill. It's a great wraparound. You take control of A main, push forward to pick up the weapon, and then you just keep barreling through. Chip Boys maybe thought he just had a bit more time. That's a nice shot. Because he does swing around to window, but just half a second too late.
Nice!
Bane 2.
Jazzed up a bit. I mean, a thrifty fashion as
lost
well to
timeout,
go
man.
ahead and get that round win, but still a timeout call from DRX.
Yeah, it could have been obviously just charged up right at the start of the round, but we'll see what the adjustments they make will be. Now, one thing we're noticing is that, you know, Ban, sure, he's making still great use of that double tap, but you start to see, okay, the changes do have some impact, right? First of all, you can't use it as liberally, not going to last as long, but also, whether your shield gets taken out or not, the tool kills doesn't refresh anymore, so you have to be able to constantly chain those kills together, and he's done it a couple times, but once it gets taken out that last time, he doesn't have another one just to pop for free. So DRX having a bit more confidence, just pushing him with multiple numbers, knowing that they can take him out, that eventually that ISO will fall.
Let's see if this timeout ends up biting DRX in the rear. Saw some decent adaptation from Talon off the back of these. 2 ults available here for either side. Cosmic Divide. That kill contract.
Just sending it with a fast split. Same stun.
Love to see Ban use that to maybe counter out the Hunter's Fury on a retake here if they can get the right read.
Same
It's just going to be a
stun, missed
rush.
it, but good.
Do have that Cosmic Divide, like you said.
Up for the moment. Was thinking about sending it.
Flash into the corner.
Ups to reposition. Now sends it through, and it's going to be Bane. Grabbed up once more. Bane looking to go a bit more aggressive at this time. Ban able to win this one out. Comes up with a kill.
Yeah,
TP's
and
right
then
back
take
into the
it.
cubby.
They were all ready to hit over.
Look at the reposition. Ban comes
They
up
were
with
all ready
another
to
kill.
hit over
Mako
towards
caught
site
out.
if they needed to, if they lost.
Honest lonesome
I
in the
also
open.
think maybe they would have breach damaged it.
Basically go wherever the hell they want. Buzz does manage to intercept Cruz.
He
Shoot
lost.
forward on a lurk into B. It looks like it's going to be an audio cut and a drift back over towards C.
Yeah, you know that DRX has to be spread apart a little bit here. It's either that or they're going to regroup towards the center of the map because that's where Talon was last seen.
Flashback wants to try
Yeah,
to
good
go
move
ahead
from
and get
Foxy on this one.
off over at B.
This move makes it doable.
Oh, it might be a little too late, but they will get the information if he does it.
Or did they just assess that this is going to be it? Clear out of the trap wire, and that tells all. Yep, Neural Theft now going to be coming through as the Cosmic Divide goes up for Talon.
All right, so you know that there's
Yeah,
nobody
and with the plant
lurking
sauce gets his
far
ult.
behind somewhere outside of
Do
garage.
they want to
Alarm bot just on
double
the opposite side of that wall
down
as
on
well.
the ults?
Ult line just used up already.
What a shot.
Onto one, but Surf able to
Never
drift
even
back.
use it
He's
now.
alive, he's covering fire, cleans up 2 kills,
Killjoy
now
ends up
locked down
being
in play.
put down in a 1v4.
Just to make this absolutely impossible for Flashback.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you just got to tell yourself, all right.
Okay, yeah, he got it in his
Bro,
head, and then it
3
was like
mega ultimates.
2v4,
Yeah,
and he's like,
just,
what?
Kill contract, the Cosmic
Did I?
Divide, and the lockdown. Just call it a day. It's not like Talon is getting to match point on this one. So Flashback, just looking to hold onto the weapon. Only 300 credits to his name.
And needs to retain this one. Teammate might be able to do some kind of buy for him if he did go down.
Give him the 2v4 for the ult. Yeah. He had made the decision on the 3v4, then there was a kill, then it was 2v4, and then he just went for it. And then the kill pretty much happened as he's instant animation.
A decent investment from them when the ult's committed.
This is why, right?
Away from DRX, but they also
They understand it's a big round.
I mean, it's a pretty big one. Obviously, bad.
Force them down to an
And I
eco.
love that Talon doesn't overcommit to this, right? They expect, or maybe they heard some of the util coming out and the angle it came out from, but they read that DRX is going to try to cover for their teammate, so they say, okay, you know what? You won the fight, so let's actually just back out, reset with the better numbers.
Nice shots.
And eventually it does work out in their favor. However, it took so many ults to do that. So they're trying to hold off and see if DRX now pushes out on a weaker buy. But DRX at the same time, they had the right read and said, okay, that was all ultimates on the C side. Surely they go back to their default of pressuring A side. So both teams trying to stay one step ahead in this chess game.
Quiet drift forward here towards Garage. Buzz hearing the star setup, seeing the Nebula popped. Double peek in here from Governor and Jit Boys.
Oh, the fake.
Just setting up the smoke here.
Still a minute left, though, so Talon doesn't actually even have to commit to the A side just yet. This was all just to be able to plant Jit Boys out far.
Governor just riding that wall forward, clears up the camera. Now Jit Boys again catching Mako. Over here, Garage. Buzz does manage to go ahead, take his head off with the knives. Weapon can be recovered, but is he going to be ready for Surf? Who's again lurking. Slide forward from Governor, finding the first.
He's got some nice movement. Oh, that was nice.
Flashback with 10 HP.
Dude, his team bailed on him? 10 HP? That would have been the easiest trade of their
The
life.
rest of Talon making their way over towards C. Stomping their way across. Buzz, recovered Vandal in hand, needs to have
Dude, Governor's
big performance here if they
pretty
want to try to
legit
rescue this round. Otherwise,
Neon.
Talon they get themselves a 10th round victory.
If Buzz can get Surf.
Oh, what a shot. Oh.
Here's the plant up over the top. Looks for it, runs out of knives. Still
10
decent amount of
seconds.
damage down, but he cannot pivot fast enough to take down Cruz. That was all
And
flashback.
do you swing this?
Plant coming in,
Oh,
spots
boy.
on the first.
Spike planted.
As the
Good
camera set
camera
up.
as well.
We'll have been told
Oh.
the Cruz was untouched. Fault line gets sent, flashback, needing to hit the headshot. The Rolling Thunder gonna be committed to deliver the final blow.
Honestly, I respect this.
It was getting a little dicey, so I don't mind it. I mean,
Yeah,
it can
you
feel
gotta
like maybe
secure
it's a
that
bit
one.
overheating from Cruz, but
You gotta secure
instead
that
of having
one.
to play the mind game and not just being sure, obviously, you know, the HP a bit in favor of Cruz. Just say, hey, you know what? While we have the lead, let's keep the lead, because you didn't really have a way out. C main is a long way out of that site. Cruz did not want to get stuck, backpedaling out of it.
Narrow margins, but still around, getting away from DRX. Buzz now operator.
Only one
Coming into
round
play,
at the
looking
moment
like
on
a peek here
defense.
in towards short. Relay bolt to delay him, but aside from that, they just chuck up that util and now turn their sights in towards B. Craftwire gets the catch onto one. Aftershock as well, staving off Governor. He's gonna have to make a quick exit.
Whoa, Paranoia drawn out as well after the Aftershock.
Not
That's
sure.
a lot of commitment from TRX, and Talon's happy to just ditch the site. That's so
Okay,
much
fair
util
play,
taken
man.
out. That
They
could
just
have been used for the
stroll
retake.
into
Plus
garage
5-1.
with the pop of this.
Boys not showing any
I was gonna say
presence
that
there.
the main thing I'm looking at is Talon seem to
Noise
be getting
going
garage for
back over
free
here
a
towards
lot.
B. Mako up on top of the boxes, ready and waiting. The rush forward, the shot. Governor takes an immense amount of damage.
Oh, tap of the spike because they know that they're gonna serve ult, but then Ban didn't get the memo. Sticks in line with this where they would have been planting.
Crosshair over fast enough.
That's so
Surf goes away with
funny.
the kill, but he
He literally tapped the
Governor
spike, got
both
out of there, and this guy's just sitting exactly where
Flashback finds the first.
the plant would have
Still on
been.
the floor. Flashback pulls away. They hear the retap. The rest of DRX corralling in, and Bane catches a glimpse and takes him down.
Great first pickoff from Buzz, who didn't get to catch it on the screen here, but shuts down the A side. That means that they're trapped still somewhere in the middle of the map. And DRX, they do not get shaken by the initial entry and
And
the
backside,
utility
now he was
usage
close
over
here,
on
right?
B. I mean, this
He's
is
close
just
in the
such a
corner.
huge kill. Obviously, the entry can't be as explosive, and then the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, okay, no, yeah, you're right.
On point from Bane.
I thought it was the other guy.
Right there. Down,
But it
but
was this
certainly
guy.
not out. Just one round away from tying us up for the umpteenth time here is DRX. Still have the op and play their own rolling
That's my
thunder.
bad on that one.
In their back pocket. Buzz looking for a similar peak once again. Or nothing being seen but Bane winning out on that first fight, and then Ban taken down. Buzz quick on the shot.
It looked like the idea there from Talon was to send Governor just to be a menace on A main, draw out a little bit of that fire, maybe draw out a bit of extra util, and that's when you strike onto the potential operator on short. But it all falls apart when Bane just lands the shot clean, no damage taken against
That's
the
a
Neon.
save.
Whoa, 1 minute save.
Yeah, well, 60 seconds it's an extra timeout, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me present my idea to you here.
Okay. All right. We'll have our own timeout.
Here's what we do to actually fix make ISO rewarding.
Oh, wow.
You know, so I think what we do is we can revert back to the previous version of double tap.
Okay.
But when you get the kill, in order to regain your shield, now the little orb pops up.
Yeah.
It turns into an aim labs
thing. Full routine.
You have to hit 5 quick successive shots, and then you gain your double tap shield again.
But are you just out in the open while you do that?
Yeah.
How is that rewarding?
Because you get the shield. It's really powerful. And it lasts for 20 seconds again.
I mean, I guess it is rewarding once you actually make it happen, because it sounds impossible to do.
I mean, hey, there's some really good players out there.
I think
you're just discrediting some of the best aimers.
It is true, because that is how you can truly differentiate the good ISOs from the great ISOs. All right.
Yeah, double tap uptime. it's the one stat that will truly matter.
I see what you're putting down. I don't know if I'm going to pick it up, though.
I think it would be great. Well, anyway, 10 to 10, as the timer has finally expired. As there's that opening shot from Bane.
Astro Guardian things I do.
But still, cash for the buy available to Talon. Half armors across the board, however.
He's just, I'm just letting the cook, man.
Avoid this operator from Buzz that has been a thorn in their
just
side
gonna let
to start
things
the
sit.
rounds.
See if they can identify it. They're trying to overpower it this time with the double tap.
Okay, I like the smoke though. Smoke means that the recon doesn't scan anyone and they get over towards short and they're walking fast towards short. And when do they consider it?
Glimpse here.
Wow, the recovery's insane. What a shot from Foxy to bail him out as well.
Ultimately, a trade up a 2-for-1. Foxy re-peeking. Some more
Been adding the Omen duel along. Nice skill from Mako. Oh, what a flash.
Paranoia crashing in from behind. Turn the flash. Foxy getting blinded up.
I like the idea. I really like the idea from Talon. But it was a cool idea. Bane did really good to get a kill, and Foxy did incredible.
Talon now locked in a very rough position as Jip Boys will fall. It's all on Cruz.
Not much he can do here. And DRX surely not going to overextend anything. Well, especially not now that he's been spotted.
Buzz is pushing forward.
Wow, with the off in hand. Somebody's feeling confident.
Here's the footsteps coming through.
Let's get
Dash
him on the
at
exit.
the ready. Quick jump out and Cruz. Ooh, takes his head off. That operator not needing to be recovered.
Wait,
suddenly, Cruz on for an ace. Does he have time to go for a plant? I don't think he does. 15 seconds. The round will still go the way of DRX, but he has certainly sent a message.
I do wonder if he just sprinting over to A.
Can he make, he actually, never mind, he has it.
Yeah, it was 20 full seconds.
No way they let him get through this.
That's usually what it takes to go from one side of the map to the other. The Rolling Thunder is going to be late. I mean, DRX.
I gotta get out of there.
They've completely fumbled this so far.
Oh, this is a catastrophic failure.
Oh,
Foxy needing to clutch it up. The Rolling Thunder even out of this one. And with the plant, a kill, his death, he's still going to be one charge away. He tucks back. Only a fault line, no aftershock to try to flush him out into the open. He sends it to the opposite side. The swing out.
Oh, what a shot, man. Bailed him out.
Narrowly manages
they gotta be careful.
to get the headshot to save their asses as DRX
starts waving to him as well.
Fumble of a round that we will have witnessed in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, this is not something we ever see from DRX, is miscalculating the entire remaining timer. I mean, if they had lost that round, there was no saving him. I mean, there were no excuses on that one.
Yeah, devastating.
I mean, listen, you should have never
Stun. Right, problem with the stunning there is he still has the problem with the stun there, chat, is he still has the element of surprise. Right? So it's like if he hits his first bullet, so element of surprise there, he pretty much gets 2 bullets off before this guy shoots him, because he can be either side, so angle-wise, he's pretty much always going to have the advantage. So if he stuns, this guy knows he's on the right side. Imagine he tapped, moved away from where the stun is going to be, and then he just shoots him because they know where he is. This is why we never really criticize in 1v1s, because this guy taps the spike, moves to the side, stun goes in, and then he knows that he's this angle and he just one-shots him as he swings, this guy then has the advantage because he knows where he is from the stun.
Quite polarizing
so
for them.
When he does this, and the guy's diffusing, like this is element of surprise still. He could still be either side over towards here. They don't know where the pre-aim should be. So again, 1v1s,
I mean, they'll take whatever
a lot of time you just, it's not even worth criticizing because the other person could have played it so differently. And it doesn't really, like you're only, it's always hindsight, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Elimination portion of the playoffs, one step closer to Champion Soul.
Even with cash aplenty, operator not going to be purchased here by Buzz. Maybe worried about the kill contract available here for Ban. Not wanting to get dragged into the gulag with just that sniper in hand.
1v1 is hindsight most of the time. Yeah, the only time it's not, and I apologize for using him as an example for this. You know the Som Cove incident? Like that one isn't hindsight because he can just run away. Like when it's like a big error like that, then you can kind of criticize it. But majority of the time, like 99% of the time, it's always hindsight.
Re-smoke coming through, nothing spotted before the bloom.
There's not much room that Talon has control of, right? They're basically just stuck out in the yard here in the middle of Haven. And they'll have to slowly work it.
For that,
still a minute on the clock.
It just happens to be the best example. That's the issue.
Cleared as well. DRX being as thorough as can be. Now Main just left to Bane. The rest of the
it
forces
is just the best example we have in the game that everyone remembers.
Set up here as there is the ult in play. Ban once again going for boxing on.
Yeah, he wins this one out this time. And out in the open, Jules though.
Firing back, finds one. The Rolling Thunder online form.
Send it with the ult.
2v3. Hearing the TP, anticipating that it's not going to be a fake, that Mako has in fact put himself back plat.
Oh.
Buzz now drop.
Hold up.
A 2v2. The Rolling
Thunder
trying to push Mako out into the open. A couple shots connecting onto him. He's situated here backside. The swing out from Bane. Managing to find Ban. Spike allowed to be planted. Cruz will away and finished
it's
off.
Unlucky, man. Ban had to get the jewel. Okay, 2 chances for DRX, and they'll take the fact that they lost the breach order.
But he is able to still finish the TP out into safety. Obviously, Talon not in a position to push that as he wanted to get the spike down. And this was overall a great read at the start of the round. They're able to send the recon dart past the contingency wall, the ISO wall, to make sure that it's just a fake. And then Buzz is ready over on B site. They say, okay, well, if it's fake pressure on A, let's now just make sure that it's mid and garage.
Hot _ Cafecito with the prime. Thank you with the 2 months. Thank you.
Yep, now kill contract gone. Buzz right back over with an operator in hand.
Platoon proposed that Som Cove wasn't played poorly. I mean, when you can run away and win from time,
plenty of noise being made.
I think it's hard to argue that.
Really smoke from DRX just to try to pressure him, just trying to force them to have to use their util early, especially something like the double tap. If you can get that out of the ISO's hands nice and early, it's a huge advantage.
Governor mowed down. Mako able to find the kill moments before the wall comes through. Big exit on the TP, keeps himself tucked away. Flush along the wall. Do they read this at all? Man, well, he will be able to find one. He'll just push back up, but it's easy pickings here from Mako. Just TP simply to the opposite side. Jit Boy's going to be tagged up. Doesn't jump up into the window. He doesn't read that. Flashback is encroaching on his position. Kill found.
Hey, 2v4,
revealed here on
and
the
they got revealed.
Stuck within. That cyber cage taking down the re-pick. The classic pull into the right clicks will not find
taking us to Icebox. DRX. Not too bad at all. Maybe the comp a little bit lack of util.
It was scrappy, and there were definitely some very close calls for DRX.
They did some nice stuff though with it.
But in the end, they were able to stabilize just enough in the first half. And once they went over to defense, it really started to force Talon's hand. Talon running out of ideas with this new composition that they brought out.
Well, once again, plenty to talk about. So, Analyst Desk, do your best.
You know, sometimes you think you know, but then you have no idea at all, especially when it comes down to these 2 teams. I mean, DRX, that was well done, especially recovering from that first map.
Yeah, and I mean, they lost both bonuses. Keep that in mind. Like, this is an insanely good recovery from DRX, and some head-scratching rounds.
Something's definitely wrong with the comp when you're kind of losing. Well, either the comp or your play when you lose.
DRX is just really stalwart.
Pistol.
Doing a pretty good
you
job
win pistol
of
double bonus and you can't win.
Especially on the defender side, you know, getting the op in a good spot.
Like DRX are way better on this map in comparison.
You know, and for Talon, it's like if you're relying on Jit Boys as the Astra to like do a lot of that damage, then things are starting to fall apart. Yeah, Ban and Governor did pick it up, but I mean, it was a little messy at times.
Yeah, there was something where I think Talon was doing some kind of preemptive strike, in the sense that on the second half, they're going to start pushing a site, but then it's only kind of Governor or Ban pushing in. We had this example where Governor was just pushing into the site on B, holding the spike here, thinking that maybe he can go for a free plant. He slides out, they can play for the post plant, but nobody else was kind of anticipating that someone from DRX is going to peek out. You saw Buzz jumping on the site. So these kind of situations happened multiple times in that second half, and it felt like Talon just got punished without any form of retaliation from them. And again, those little bits turned into really strong starts of rounds for DRX.
It was actually really smart for DRX to be able to let Talon actually over-aggress, right? And let that be their downfall. Just, let Governor, like, just dash his way in and everything. They knew it, they were expecting it, and I think, this is props definitely to coaching staff and to Mako as well. He is getting there, he is getting better. It's such a short span of time, too.
Absolutely, and there were some really good reads there, like on one of those last rounds where they forced Talon to C, and they're just checking everything, and Mako even TPs into sewers to check that, back in, and then immediately they're all just like, yep, they're going C, we're going. And so like reads like that were really strong for DRX. And I think for Talon, yeah, part of the problem for me was definitely, Governor had some impressive moments, but a lot of just kind of like, he'd dash in, and then there's a DRX player somewhere he wasn't expecting, and they just knock him out while he's in his dash or in his slide or something, and he didn't really have any recourse. So things like that really did cost Talon quite a bit in the long run. Like, you need Governor on this composition to be kicking doors in, to be, taking advantage of that slide and knocking out that initial player with your speed. And DRX was just, like you said, ready for it.
Yeah, and you could probably take into account, we're kind of looking at the stats here as well, that it felt like there's a lot more deaths than kills for Talon, and I'm coming to my point with this one, is it feels because they only had the breach as the initiator, right? It's good for getting things started, but you saw so many times that Talon really didn't know where DRX were kind of pocketing themselves, so you saw them forcing themselves out, peeking through, pushing through smokes, trying to get those early kills, but then DRX, like you mentioned, they're just laying back, because again, Talon has to go for that aggression. They have to figure out where the players of DRX are, start to play for those refrags, and start taking the site, but unfortunately, it still felt like they lacked that little bit of information gathering that maybe a Sova could have bring to this map.
Yeah, I think that, all of the players on the side of Talon, they all performed, like, to their best abilities very well. Working the roles really well, too. I just feel like the levels of aggression probably, they weren't all on the same page. So it just felt like sometimes Governor had his own timing and Ban had his own timing, too. And then you have Cruz or Jit Boys possibly bringing up the rear. So it didn't feel like it was complementary to each other. And it felt very 50-50 at times. You had some rounds where it worked perfectly. And then you had some rounds where it was like, okay, Governor went in, but there was no follow-through, or the rest of the team couldn't quite catch up.
Exactly. And so you have to rely on those plays from the Neon, from the ISO, to set the stage for everything, to get those opening kills. And yeah, sometimes they were good for it. And that's why it was a really close map. But there just wasn't quite enough in the tank, particularly with Governor on the Neon, was really well dealt with by DRX. They were very well prepared for where he was going to reposition or position, things like that. And a lot of these rounds came down to like Cruz trying to hero clutch it, things like that, that just aren't going to be sustainable in the long run. I also wasn't super impressed with some of the utility from Jit Boys. Obviously his shooting's good, but I don't know, I saw many grab wells that were really impressive, nebulas that were connecting. Yeah, he had some good cosmic divides, and the smokes were decent, but this one wasn't so good. But the rest of them were not bad, but like really what sets a good Astro apart is getting the grab wells to set up your ISO, to set up your Neon, things like that, to deny post plants. It didn't seem like I saw enough of that made me feel like he was comfortable with that role yet.
Yeah.
And immediately you have that 180 switch from DRX, right? You saw the first map where they were very serious. You kind of saw them, really like, toned down. And immediately you see them switch. They're smiling. They have more energy. Foxy9 standing up and really riling up the rest of the team too. You really got to give it to him being the vibes merchant on the side of DRX this time around, because Buzz tends to get like really angry and really, really serious, and you kind of feel that that force from him. But Foxy9, I do have to, I love the way he stands up and just really like, guys, we're doing this. I think that was a big part of the second map.
Absolutely. And honestly, aside from that, it felt like everybody from DRX are now starting to just heat up, maybe because, again, of Foxy9's energy and whatnot. But this is, again, the kind of ideal DRX that we were kind of hoping for from that map 1, now transitioning in, and now coming in from that, or finishing that map 2, it looked like everybody was a credible threat. Sure, again, it was up against, you know, this super aggression from Talon. They aggressed super well, but the way that they were able to also handle the multi-kills, the clutches, was also amazing. I saw how many times Flashback is able to hold his own against multiple members of Talon, and those kind of situations really hollers you back to, or brings you to the realization that this new DRX is just doing a lot better, at least with this series.
Well, we are going into map 3, so guess what that means? In our guess and gain game, we all thought that this was gonna be a 2-0. Oops. Our bad, DRX. We're gonna just slide over here and just D-rank very, very quickly, as everybody, even the viewers, actually thought. So you guys are gonna go over here. You are the true.
We all fall.
We all fall together.
Just
I'm gonna
so
go
that
over
we may rise once again.
And paper thin is basically just like, you know, up and down.
Yeah,
you're back where you started.
It's about where I expected.
Yeah. That seems about right. I am quite impressed that like everybody's here in the lower half of everything.
Consistency is key.
Stage 2.
We're playing Tetris over here, not.
Yeah. That's very true. I mean, I like it. I like it. This is our theme.
Do we get a prize if all of us like somehow coincidentally just hit 1 rank?
Like we all align.
Yeah.
We're like, I'll see you there. I'll see you there in the wooden rank over here with your own landscaping and your own podium. That's where you want to be.
Sick.
Well, we are going now into Icebox. And as we've seen, both of these teams do again bring out the Clove, something a little bit new. How are we going to see this impact this map?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think Talon is, again, very, very aggressive, so the coordination needs to be there a little bit more. We saw some hero plays from Ban. You know, on that ISO as well, but the Clove, it just depends on how you pilot Clove. I'm really curious about DRX, if they're going to, you know, move away from it potentially, if they have different ideas, because it seemed like maybe they were iffy on it a little bit, but I think overall, I think it's quite strong, so I would like them to stick with Clove.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as we can get that aggression right, it's going to be possible here with that Clove.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, you know, going into Icebox, Talon have shown a lot of experimentation today. I like it just because it definitely caught DRX off guard, right? But do they have something new is the big question. And it looks as though we are sticking with what they showed before, but is it more refined? That's the big question. Governor now onto Clove, and we have Ban still on the ISO.
Yeah, I'm really curious, especially with the Clove v Clove battle, you know, and maybe like both ults are online or things like that, how that's going to happen between these two teams. Just really, I think for Talon, it's just like a regroup, reset mental, like, okay, let's get back to like, you know, our teamwork, our well-coordinated, you know, aggressive play. We don't need to necessarily kind of try to win this map individually. Like, yes, ISO is great on his own in a way, but it helps a lot if you have other players backing you up. And
the double
DRX just needs
ISO.
to find that juice they had.
I mean, double Clove.
And Buzz just continues to play well. He's very strong on this map, so it's going to be on Talon really tracking him down and making sure he can't run over this map.
Well, once more, we are heading into Icebox.
Yeah, so what's going to be interesting here
DRX and Talon. Once more, over to William and Achilles.
And Talon have watched the demos.
Thank you very much. We do have a series
so they
here
should be okay.
These two squads.
At least play,
in the content
or to at least know what to do. The thing with this, wait, who starts on defense? Okay, this is good.
For
Look,
this victory.
DRX on attack, they pretty much demonstrated in their other demos that if they fight and you're on a site itself, as in within this box, you're going to lose. You've either got to fight early here, anywhere in this kind of box, or more aggro, or you just got to play retake. I'm hoping that Talon just don't stick in this box and try and fight, because the one ways that DRX have are just too strong. But they should also know similar because they use the same Clove summons.
That's Sheriff trying to make use of that double tap.
Memory might also be the first.
Yeah, I like this with Jit Boys going close.
Well,
maybe the rest of the team needs to be here with it. It's a lovely trade in the end.
Back in similar fashion, takes out Flashback. Of course, those smokes can still be offered up here.
And using that just to fake an exit out of here. And then they will have Mako planted on the B side as well, just to try to create some noise. I wonder if they're going to fully wait for that to happen before they execute onto the A site once again.
Frenzy down here below, going to be exchanged out. Grabbing the ghost.
My goodness. Had to get a shock on Buzz.
So swing out briefly there from Ban.
Yeah, meanwhile, this has been going on.
Taken all the way up to yellow.
Mako over towards B, making a lot of space.
For the rotate. Right? You still see a lot of utility, lots of movement over on the A side. Poison Cloud going to help with that. Governor's going to try to get ahead of it. Now, it should be noted, obviously, Mako all alone, not much to work with. He can't get too much more space. So all he's saying is, hey, we can at least try to get the plant. Then we'll worry about the post plant after. Well, Governor's going to give him a bit more space.
And he will. Some of the damage there on the Bane. As Buzz just dashing back, spotted, but still, I mean, plants his feet, finds Cruz. It's a headshot to connect. Now 2 players left alive. Band still at 70 health. That Sheriff in hand. Turret going to be cleared out here by Surf. 4 players to try to work through here. Just a quick little jump peek. Spotting out 1. Nano Swarm's now coming through. Band trying to take some space, trying to take the fight. Does manage to find the kill. Still plenty more work to be done. Band, another elimination. 2 more players that he has to try to deal with. Looks for Mako, cannot make it happen.
Give it a good try. Yeah, maybe just some overextends. Could have played a bit better together.
At the end, just
it was nice though. Definitely shout out to Mako.
It
Took a lot of space.
And just saying, hey, rather than trying to fight a 2v1 and maybe getting, you know, headshotted both in a row, we'll just play for time. It's already been ticking away for quite a while. So I like that. Wow, what an adjust. Tries to just pre-fire screens first. And Buzz has been doing this a lot, where he will just not back out. He'll go for that 1 extra shot. And that's sometimes the oomph we've always wanted from DRX. Buzz is bringing it, as he is the energy as well.
Very much so.
3-2 for pistols.
You see that 4 rifle purchase, the Ghost alongside it.
Like this though, double smokes down. They get a wall as well, just to make sure they can 100% take this orb.
Get cleared out. Damage taken there by
and once they secured the orb, they insta-fast rotated, so maybe DRX don't expect them to be 4 people here, so they could just try fast blood.
Avoid that damage here for the time being.
In a comp that has no smokes,
just to make sure that there's no cheeky peek out to try to deny the plant and keep that spike stranded. So DRX is playing very thorough, very safe.
Retake from here. Flashless composition from Talon. That's going to be the big question here for him. It feels like this is a
I mean, DRX's comp should just
hit them. Sent across, but Buzz looking for the transfer onto the 3rd. Can't quite make that happen, but still comes up with 2.
They are going to be able to pick this up.
1 bullet remaining, has to wait, go for the reload, but it's just more time bought here for DRX. Question is, as the wall falls, can they do some additional damage? The answer going to be no. Weapon scooped up here by Jit Boys. Just 9 remaining left in the mag as everyone tucks back inside the garage. Jit Boys, well,
gets it out of there.
Accepts his fate.
That was nice.
Out of the spike. DRX get a 2-0 start.
Yeah, I'm already worried for the Talon.
Right, so
as soon as it looks like the after plan is here, like they can't retake. And I think a similar thing's going to be happening over towards A, that they're going to struggle to retake.
Either way, playing it safe with DRX.
They just got to fight here.
You lose a weapon, but you still were able to carry 3
powerful rifles over. Whole year as well. Thank you for the tier 1, man. I appreciate you doing that.
I think it would have had it. Mako just take it.
Yeah.
I'm happy with how the clothes look on Icebox.
2 rounds in a row where Buzz says,
on attack, yeah, I would play it completely different on defense.
It's just Buzz and Mako so far. 5 and 4 between the 2 of them.
Jeez.
Buzz has been blazing here in these first couple rounds. It continues.
Yeah, he ain't stopping.
Yeah, there's the scout out on the Jit Boys. Governor taken down. Flashback. Getting a piece of the action, says, hey, us young guns want to get involved as well.
Oh my.
And then he's got the covering fire, keeping Buzz protected.
Can't be fighting on site.
Plays bait.
Weird though, can't be fighting on site. The comp can't really retake.
That is looking like a bonus conversion here.
So they just are only left with fighting where this X
is. Trying to see if anyone peeks out of screens. Buzz, going for the peek. Notes him.
I mean, he'll have the Blade Storm if he goes for this one way or another. So I think you might as well.
See how much they want to go on the hunt, because they also have to keep in mind that the kill contract is just 1 charge away.
True.
So either in death or in kill, Ban would have the ult online going into round number 4. Looks like it's going to be flashback pursuing as Buzz making some noise.
Yeah, that was nice though. Buzz makes the noise like he's trying to float into the window, and then they swing the corner. That was really cool.
Some charge up towards that lockdown here. He'll be rewarded with a 2nd kill as Mako falls.
Yeah, no one else going to be hunting on
this map thus far. But DRX, a roaring start. 3-0.
Yeah, really good start from them. I would be fine with Talon timeout.
Both 5 apiece now. Flashback.
Not seeing the right stuff on A at the moment.
For himself. Foxy9 and Bane, surely they'll follow suit soon enough.
I think I'm not seeing the right stuff on A and B.
On the side of
I think they have to accept that they need to fight either of them early. One or the other.
Yeah. I mean, and then he dashes in, just hides in his cloudburst and flashback, works off of it. Same when they were going on the
Hero
hunt.
Gun has his ult.
This is why we praise Buzz so much, is that he not only gets the frags, but he creates so much time and space. Truly a pure entry player. Oh boy.
Oh, yeah. Just double push up
three
into the
entered at
smoke.
the
Governor
same
gonna be dealt
time.
with.
Yeah. Maybe we could have got one if we got a little bit lucky.
Talking about, I mean, the time and space that he's able to open up.
DRX look great at the moment.
Buzz is
Griffin's really nice.
Well, at least right now at the start of this Icebox.
I was imagining maybe go for the kill contract to deny the plant while your teammates come over, but I guess he felt that there wasn't enough cover for when he exits, even if he gets the kill.
Just given the rest of the weaponry here from the teammates. Probably best to just wait it out for a future round. There's a push up from Buzz, continuing to just push the advantage. Does get taken down by Surf. Bruce covering the Vandal, able to find one. Now is all on his lonesome. Additional kills here. Buy some charge, get himself up towards that Hunter's Fury. Looks like he might just opt to hold on to the Vandal, rotate out.
Yeah, just gonna have to exit. Not even gonna go for a cheeky kill out in mid. Wants to play it safe.
In a
As
very
of course,
good spot.
The Viper's Pit,
Big fire on now for Talon, and all Mako has to do is plant to get his
Something
ult.
that they're doing right now is just correctly identifying that Talon's composition, it's not very speedy. So like you said, Achilles, earlier, they have to
Also
rely
at the
on
moment,
winning
are
these
they not
early trades.
just
They
going
overpower them
B
here,
on
whether
the
it's at green, whether
ecos
it's at pipes.
and then A on the
And then we
Byron?
just never let the foot off the pedal. We just keep pushing because
Let's
they'll
see
be
if they go
split.
in this Byron.
Retaking a site without flashes is incredibly difficult to do.
Yes, I mean, whenever you're playing, you know, whether it's the Reynas, the Cloves, the ISOs,
And he's
going to
talk about the fact
idea is that
if the
you take
spike goes
advantage
down,
of the terrain itself,
pretty
where
much
you can
wrecked.
bounce around all these different cubbies around
They
green,
maybe
around
need like
pipes,
what, 3-4
and
rounds
keep
because
just
they can
being
do
a
something
menace,
similar.
buying time, getting a couple frags here and there. But DRX just is not giving you the opportunity to do that on the defensive side.
It'll be
right
harder
now.
for them, but they can do something similar.
4-0 to start as Talon call their first timeout here of Icebox. Last map of the series to try to course correct a bit. Get themselves into a better position. Attack side is where we're typically going to be seeing, you know, the majority of the success for a lot of the teams out here in Pacific. But already giving up 4 in very dominant fashion. Yeah, it's not something the coaching staff, Frost and Boy, are going to be happy with whatsoever. I mean, as you can see,
A on the buy rounds.
just 8 kills collectively across the board here for Talon. Buzz nearly has that to his lonesome. So.
Yes, and Foxy9 hasn't had to do anything. He's just been chilling.
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe they could retake with Assault.
Yeah, if your team is just blazing through,
Depending
what
on
more is there?
what happens.
Run to a victory.
Could be, could be.
Busio could never. There's a swing out, flash connecting. Ban gonna have to back off the angles. He gets the double tap shielding up, but I mean, now they can just try to wait this one out.
Exactly. Now with the shorter timer,
Yeah,
I mean,
they can
DRX
definitely just
pressures
wait
him,
it.
but once they hear it, they say, all right,
They
12
should know
seconds,
that
that's
he's
cool.
probably wanting to
Still got
fight
a
them
minute
here.
and 20 to work with.
Shield now gone.
Yeah, this will be a good test.
Here comes
4
the peek down
people
below.
on site.
Trying to flick down like that.
Can they
Impossible.
can
Cannot
they
make it
fight
happen.
back a
Now
site?
Buzz, knife pulled out around the backside of sight. Spot here on the Jit boys, who just cannot steady the aim. Flashback wanting to get a kill, wanting to go ahead and get revived, but it's like not likely to be the case. It's going to be Buzz taking out Governor.
They're up against ooh, they're up against
No
another buy
time
round.
wasted for DRX.
Do they go A again?
None at all. All they do is wait for the 12 seconds. As soon as they confirm the shield is out from the ISO, that's when they go. Yeah, the
champ points matter if you miss playoffs. I
Right,
mean,
to just kind
if
of
you've got
be that
enough to get you
second
the
entry
4th
here
spot,
for
then yeah.
DRX.
But if everyone in playoffs has more than you, all 6 teams,
pop of
then you're kind of wrecking.
It was actually my bad. Missed the kill on Sir. So much chaos happening at backside. Didn't realize the flashback already had secured his place in the round.
Oh, we go for something different. What are we going for? Middle?
Well, you can see the energy coming back up as well. So Foxy9 trying to hype him up before entering the game. Same with Surf on the side of Talon. But Talon's going to need a little bit more than just energy.
You can see just how suspicious they are. The push up here alongside the
Oh,
wall.
he nearly got
Flashback.
caught. We got
Full
Ban
steady
sending
in
it.
there is push coming in. Ban trying to take advantage, trying to use that shield. But
It was a nice
Flashback's having
reposition
none
from
of it.
Flashback.
Swings
I
back
mean, he's just
out,
out dueling him
finds
fully.
Bruce. Spike still dropped. They're just happy to just pick apart these players in Talon, one after the other.
Echo.
Talon is falling apart at the seams right now. Governor will stabilize whatever he can, but Surf all alone.
Fighting sight Surf.
Buzz again up
It's
on
going to
top
be in a
box,
perma
finds
one-way.
Surf. 4v2.
Spike.
Not enough money to try to go for a buy into the next round, and at least most of the players on Talon will. We'll try to play this one out, but Buzz is just not missing his shots right now.
Governor will just try to, pick up whatever kills as they chase him.
Drop in a smoke.
Gonna say, okay, with one more, maybe I have a shot, but not. Okay.
My ult is ready.
Time surely not in his favor, but
Look for the spike though, is at least going to create a little bit of pressure when he taps it. Might be able to get another kill.
Tap of the spike. Shots flying. There's the fragment. Pushes forward and knows that it's just absolutely done.
At least he got the nade out of them on top of that as well. Just every little counter at this point. Kind of need a round though.
Take it away from him. He'll just die to the spike.
And he takes Foxy down as well.
Whatever. If I get the kill, it's worth it. If I die, I die. I've got so much money.
I mean, yeah, money
DRX
is ridiculous. They actually all hit 9k.
You still get to keep that 0-0-0.
Yeah, every single one of them hit 9k.
Doesn't go on the scoreboard.
This is
yeah, the nade doesn't even matter.
Holy
hell, they are wrecking them. Still another buy round over towards A.
Fishing for kills.
They're eco now, right? So probably B.
To get the hook onto their targets. They were trying to find around pipes, couldn't get it.
Oh no, buy round again.
Use the double tap, still
These
not
are the
able to
buy round,
secure
are they
the
not
kill
missing
at long
util?
range against flashback and mid, and
Doesn't
then it's
look
just
like it.
one
Band's been
person
holding his ult for
peeking
3
out one at
rounds.
a time. And I was about to say, okay, I mean, maybe you just all in from one side, right? Use the harbor util on top of everything else to push out, and then you rotate. And they're going to be doing that here on the 7th round. And overall, the read looks pretty good, except for the fact that Foxy9 may finally have a moment to shine on the lurk on A side.
He's not really pushing forward, though. He's just hanging back at the ramp up to pipes.
Repass and push a mid. This time they don't go for a wall. Maybe they felt it was too obvious.
Crew's waiting. Drone at the ready. Nano goes off. Foxy now starting to push forward, but you can see it's a non-middle here from DRX. Still giving themselves that opportunity.
Big Joe.
As Buzz going to be snatched up. Shielding available. Buzz wins it out, man. Just not his day.
No way. No way.
Comes away with the kill on the Governor.
No way. He insta-spawned and he's insta-side. Oh no, man. He instantly sidesteps and gets another kill. Oh no.
Now 2 players left.
30 seconds left.
And they then rezzed and didn't find anything else with the res. Oh boy.
Wanting another 13-0. At least as close to it as they can possibly get. Jit Boys needs to go monstrous here. But already he's been noted. He has to rotate out.
The overall plan from DRX is really nice in this though.
The turrets as well, still alive.
Just 4-1 over towards B, insert 1 over towards yellow, and then try and see if the person over towards A can take some space, call him back. And then the Jack can try and take some space, call him back.
Will get dropped. Mako will die.
Imagine
but so too will Surf as Foxy will get himself a kill. And DRX continue upwards 7-0.
So the turret in mid gets taken out. That's when Foxy starts to push slowly into A, but they still leave the jet. I mean, a little bit of Gen G out here from DRX.
You got 2-0.
With the rotates 4-1.
Hasn't needed to do too much.
And I just want to say, if
going for the perfect stance. That's a great sign though. When your Sentinel's playing like that, just giving you info, never overstepping, it's an incredible sign.
Trying to get the advantage against him. Buzz lands the shot again. The tendency starting to come out.
Not an ambi-turner. Can't go to the right. Buzz though, up over the top here at Tube. Ooh, catching a glimpse there, I believe, of Surf. More than happy to just clear out the turret.
The pressure over towards mid, keep the turret, and then creates a bit of pressure either side.
By Talon. A couple players nearby. 4 rifles in
play.
Go
for the A hit, knowing that A's gonna be a bit weaker.
3 ultimates.
Still don't see Talon fighting over towards this area heavy enough, or aggro heavy enough.
Just waiting.
Maybe they're going for a retake this time, and they do have ult to give them a chance to retake. These 2 combo well. Honestly, these 3 all combo well.
Swing in, Governor. Able to shut down Buzz. Finds the opening kill. No command now rolling as they go.
It might be good for one here.
Right now on that
Killjoy into Harbor ult into Sova ult this area, you'd imagine.
So DRX Trying to just hold on to screens, but have a staggered setup here so they can back out one by one.
Lockdown gonna be
Killjoy ult used at heaven, so there's way more places for them to hide. They can't really combo as well.
To be found here.
Ooh, I like the smokes though. Double one ways. One way at the moment. We'll actually save them.
Denying a lot of those shots, but he's got to backpedal out. Keeps himself safe for the time being. His band is able to find one.
Yeah, and the smoke's blocking some of the angles. They get it half? I think so.
Down to flashback in vain.
Oh, they didn't get it half.
Finds one. The defuse being held.
Oh boy, they didn't even get it half. Oh no, they went for the passive Killjoy ult and then didn't combo the others on top of it. And then they had the good plant. They didn't have the double smoke, so they couldn't block off all of the angles, and then this just carried on killing the diffuser. The disaster for Talon, man.
Bamboozle his opponents, giving Bane the time to pick up the clean kill and then the diffuser as well.
I'm being able to get that last shot off on the ban right before he dies.
I mean, the pick me up, giving that extra buff. Buzz bringing so much energy, trying to lead them by example to this victory. What a turnaround from how disastrous of a start they had on Ascent. Similar scoreline, but in reverse.
And that first timeout used after the round 4 loss. As a coach, you so desperately want to intervene, but you also so desperately want to have another timeout for that second half. Mako dead off the rip. Good early start here for the side of Talon.
Just a straight up duel and tube.
Similarly, down to 16 HP. Even a Killjoy turret. Able to finish him off with one burst.
I feel like this is one of the first times they got a fast kill without getting some
like
kind of trade.
Making it a 5v4, but the conversion obviously not there just yet. Now, they're committing to this A side, imagining that, okay, well, without the Viper, the Toxic Screen surely not going to be as useful, and then you still have some great ultimates to try to retake a very open site, especially in that Reckoning, kind of cut off maybe one line with the Hunter's Fury as well. So as long as Ban can just stay alive, doesn't even need to get the first pick, this may be the best shot that Talon has to claw back into the game.
In a very disconnected spot. A couple shots exchanged here between he and Buzz. Oh, spotting the elbow, but Flashback sees just as much. Kill found Hunter's Fury off the rip, going to be used. The plant
tanks it,
and now just trying to dodge, trying to play a
and dodges it, and Bane swings and kills him as well.
Finds the kill. Swing out here on the Raptor. Buzz finding Surf, but now gunned down. Jit Boy starting to come online. Pushed out of the smoke though. He gets taken down. Now it is all on Governor. Foxy and Flashback both low on HP, but Governor still at 16 health.
No peeking.
He can get the first kill. He'll get the heal from the pick-me-up.
Look for it. There's a swing in, but Flashback is ready for the angle.
Nice.
And it continues. 9-0. Unprecedented right now here.
You just timeout again.
So impressive. I mean, Buzz 14 and 7. A 2.0 KD to lead them all this way. And they might be on the verge of delivering a second wound to Talon.
And that's why, I mean, I say unprecedented because, yes, DRX, they already got a 13-0. But
yes,
how many teams in VCT history have delivered 2 13-0 results?
Yeah.
I can't think of any. Maybe from pre-franchise era.
Sure, sure. Back then, I'm sure it's happened, but not
but also,
here.
How many teams have been on the receiving end?
Yes. I mean, you know, Talon, we've heard them joking about it in their comms. They still have that 13-0 spray, but they didn't want to see it again like this. They'll be desperate to avoid it. Now, obviously, we're able to come back
one knife has made them use a lot over towards B.
So the mental is there for Talon. The mental fortitude has been shown, but can it come online fast enough?
Problem is they got through the hardest point, and now what?
Continuing here.
They're gonna try fast flood retake with
I'm sure Talon getting corralled for a retake. With Ban bringing up
the spike
here,
maybe
potentially for a flank.
Bomb grenade out.
Bloodburst in, Mako up over the top. Drops back down. Shock darts will get a little bit of damage in. Now the Reckoning going to be committed as well. And that is going to go ahead and fully
DRX just not committing too much.
Van has to win this. There's no
dude,
way
Van
out.
might have messed up.
You can see the reinforcements starting to come through, and now Van's going to be taken down, and that opens things
up
for
it's a
this
disaster class, bro.
And they're even with the man advantage, they're even going to leave someone in mid. Flashback trying to pick off some sneaky rotates.
Gonna harbor fast flood over towards A to stop the plant. and you overextend on your B
Boy is
push.
the only other player here at the moment. The push up and flashback into kitchen, finding one, reading that Surf is going to be nearby, but doesn't win out in the fight. This still is Surf all on his lonesome.
I mean, forget the scoreline. You have to save. There's not
at least
much
this
you can
whole
do.
this
You're
whole
so
best of
far
three has been
out.
really good,
Still
like
4
learning
members,
for
all
this
with
everyone.
weapons.
Like this one was
Something to
DRX
fight with
how
in
not
the
how
coming
not to play
crowds.
against
You can
Talon's
see
comp
dejection on the side of
the
Talon
defense
on their
side
cameras.
of Ascent, and then on Icebox
the
how
players
not
on
to play
DRX
against
look
DRX
eager,
comp,
rejuvenated.
Talon as well. Ever exploiting or fighting where they need to.
Making noise.
There's a good amount that
hearing this.
teams can learn from
Wanting
this.
to stay as quiet as humanly
Both teams
possible.
and other teams.
Foxy getting closer and closer. Does he read him in this corner?
He's gonna check.
Gonna look for it. Oh, he now knows about it. Let's find the headshot though to Surf. Sits up the turret. Buzz swooping in, and he will take
And to flame in the extra flame in Talon.
everything away
I
from
just
them.
I
10-0.
get into the
Doesn't
point,
look like it's gonna stop
and I'm
anytime
telling you,
soon.
it's always these free
Talon,
maps.
they
Getting to the
wanted
point
to,
where I
so they're
see
gonna
like
scrap
one of
together
these free
whatever
maps
they can,
played
half
wrong,
armors
and
and
I just lose
guardians.
my mind a little bit.
And if they aren't able to get this, they're basically accepting
how?
their fate. They're the first team to potentially receive 2 of those records, 13 zeros.
I can maybe let DRX off
10-0 to start.
the
DRX
Ascent
outdoing
because
what
it's the
Talon did
first
to
time
them
they've seen the
at the
comp.
beginning of that Ascent map.
I'll at least have demos of this. I actually don't know which one's worse.
Looking
I
for
don't
the
work it out in my head.
absolutely perfect half once more. Massive push up though. There's the alarm bot, making Foxy aware of this forward presence. Tucks back the vulnerable, sent his way. Swings out, spotting multiple. The ping, however, alerting them, and now
Fox,
covering
dude,
fire.
Foxy's doing so good.
He re-swings. Shield will be taken
He's
away.
never
Van
overextending.
dead.
What a beast.
Foxy continues to hold his position.
Oh boy, it's
Cannot
fine.
draw the weapon out fast
You're allowed
enough.
that
Cruz
one.
will be able to collect that kill.
You're allowed
Himself
that.
now situated up here on the pipes. The peek out, the updraft,
What a
the
shot.
headshot. Cruz, good to get rid of Buzz. Cruz
Nice.
with a third, flashback
Ah,
to the
that's
res.
unlucky.
Monko able to take him down. Now Surf,
Yes,
an
we're
unexpected
fighting
angle,
this area.
collecting one,
Keep
but now
going.
it's all on
Well,
his
actually,
lonesome
maybe.
once more. Finds the shot. Bane
It's
on
the
the
closest
counter
though. Again, they got to
Game
fight in
7
this
this.
area, and that's kind of what they did after they lost everyone. Shout out to Foxy. Foxy played this so well. Never committed to the fight to wait for his team to get here, and then they just had just the most savage crossfire you could
and you leave
imagine.
that opening to flashback from across.
Yeah, 'cause look how easy this looks for him.
At a certain point, you know, the 8-0, I get it. Okay, let's save it for the second half. We're gonna pick up a couple rounds here and there. I don't need to use a timeout. It'll probably be a 9-3. The brakes need to be pumped at some point here.
Yeah, they got to
Just
fight.
giving yourself one pistol round to try.
They got to fight somewhere earlier.
But at this point, it's too late, right? There was only that one small window to try to determine if you really pump the brakes once again. But now it's all out of control, spiraling downhill for Talon. And you just have to trust that Cruz will be able to regain control of this vehicle, put it back on course in the server.
Surf going to be looking just for, in all likelihood, the tempo lockdown, sending it, but already players forward here into the side. Flashback, spotting pan, putting a couple shots into him.
Shot, man.
Finds the headshot. Lockdown.
Went for the second,
destroyed.
doesn't get it.
DRX
They get
is
the
their own
plant
in
down.
play, just
They
keeping
got a lot
everybody
of
shoved
space
out.
with the Killjoy ult. They got Jet, Mako set up into a
Situated
good
here,
crossfire.
backside.
Hey, they got the most solid hold here
Flash
out of
at
the
ready,
positions.
sending it. Mako ends up falling, but Buzz
Yeah,
finds
really
Surf.
cool.
Still sat here.
Buzz
over
did
by
great to
screens,
get
gets
another
himself
one.
Another kill before being taken out by Governor. A 2v2.
Can they get around?
The time working against them. Governor wanting to lead the charge says, okay, I have my ult available. If they pick me off, I can go ahead and get back into this, but not if Jit Boys dies just as quick. 12 to 0.
Yeah. I mean, they just didn't fight in the right
are
places.
looking
What can we say?
for
Again, it's a good
Icebox.
demonstration.
There's no way.
Both of the halves.
There's no way. I mean, DRX, a team that has been looking like they just needed more time to regain control.
Chance
with
to
the
get
new
the
roster.
30-0 group, yeah.
And then Talon.
Mixall might be
looking to
happy.
contest for
Bit of
top 2
company.
seeds.
He likes to tweet the teams that do it.
About to become the first team in VCT to get 13-0 yet again, shut out across 2 different stages of VCT Pacific. I mean, sure,
Again, wait, they've already
you know,
been
on the attack,
30-0'd.
your win percentage is pretty
Wait,
solid,
who did they
but
get 30-0'd by?
the pistols, that's a whole different story.
Wait, who 30-0'd them? Wait, was that the speed run on Lotus?
Lotus versus PRX.
Okay, yeah.
Really good at that
I
map.
forgot that's the fastest game ever, right? 21 minutes or something.
Forsaken
Oh
was
boy.
cooking. They rallied back. They won a map. Can't do that.
Back to back.
This is map
Dude, no one's
Yeah.
done 13-0 twice. That's sick.
And this is a very different DRX. 'cause
Yes.
In the past, you would have been like, okay, also understandable. This core?
Yeah, they haven't looked
Potentially
that clean,
making
let's be very
history.
honest. Even just
The
today
comp
in
will be a
best of
lot
three,
better.
I mean, sure, it's
The comp will be a
impressive that they were
lot
able
better on
to
attack.
rally back
But
after having a almost
they have no
similar
rounds to play with.
start themselves, but
I mean, the first two maps, they were muddy.
yes,
But DRX coming into
Yeah,
Icebox,
history.
they took a shower.
History potentially.
absolutely did.
See.
Put on all the conditioner in their hair, perfume afterwards, everything, the cologne, it's all there. And the 13-0 spray, hoping
Who did
that this will
this?
fend it off. Act as a little
There's no
ward.
way.
Talon trying to fight off their own demons, their own curses.
Can they avoid
Who
it?
had that ready? That's crazy.
Can they at least get this pistol round? Or will DRX end it all right here? Mako just going to be backing away. Full storm forward. Up in towards B. And Ban starting things off.
Okay.
Just anticipating Mako's position. Finds that kill.
Oh, and he
Foxy
saw him
was
just
spotted
before he went out.
turned
Hold up.
back over through the wall. Huge advantages now for the
Yeah.
side of Talon as they look to get this first round win.
Not entirely clear yet.
Was catching a glimpse, putting a couple shots down, but also eating quite a bit of damage. Good boys
lot of
down
chip
25.
Wow, they stopped it on his head.
Over there.
Man, just purposely just hiding right at the edge of the cascade.
If this guy swings on the lefty, you would see him alley.
Able to swing out the frenzy. Eventually able to find the kill. Buzz gets banned at the same time, but 2v4 with time.
The time
working
is
against
so
them.
low.
Flashback. Gonna set up the smoke.
Double shock.
Tap onto the spike as the spray starts coming through. There's a swing out, and there is
Very
a
nice.
win.
No
Talon
13-0 today.
avoiding the catastrophe.
They avoid
They
making
get
history.
themselves the pistol. They give themselves a little bit of hope.
Sure, yeah, you avoid the disaster, but now you're reminded the goal wasn't to avoid a disaster. The goal was to try to get into a top 2 seed position for playoffs in stage 2. And you have a very, very long marathon to go to finish that goal.
It would just be the biggest comeback in VCT.
It would be. I mean, it would make this best of 3 an absolute banger to have several of these matches just go all the way down to the wire.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, Buzz just look at the barrel stuff there. Finds himself one. And flashback gets himself 2. Quick kills in reply, but already a decent amount of damage dealt. Potential for more as Governor's down to 39 HP.
Oh, no.
Foxing under the window,
Oh,
also gets a
God.
dink.
He had a chance.
Saying, okay, Bane. A couple of them are low. Do some damage with the classic.
I mean, surely not like this. The difference is he does have the DRX Classic. Foxy9 giving a little shout out to Foot.
And Governor, okay, just holding the angle.
Should we start counting it
Solid
down?
read, expecting that aggression to
Okay,
come
it was
towards
12
them, but still
chances.
some damage
Now
dealt
it's 10.
by DRX.
Yeah, and let's be honest. I
There's
mean,
no
if you're
way.
in Talon shoes right now, you
No-
had to
no
get
with how
first. You had to
brutal
make
that
sure that
eco
you were
looked.
snowballing right from the get-go. So, not in the best position. Flashback. Not sure how he survives there.
I mean, Dan's the one with the shield.
Yeah. But don't need a shield if you don't get hit, I guess.
Yeah. Well, now, full purchase coming through. Rifles on both sides. A lot of Guardians in the mix for Talon. We've seen how much damage they can deal here in 2024. Very much growing in popularity.
Nice
Bruce.
shot, bro.
Fantastic shot to start things off. Buzz taken down.
Do they know how many people were out here on B? Okay,
Bruce.
well,
Another great shot.
Okay, hold up.
Also similarly dead. Foxy comes up with one, then gets traded
Completely
out.
outdueled him,
That's gonna be
everyone.
pretty damn clean
They got
as
an
Talon
ult.
can bring the
Bonus on the
bonus.
board. No money for DRX. Everyone's sitting
Here we
around
go.
what is
3K.
going on? The reads are very good here on the attacking side,
Almost
and then
as
the
if it's
aim
a
even
busted
better,
map.
I would say. I mean, the read, sure, you're pushed up against the wall. You just have to assume that your read's correct and go with the full confidence, and maybe that's the difference, right? Maybe it's that the first couple of rounds, you know that your composition's weaker on the defensive side. You're not winning those aim duels, and then you start to play scared. You start to play a little frantic, and it slips away too far for Talon. But right now, they're doing what they can. Still 9 more rounds to go, but it's looking like they have the best chance they possibly could, starting from a 0-12 half.
It's just Buzz with a Marshall here.
I mean, yeah.
Swings the corner, spots a wall.
Pretty
Try
much.
to push up aggressively here. Dash going to be dwindling.
Everyone can
Gets the
tank
glimpse of Governor,
bullet.
but Governor finds the headshot. Puts down the opposing jet, grabs that orb. 3 away from having that not dead yet is Foxy. Missing this opportunity, and Cruz able to suss it out. Kill found, B site opened up.
Yeah, making sure that there's no accidental
What
casualties.
ult do they want to try
Weapons being
have
upgraded
online
on the
here?
other side.
Clove?
That's huge
Oh,
for Talon.
ISO?
Like they're on
Okay.
point.
The ISO
Another
plan?
flawless. Cruz wants to make sure it is because he's waiting to see if there's anybody else trying to cut them off on the exit. He's going to be watching
Yeah,
that
I mean,
back.
next round should be absolutely
Contract going to be online
back
for
for
him now.
ults.
Cruz feeling it, going for the challenge. A couple hits there on the Bane. And we'll just go ahead and look to double swing him. Bane finds one. And Ban gets the other.
Well, flawless not going to be there, but still in great position to snowball this forward.
Last player standing.
Mako as well. Sticking down Surf. Around widely. Oh, this hit widely over.
Oh, God.
There's only Chip Boys left standing.
How are some of these
Cash
rounds
still
already
good
so
here for
close?
Talon,
Both of the
definitely
ecos. Nice shot to
very
Mako.
scary here for them. They will be able to run back 4 consecutive so far in the second half.
I don't know how many of those types of rounds I can handle.
Yeah, I was
going
gonna say, I'm not sure how many rounds they can handle
another
of
one
that
here
though.
from Talon. There was no need
I
for
would
that
love to
greed.
see a
I mean,
clean
I get
round
it.
from
You
them.
want whatever old
Give them
points
some
you
kind
can,
of
so
hope.
I'm fine with going for the kill, but not when there's so much time left.
I mean,
So this should be a
also,
clean round
all
though.
these kills just
Overuse the ults,
fueling
nice and easy.
that Viper's Pit that Mako desperately wants to have online ASAP.
I got
now he's
dinked
just
in.
2
He did
charges away.
3-1 free to
Makes
that
the
guy.
read so much easier on the defensive side. That it does.
Knife goes in, we do the Sova draw as always. If you get a tag, you just insta ult, and then they work out that someone's on bench. Do they push forward to try capitalize on it, or do they just try Sova ult him?
Able to find the headshot, finds that win. Hunter's Fury out here from Cruz, flashback, getting caught
Cool,
up.
now do they just run away?
Gonna be rezzed up. Looks to try to take a very aggressive fight, getting the spot there on the Governor. Goes in for the challenge, but cannot send to the aim. He can take it down. Mako finding one. Just he and Foxy 9.
Save the res.
Versus 3.
Save the res. Okay. 2v3. Chose
Trying
not to res on this one.
Distract him out in mid, but he doesn't.
Would have been a
quite
free
clear
psych.
for
The guy would have
full
run
info.
away.
He has a chance to intercept here, but he actually
Let's
pulled
see.
off the angle.
I mean, they kind of need
Get
to
ahead.
waterfall ults anyway.
I mean, if he can take out Cruz before the main forces arrive, Talon's going to be in a bit of a pickle.
He's got the recon back available. The flying. Foxy quite connecting with those shots. Cruz still healthy. The re-swing spotting out 2, knowing that Surf is going to be planting now. Finds the first. Foxy looking for the second. Cannot make it happen now. It's all on Mako. He finds the first headshot.
One enemy
Ban
remaining.
down at 55. Mako looking to bring it into it, but Ban with a 3K. We'll keep them
These
in
rounds
the
are
map.
so close.
I mean, Mako knew
Okay,
exactly where
and
he
the
was.
saving
He was stuck,
of
didn't have time to
the
cross. Was able to
ult
see just a sliver of that
pays off.
corner. But Ban, you saw him
Clove
starting
into
to
this
jiggle,
one.
wanted to make sure that he doesn't give Mako the advantage to just guess right where he is. And guess what? Ban doesn't
Stayed in
swing
the
out.
middle.
Yeah, didn't swing out to the left, wins the duel. You can tell Buzz, he was like, okay, if I don't see you initially, I'm going to watch you on this right side. But Ban able to overcome it this time. Of course, having the double tap gives him a bit of that extra confidence.
Now a decent bank here for the side of
This is a
Talon.
good knife over towards
Fractured purchase for DRX. But flashback.
Oh boy.
With a good start. Surf taking down the wall, anticipating. As Governor picked off, but goes for the res. Lockdown now going to be used here by Foxy 9.
Governor just needs to send it. Now is his own one-way smoke not going to own him a little bit?
Coming through flashback, unable to find the punish on the Cruz. Eliminated. Foxy snappy with a headshot. Now it's suddenly
Whoa.
all on Cruz.
Whoa!
Into the 30s,
Oh
got
man, I thought he was going to do it. Okay. Okay, it's all good. Nicely done from DRX in the end. Dude, what an insane attack half from them. Talon maybe needed a bit of a better plan to give him some more rounds there.
But they get their victory on Haven, and they close things out.
And at least
on
they dodged the
Icebox
fine though.
to get the win over Talon.
DRX, as long as they
This is
don't mess up
heartbreaking
next
for
week,
Talon,
get
'cause
second.
Again, that Ascent,
Which means they
look
skip
so
single
dominant.
limb.
Looked like they might be the
Which
ones
means there's a
returning the
chance
favor
that
to another
Talon might
team
have
with
to
a
play
13-0.
Genji in a single
Tried to
limb.
get it